sounds like. Louisville pivot is headed to the box there. Both jammers now really stuck in the pack. Rory is still lead jammer at this point and can call it and chooses to do so. Let's see how many points Louisville was able to grab on that. They were stuck in the pack the whole time, but they did pass some skaters from the other team. Looks like passed one skater from the other team, so was able to get that first point on the board for Louisville. As the jam begins, Battlescar will be jamming for Rock, and Descriptive Vixen is jamming for Louisville. Quickly establishing lead jammer is Battlescar, coming right around. And Descriptive Vixen trying to find that space, getting some great offensive help there from one of her blockers. Getting pushed a little bit to the outside as Battlescar comes in with a beautiful apex jump to score 4 points and just get right through. But Descriptive Vixen also gets through and will be coming around hoping that they will have the opportunity to score some points here. Battlescar coming in, getting pushed to the outside. Descriptive Vixen also coming into the pack. Looks like they are going to run this jam a little bit. The pivot from Louisville coming back in to give Descriptive Vixen a little bit of offensive help. Battlescar getting pushed to the outside. Really trying to find that space. Both jammers getting a little bit stuck here. Descriptive Vixen only has to get past one more skater to be able to get out of this pack, pushing their hardest to really, and getting pushed to the inside, being forced to recycle, while Battlescar is able to find that space on the outside to be able to score those 4 points. Battlescar approaching the pack again as Descriptive Vixen is trying to stretch that pack out again to really get out of this pack. Descriptive Vixen getting pushed to the inside. There was a panty pass to Dave and Buster, the pivot for Louisville, so they are now the jammer of record. but will not have the opportunity to score any points as the jam was called. 8 points scored in that jam for Rock, leaving the score, 11 points, leaving the score at 38-1. We understand that there may be a few streaming issues. We thank you for your patience as we work to get the best internet we can in the building so that we can get you a good quality stream. We try our best. We're sometimes at the mercy of the internet. We'll be jamming for Rock. Rock coming out with lead jammer. Newcomb quickly running around. Harlot O'Hara did a star pass, and the pivot will be the jammer for Louisville and is also out of the pack, but will not have the opportunity to score any points. That was Sweet Revenge, who took that pivot pass and became jammer, but was not able to score points as Newcomb quickly called the jam. A little bit of confusion from both packs as they're trying to figure out who they've got and what's going on before this next jam starts. Rory Kilmore jamming for Rock and Harlot O'Hara jamming again for Louisville Roller Derby. Neither jammer finding much space. Rory Kilmore was able to get out and will be your lead jammer for Rock. Harlot O'Hara is in the penalty box, which is why Harlot O'Hara is jamming again and is now coming out of the penalty box as Rory Kilmore is on their first scoring pass. Harlot O'Hara is not on a scoring pass right now, so they will need to get past all of these skaters in order to be able to get out and then hopefully score some points. Harlot O'Hara is looking at Dave and Buster thinking about doing a panty pass. Harlot O'Hara is looking at Dave and Buster thinking about doing a panty pass as Rory Kilmore is coming around on a scoring pass to score 4 more points. Harlot did not pass but gets out, and then she calls the jam before any points were able to be scored. Someone has called a timeout. It looks like Rock has called a timeout. I always like it when timeouts get called early in the game. It's a good chance for people to kind of settle down as the game has started to develop into a little bit of a rhythm. We are now taking a little bit of a breath, a little bit of a break to say, okay, do we like what's happening? And it's, even though one team called it, I think both teams can really benefit from a timeout somewhat early to just kind of like settle down, take a breath, and make sure that everybody feels good about what's going on. These games can go so fast when you are out there. It may not seem like it as a fan, but as a former skater, I know that as soon as the game started, it was like, oh my gosh, what just happened? And so it's always nice to be able to slow it down just a little bit. Not as nice for me sometimes as the announcer, because I just have to fill space while you all are waiting for the next jam to begin, but hopefully I can somewhat entertain you. I did bring a whole bunch of corn jokes for this weekend, so you will be hearing some corn jokes over the next 2 days. As I'm saying that, I realize that my list of corn jokes I don't have up on my computer, so you might not get very many corn jokes in this game, but definitely in the second half I will have some corn jokes. In the meantime, if you have any corn jokes that you want to put in the chat, you all can help me with this morning because I have not finished my coffee yet. I might need a timeout as well to get my rhythm and my breath. Who knows? All right, here we go. We've got Battlescar for Rock, and Smack Harlow will be jamming for Louisville Roller Derby. Battlescar coming out as lead jammer. Smack Harlow getting a little bit stuck up in that pack, trying to find some space, getting forced to recycle to the inside line. Takes off that jammer star, is going to be looking for a pivot to pass that to as Battlescar comes around to score 4 points, finding space on that outside line. Smack Harlow passes the star to a pivot, and the pivot will now be, no, she did not pass it, just took it off and then kind of snuck through on the outside. So Smack Harlow coming around on her first scoring pass as Battlescar decides to call the jam before Smack Harlow can come through and score any points. Louisville really is working hard to grind out these, really tough tough opportunities to find that space, and they are doing a really good job of forcing Rock to continuously call off the jam. So Rock's goal is, if they're going to get lead jammer, they're going to try and score as many points as they can. Louisville's working so hard right now to say, you know what, even though you got lead jammer, we're going to get our jammer out as quickly as we can so that we can force that to be called off. Newcomb is jamming for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Phoenix will be jamming for Louisville. Newcomb establishing themselves as lead jammer, so they will be out of the pack while Phoenix is going to be pushing through. At this point, what you're going to notice is the Louisville team will be really trying to figure out, do we focus on defense and waiting for Newcomb to come in and trying to stop Newcomb? Do we try and help our jammer and see what we can do to help them? It's a really tough decision. You really only have about 20 seconds to decide once someone is established as lead jammer. Newcomb coming through on the outside, pretty much untouched for another 4 points as Phoenix is getting recycled to the back. Phoenix can take off that jammer star as they are not lead jammer at this point if they choose to try and pass to a pivot. Newcomb coming through for another 4 points, decides to call the jam right as Phoenix was able to get out as jammer for Louisville. That penalty box has also been starting to fill up a little bit over the past few jams. So we will be starting the next jam down 2 skaters for Louisville. So there will be a pivot in the box, which makes sense why Phoenix was not passing to the pivot in the last jam, because I'm guessing Phoenix lost the pivot at some point during that last jam. And looks like we also have a Rock skater that will be starting the next jam in the penalty box. So we will start with 2 blockers from Louisville and 3 from Rock out. So both these jammers, nice hit from Louisville to slow down Rory Kilmore from Rock and let Descriptive Vixen from Louisville Roller Derby establish themselves as lead jammer to a huge cheer from the Louisville crowd. Rory Kilmore trying to find that space. Fantastic job by these 2 Louisville blockers. Really holding Rory Kilmore with only 2 blockers out there. Descriptive Vixen coming in on their first scoring pass, being forced to recycle and come back, decides to call the jam before Rory Kilmore can come around. And I think that may have been the first jam where Roller Derby of Central Kentucky was not able to score any points. So Louisville scored 1 point to Roller Derby of Central Kentucky's 0 points in that jam. That was a fun jam to watch. A little bit of confusion at the line as skaters trying to get on and off the track right before that whistle blows. I think they were able to get everybody they needed to out there. Bettlescar establishing themselves as lead jammer. Harlot O'Hara is the jammer for Louisville, has taken off the star and is looking for Dave and Buster to hopefully pass the star, and does so successfully as Bettlescar comes in on her first scoring pass to score those 4 points. Dave and Buster getting out of that pack will be the jammer for Louisville and is chasing down Bettlescar. Bettlescar approaching the pack, goes through untouched. Dave and Buster also approaching the patch, getting pushed to the outside. Nice hit there by Ava on Rock's team. Dave and Buster looks like is headed to the penalty box. And will be sitting there for 30 seconds. So Bettlescar will have 30 seconds here to be the only jammer on the track, coming through for 4 more points, decides to call the jam. What that means is because Dave and Buster was the jammer and was in the penalty box when that jam was called, Dave and Buster will start the penalty box. We'll start the next jam as the jammer, but we'll also start the next jam in the penalty box. So Rock will have an opportunity because they will be starting the next jam as a power jam is what we call it. So they will want to establish themselves as lead jammer quickly and score as many points as they can before Louisville can come in. If Rock does not establish themselves as lead jammer by the time Louisville comes in, then Louisville will have an opportunity to establish themselves as lead jammer. It looks like we have an official timeout. Probably, I'm guessing, some confusion about it. Oh, official review, not official timeout. So usually what happens here, this is when a jammer typically when a jammer goes to a penalty box, and the team is saying we maybe don't think that they should have been sent to the penalty box, or sometimes it's a team saying we do think this person should go to the penalty box. So a lot of times an official review is, are you sure you wanted to give that penalty, or are you sure you didn't want to give that penalty? So what happens here is the captains and coaches of both teams go to the officials, talk to them, and say, here's what we think happened. And then the officials all get together in, my favorite word, a dazzle of officials. And because a group of zebras is called a dazzle, so a group of referees, zebras, they're going to be a dazzle, of course. And so currently they are discussing who saw it and whether or not they are going to uphold the penalty or give a new penalty. And we, unfortunately, don't get to know usually what it is that they do. So I get to make guesses, and then you all in the chat can tell me if you think that I'm wrong with whatever I guess has happened. So I love how excited the chat is at this early morning, being only 8 o'clock in the morning here. And I think for Kentucky, same. I know they're on Central Time. It's going to be earlier for them. Okay, Kentucky people, are you on Central Time or Eastern Time? I think they're on Central Time. Why are you shaking your head? I'm waiting. Somebody in the chat is going to tell me because I really want to be. Now, Derby date night, my husband and I, we do this for fun. And if you've ever listened to one of our streams before, you know that we also have arguments about things. So currently, it's about whether or not Kentucky's in Central Time. I swear it's in Central Time. Kentucky is south of us. I don't know. Okay, this is not geography with Aria kidding me. This is roller derby, and you don't need to know geography. We also know that I'm not great at math. So really all my weaknesses get shown in these chats. Dang it, Jim Johnson. Eastern Time? Erica. Oh. Carrie. Oh, this is not. Okay. Oh. Okay, fine. He gets to be right on this one. So it's 8 in the morning for you guys, too. And Rock woke up ready to play. You all are so excited. I mean, I'm already through my first coffee. What are you all drinking this morning? You having some coffee? Are you drinking an energy drink, or are you going good with the water? Because that's, the water's more healthy. So I was just informed that Louisville did contest the penalty, and it was retained. So there was a low block penalty called on the jammer, Black and Decker, and the refs talked about it and decided that that penalty will stand, which means that Louisville will lose their official review, so they will not have another official review, and that skater will stay in the penalty box. Oh, Erica says Bowling Green is central. See, there are parts of Kentucky that are central. Thank you, Erica. See, now I can be partially right. We're going to give me a 30% right on this one, so that I have a little bit of I'm right. Did you know that only a very small portion of Indiana is on Central Time? Most of Indiana is on Eastern, but we have a tiny little sliver of Indiana that's on Central. Also, I'm from Seattle, so all of this Midwest geography and time zones is new to me. And it's not that new because I've lived here for 13 years now. I guess I'm Midwest now that I've lived here for that long. 13 years? We moved here in 2012, so yeah. Wait, that's 11 years. Oh, no, the math again. Andy, you're going to have to make me some of that coffee you have brewing, clearly. Geography and math at this time in the morning, I don't even know what I'm thinking. I think we are still stopped for track repair right now. Half of Kentucky is Central, but not the half playing right now. Both teams are Eastern. See? That's why the chat was so convinced it was. Thank you, Caroline. So we're both right. Now I get 50%, because if 50% of the state is Central and 50% is Eastern, we're going to call it 50%. All right, after that lovely geography lesson and what time zone Kentucky is in, we will get back to playing some roller derby for those of you who Don't really care about time zones. Newcomb will be jamming for Rock, and Dave and Buster, as we've talked about, will be in the penalty box for Louisville. Newcomb getting pushed to the outside, trying to stretch out this pack. I hear a no pack, which means there's too much space in between the two teams, and that allows Newcomb to push through to establish themselves as lead jammer. Dave and Buster is standing and will now be re-entering. So Dave and Buster is coming in and will not be scoring points right now. They still have to have that first pass before they can score points. Newcomb has scored 4 points. Dave and Buster finding some space on the outside line with a quick little hop to get through, and will be coming around on their first scoring pass in just a second. In the meantime, Newcomb trying to push through this Louisville pack. Newcomb is able to get through to score those 4 points. Dave and Buster being forced to recycle on the inside line. Newcomb coming around, trying to find some space. Swinging to the inside, to the outside, finding that space. Big hit on the outside, but is able to stay in, as Dave and Buster is also able to get out of the pack after scoring 4 more points for Louisville. Both jammers approaching the pack. Doesn't look like Newcomb's going to call it. Getting a big hit from... who was that? That was TKO hitting Dave and Buster out on the outside line to slow them down as Newcomb came through for another 4 points. Dave and Buster recovering nicely to score 4 points of their own. Newcomb getting through for another 4. This is a high-scoring jam for both teams, both finding a little bit of rhythm. Dave and Buster getting tangled up just a little bit in the pack there. Pushed to the inside, getting forced to recycle as Newcomb comes through the pack with a beautiful spin on the outside to score another 4 points. There's only 3 seconds left in this jam, so this was a full 2-minute jam and lots of points scored for both teams. Rock going over the century mark here, so Rock is now at 102, going over that 100 mark with 14 minutes remaining in the first half. And Louisville doing their strongest jam yet of the half, scoring 11 points. Looks like most of the chat is also having coffee. That's a good choice. Good morning choice. Rory Kilmore jamming for Rock and Smack Harlow for Louisville. We've seen these two jammers a few times already. They are definitely getting into a rhythm in that jammer rotation. Louisville, Smack Harlow establishing themselves as lead jammer for Louisville, as Rory Kilmore trying to find space, just needs to get past a couple more Louisville blockers as Smack is entering the pack, trying to score points. Nice recycling being done by Louisville, really keeping, who is that? Carrie A. Glock did a great job there with really keeping that jammer held, as Smack Harlow is scoring some points here and entering the pack on their second scoring pass, as Rory, I think, is still getting stuck up in that pack. So great job from Louisville there. There was a star pass, and Chad will now be the jammer of record for Rock, as Smack Harlow making it through on one leg has to get past one more blocker. Does so and calls the jam, but not before scoring 4 more points. I think that's a total of 8 points for Louisville to 0 of Rock. So Louisville really trying to turn things around a little bit and have some pretty strong jams of their own. I did see somebody's arms go up at some point, being upset of a penalty not being called on someone, but I wasn't able to see what was happening there. Louisville worked real hard in that jam, but they also worked hard enough that it looks like 2 of their blockers are going to start this next jam in the penalty box. So there will only be 2 blockers out there blocking Bettlescar of Rock, who will quickly get through those 2 jammers to establish themselves as lead jammer. On Louisville side, Phoenix will be jamming for Louisville, getting recycled to the back. And Bettlescar is getting stuck as they come in on their first scoring pass, while Phoenix is able to get out of the pack and will be coming around on their first scoring pass. Bettlescar deciding to call the jam before Louisville can come around and score, before Rock can come around and score any more points. All right, for our next jam, we have Newcomb jamming for Roller Derby Central Kentucky and Descriptive Vixen for Louisville. A penalty being quickly called on a blocker from Louisville as Newcomb comes out to establish themselves as lead jammer. Great offense from Louisville to try and help their jammer out. Getting Descriptive Vixen trying to find that space as Newcomb comes through the pack to score 4 points. Descriptive Vixen has passed the star to the pivot, so Sweet Revenge will now be the jammer, but doesn't even have enough time to put that star on their head before the jam is called. Not able to score any points in that. Thanks, Aaron. That's my partner and husband and technical guy, Sirius Lee, who is he's got all this fancy equipment that he does all this camera stuff with, and we have voluntold one of our kids to be on the stream, and one of the partners of our Cornfed skaters is on the other camera, who was also voluntold. I guess we volunteer kids and partners sometimes to help us to get a good stream, so thanks to them. Rory Kilmore as the jammer for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Harlot O'Hara will be jamming for Louisville. Rory, I love that derby name. That's amazing. Rory will be the lead jammer for Rock and is now on a scoring pass. Block penalty called on a Louisville player who will be headed to the box, and I also see a pivot for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky headed to the box. Rory coming around on a scoring pass. Harlot O'Hara, I think, is still stuck in the pack trying to find that space. Is Rory, okay, Rory is through. Is Harlot in the box? Is that okay? That's why. That's why I only see one jammer out there, because Harlot was sent to the box but is standing, so will be coming out in just right now. Rory calling it before Louisville can score any points as they come out of the box. So since Louisville was able to get out of the box at the end of that last jam, we will start the next jam with what looks like, I'm looking at the box and I don't see anybody sitting in it, so they will be coming out. Everybody, we should have 4 blockers from each team and 2 jammers to start this next jam. We have less than 10 minutes left in this half, and we will be taking a 15-minute break in between games. So we have games every 2 hours today. So this game started at 8. We'll have another game at 10, 12, 2, 4, and then 8 o'clock will be our last game tonight. Oh, did I skip 6 o'clock? Ugh, math. I need a refill on my coffee. I hope somebody in the building is listening to this stream and hears me. Anyway, we hope you stick around today for a full day of Derby. Should be a really fun day. And then whoever loses this game will play again later today. They will play at 8 p.m. tonight. So one of these teams will play again tonight in our last game. And the winner of today's game will go into... They will also play again. I'll find out in a minute. Let me tell you about what's happening right now. Battlescar is your lead jammer, and Smack Harlow, coming out right behind them, will be sent to the penalty box. So Battlescar will have an opportunity for 30 seconds of one jammer only action. Has scored 4 points. Will try to score some more before Smack Harlow is able to get out of that penalty box. Sees some space on the inside line, attempts to make an apex jump, is thwarted, and has to recycle and try again. Louisville really working hard to hold her. What happens when this pack starts getting stretched out is blockers have to kind of drop back when the pack gets stretched out, because you can be far away from your friends, but you can't be too far away from your friends, or the referees will say no pack, and then somebody has to hold what's called a bridge. Smack Harlow coming in to the pack, and Battlescar noticing and saying, we're just going to call it so that you can't score any points. So Roller Derby Central Kentucky was able to score 8 points there and to keep Louisville scoreless. So let's see. The winner of this game, they will also play again today. So the winner of this game will play again at 4 o'clock, And so both teams here are going to have 2 games today. So one of these teams will play again at 4, and one will play again at 8. And I'm pretty excited about the game at 8 because that, I think, will be the first game of the Aw Shucks bracket, which I had fun coming up with that name since this is a corn-themed tournament, and it's only appropriate. And you know what? You might not win the game, but I think you win at life if you get to be in the Aw Shucks bracket. So Newcomb establishing themselves as lead jammer, and Dingo Kate, my baby, love it, for Louisville Roller Derby will be, and getting out of the pack as well. So Newcomb on their first scoring pass sees that Dingo got out of the pack and calls the jam before any points can be scored. And if you want to stick around for more Derby, I know we've got a few of Kentucky fans here, but if you want to see some Indiana players, they will be playing again at 10. They will be playing their first game at 10 o'clock. We will be seeing Circle City Roller Derby and South Bend Roller Derby play each other after this game. All right, Jam Beasley jamming for Roller Derby Central Kentucky, and Phoenix jamming for Louisville Roller Derby. Both jammers getting stuck in the pack a little bit this time. One of the most slow-moving packs I've seen so far this game. Jam getting pushed to the inside. Phoenix trying to find space on the outside, just has to get past one more skater who's saying, come help me, we need more of us. So now has to get past 3 skaters getting pushed to the inside. Jam trying to push straight up the middle, trying to find that space. I don't think a lead jammer... Oh, there we go. Lead jammer established. Ooh, that was... Okay, so Jam Beasley established themselves as lead jammer, but then got pushed to the outside, so is being forced to recycle. So even though Jam is lead jammer, Phoenix is now out of the pack and coming around on a scoring pass. So Jam decides to call the jam. Oh, that was fun to say. That was really, really great play by both teams there. It took until turn 3 to establish a lead jammer, and I think we've had one established by turn 1 almost every single jam. So great work by both teams. Battlescar will be jamming for Kentucky. They're both Kentucky. For Rock. And Descriptive Vixen will be jamming for Louisville. Battlescar coming out to the front, needs to find some space on the inside, is able to do so to get around Dave and Buster. Louisville coming around to try and help the Descriptive Vixen get out. Dave and Buster looks like took the star and will be jamming for Louisville as Battlescar is coming in to try and score some points. Dave and Buster out, and Battlescar is out. Let's see if Battlescar is going to call the jam or if she's going to let this go. A little bit of jammer on jammer pushing there. Battlescar decides to call the jam before Dave and Buster can score any points. Score is 151-29, and we have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. So we've probably got a couple more jams here before we go to a 15-minute timeout. Looked like we were going to start, but now we're not going to start because we started with too many jammers. Something happened. I don't know what happened. Someone's coming to tell me what happened. So head ref is now Richie Cranium, and we have a new jam ref as well. So it looks like there might have been a switch of refs that happened there.
Your request was heard for coffee.
Oh, someone just came to offer me coffee. That's just amazing. We will pause shortly while I will discuss my coffee order with someone. Oh my God, you're amazing. Do you have coffee? So funny. I can give you my Starbucks. Oh, you can't give me my phone? Thank you so much. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. What do I want? Actually, I would just like another one of these. What is it? It's a shaken grande iced blonde. I'll write it down.
Yeah, right.
I can't think right now. How about just a vanilla latte?
Okay.
Call it good.
What size?
Grande.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for your patience while I ordered a coffee. Thank you so much to Cornfed for. I guess they were listening to the stream, and they're gonna bring me some coffee. So thank you so much. That's very sweet. That was a very short jam there that happened. Doesn't look like any points were scored. On this tournament day, I am noticing, too, that our beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana, Delaware County Fairgrounds building is starting to fill up. So we started the Derby action at 8, but we are definitely getting a crowd here to enjoy the Derby action of the day. So if you are local to Muncie, don't hesitate to come on out and enjoy some of this great roller derby on this nice day. Jam Beasley will be jamming for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Smack Harlow for Louisville Roller Derby. A Louisville skater looks like getting sent to the penalty box. Jam is trying to pull that pack out, finding some space on the inside line to establish themselves as lead jammer. Smack Harlow, I think, is Smack Harlow in the penalty box? I can't see from here. Nope, she's right behind her. But the jam gets called anyway, and nobody is able to score any points. We have 2 minutes left in this period, so we'll be having probably at least one more jam, maybe two, before we take a short break. Battlescar jamming for Rock and Phoenix for Louisville. Both jammers getting stuck. Battlescar just trying to push, finding some space on the outside, tiptoes around the outside to establish themselves as lead jammer. Phoenix did not pass the star and finds a space and decides to just run up the outside line, while Battlescar does a beautiful apex jump on the inside line, has a little bit of a stumble, recovers well, and calls off the jam before Louisville can come around and score any points. With 50 seconds left, we will have enough time to start one more jam. So we will have one more jam before a quick 15-minute break. We do have a digital program for this tournament. So if you have a chance to go to any of Cornfed's social media, you'll be able to find the information on the digital program. You at home can even vote for your fan favorite online. So any skater that gets the most votes, they will be receiving an award at the end of the tournament. So don't hesitate to go look at our digital program and vote for your fan favorite. Newcomb establishing themselves as lead jammer in this last jam of the half, as Descriptive Vixen has passed the star to Dave and Buster, who will now be the jammer for Louisville. Nuke coming through, has to get past one more skater to score 4 points. Thinks about calling the jam, decides to call the jam before Dave and Buster is able to get through. So we will now be going to halftime. All right, so we will be back in just a little bit. I'm going to have some coffee. I hope you enjoy your coffee with me. We'll have coffee together and meet up again in 15 minutes. All right, welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us just after halftime of our first game of the tournament, Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, Rock versus Louisville Roller Derby. We've been having a great morning so far, filled with coffee and talks about time zones and a little bit of math and some pretty good roller derby. So we will be finishing up this second half of this first game. The winner of this game will go into the winner's bracket and will play again at 4 p.m. And the loser of this game will go into our Aw Shucks bracket and will play again at 8 p.m. tonight. So we've been watching some really great roller derby today from these two fantastic teams who have come all the way from Kentucky, which we have learned is in 2 different time zones, to play here in beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana. With that being said, let's get back to the action. I also now have my corn jokes ready, so I will be able to fill any silences we have with some great corn jokes. With that being said, we have got Battlescar for Rock and Harlot O'Hara jamming for Louisville. Battlescar establishing themselves as lead jammer. Harlot O'Hara behind, coming out. Battlescar coming around on their first scoring pass, swooping to the outside, swooping to the inside, finding their way through. Harlot O'Hara also looking to score, but the jam is called before she's able to do so. Where's the scoreboard? Oh. We also now have a third live camera person. So we have Mark on one camera. We've got one of the Derby Date Night children, OMG, LOL's at home. OMG's on our second camera. And we have got Preston on our third camera, who you may have seen featured on one of our Instagram posts advertising this game or this tournament. Smack Harlow establishing herself as lead jammer. Newcomb is jamming for Rock. Newcomb out quickly behind Smack Harlow. Smack Harlow approaching the pack, trying to get through. Decides to call the jam, but not before scoring at least a couple points. 3 points. Able to keep Rock scoreless on that jam. Rory Kilmore will be jamming for Rock, and Phoenix will be jamming for Louisville. Phoenix quickly finding their way through to establish themselves as lead jammer. Rory Kilmore taking a huge hit from Shelnita Crutch of Louisville. Rory Kilmore pushing, trying to find that space as Phoenix approaches the pack on their first scoring jam, being forced to recycle to the back. Rory trying to stretch that pack out to the front, has to get past a couple blockers who need to let her through because that pack got a little too stretched out. So Rory will be coming around on their first scoring pass as Phoenix gets through to be able to score those 4 points, deciding to call it. To try and keep Rock from scoring any points. Let's see, were they able to steal any points there? They were. They were able to steal 4 points there. So that was an even jam with both teams scoring 4 points. Oh, stay consistent. Love that one. These puns are fabulous. Their walls are corncrete and they are consistent. Great job, Andy. Great jokes. All right, Battlescar for Rock and Descriptive Vixen for Louisville. Battlescar quickly establishing themselves as lead jammer. Descriptive Vixen trying to find some space. Getting pushed to the outside. They're bringing her back to recycle. Battlescar approaching the pack, but is called on a penalty. Looks like that might have been a track cut, so Battlescar will lose lead jammer status as Descriptive Vixen has passed the star to Dave and Buster, which means there will be no lead jammer for this jam. And it is going to go a full 2 minutes. So there's almost a minute and a half in this jam that Dave and Buster will have no one to pass to because they started this jam as the pivot. So Dave and Buster's going to go this whole jam. Don't know if they realize that at this point, but they will by the end of the jam as Battlescar is standing. So we'll be re-entering this pack shortly. Let's see if Dave and Buster can get a few more points. Oh, really great spin and attempt to get through on the inside, but is forced back as Battlescar re-engages with the pack and is coming in. I think Battlescar was called on that penalty before they made it through their initial, so they did not score any points for that round through, but will score points as they come around again. I think, did Dave and Buster end up going to the penalty? But yeah, when Dave and Buster fell, I believe they were called on a low block, so they were sent to the penalty box for 30 seconds. So now Battlescar will have an opportunity to try and score some points as they are stretching that pack out and getting through. Battlescar, I believe, is standing at this point and will be coming, or not Battlescar, Dave and Buster is standing and will be coming back into the pack, or they are back in the pack. And the coffee is on its way, I promise. Someone told me that it's coming, and it's so appreciated. Takes a minute for my derby brain to get going to be able to announce this. Regardless, that jam ended. Rock was able to score 12 points to Louisville's 6. Louisville currently has my favorite number as their score, 42, the answer to life, the universe, and absolutely everything. Also my former derby number, so shout out to all of you 42s out there. One of the best derby numbers ever. I'm not biased. Newcomb jamming for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Harlot O'Hara jamming for Louisville. Newcomb quickly establishing themselves as lead jammer. Harlot has passed the star to Sweet Revenge, who with a beautiful little spin on the inside will be able to get out of that pack as Newcomb comes in to score 4 points. There's a penalty called on, looks like a Louisville blocker will be headed to the box. And that jam is called before Sweet Revenge can score any points. Always sad for a pivot who takes a star pass when you get so close to the pack to be able to steal some of those points and the jammer calls the jam before you are able to. Oh, thank you so much. I just got the coffee that I didn't even realize would be brought to me. So thanks again to our corn friends from Cornfed for keeping me caffeinated throughout the day. I appreciate it so much. And for those who are interested, I am having a vanilla latte. Basic, simple, but delicious. It's a tradition, and it's classic for a reason. Jam Beasley jamming for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Smack Harlow jamming for Louisville. Smack getting pushed to the outside, being forced to recycle. Jam Beasley really trying to push through this strong tripod of Louisville blockers, just trying to go straight up the middle. While that's happening, Smack Harlow finds space on the inside and is able to get through to establish themselves as lead jammer. Jam Beasley getting out quickly behind and will be chasing down Smack Harlow. So Smack Harlow getting into that pack, scoring some points, gets through for 4 points. Jam Beasley is now being sent to the penalty box, so this is a great opportunity for Louisville to score some points here with a power jam. So they will have 30 seconds. Ooh, Smack Harlow getting through for all 4 points, but takes a bit of a spill at the end of that jam, is able to recover and keep on going. As Smack Harlow comes around, what's going to be happening here is Rock will be figuring out how to best block, but Louisville will be trying to provide some offense, which was done very nicely there by number 40 on Louisville. That was Carrie A. Glock doing some great offensive work to help Smack Harlow with an 8-point jam, bringing Louisville to 50. So for the first time in this game, great job. Sarah M. agrees that 42 is absolutely And it is the answer to life, the universe, and absolutely everything. Funny story, when I was in high school, I was on Knowledge Bowl. Probably no surprise to you guys. Maybe they didn't ask very many math or geography questions, but there was a math question answered. I had no idea what the answer was, and so I guessed 42, and it was right, and it was an amazing moment, and I still remember it. And it's been a long time since I was in high school. As I was telling that unrelated story, Harlot O'Hara was able to establish herself as lead jammer and get through for lead. We've got Jam Beasley for Rock, who's still a little bit stuck in that pack. As Harlot comes through with a beautiful little spin to score those 4 points, and is really excited about that and saying, let's keep running this jam. We're just going to let it keep going as Jam is continuing to be a little bit stuck in that pack. Louisville doing their best to hold Jam as best as they can. The pivot for Rock coming in to try and help Jam get through. Everybody's a little bit mixed up in there. Harlot O'Hara getting through, coming out. Chad is now the jammer for Rock as the star has been passed. So the pivot will now be scoring, hopefully scoring points for Rock. Harlot O'Hara continuing to run this jam as Chad comes through to try and steal some points before the jam gets called. And a well-earned 1 point there for Chad, the pivot. I love it when pivots get points. Always makes me happy to see. All right, a timeout has been called. It looks like an official timeout has been called. So that's usually, it doesn't look like they're talking too much, so that's probably track repair. We need to keep our track nice and safe and make sure that, that things are going the way they're supposed to. But I don't see anybody doing track repair, so maybe they are discussing something. Who knows? With that being said, I want to remind you that today is a day one of a tournament. So we will be here all day today and all day tomorrow. We will have games at every 2 hours. So our first game is this one, which started at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We will also have games at 10, 12, 2, 4, 6, and 8 o'clock. Not sure we can keep the amazing camera work and all the support we have from these great camera people. We will try our best. We really appreciate having live cam ops, as we really feel that helps the stream be as clear and crisp as it can for you all. But we hope that you join us for more roller derby throughout the day, and then tomorrow we've got 2 brackets. So the winner of this game will go on to the tournament, to the championship bracket, and they will play again at 4 o'clock. The loser of this game will go on to the Aw Shucks bracket, and they will play at 8 o'clock tonight. In the meantime, while these two teams will be recovering from this great, well-fought battle between these 2 Kentucky teams, we will, at 10 o'clock, be having 2 Indiana teams play each other, Circle City and South Bend. So stick around today. We'll be live all day. Come in and enjoy the corn puns and stay for the roller derby. Battlescar establishing themselves as lead jammer with a quick little hop, and Phoenix will be jamming for Louisville, finding some space on the outside to come out and try and chase Battlescar down. Battlescar entering the pack, trying to get through on the inside, is forced to recycle and will be calling the jam before Louisville can come through and score any points. She still tried and was hoping maybe she got one, but unfortunately she wasn't able to steal any points that time. While we wait for this next jam to start, please don't forget to like us on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. You can find us on Derby Date Night. We do travel, and we will be doing more games throughout the summer, and maybe even into the fall, depending upon who's playing in the fall. But we want to keep consistently bringing you great roller derby here in the Midwest. Newcomb jamming for Roller Derby Central Kentucky and establishing themselves as lead jammer. Descriptive Vixen will be jamming for Louisville Roller Derby. Needs to just get past that pivot. Chad with a big hit, but was not able to push Descriptive Vixen out, so they were able to get through. Newcomb entering the pack on a scoring pass, getting a little bit tangled up, looking for some offensive help, doing a little bit of a spin, calls the jam. I think she got all 4 points there and was able to call the jam before Louisville was able to score any of their own. Nope, looks like she only got 3 before that jam was called. You get a point for the hips of every person who you pass. So it's really important to make sure that you've got those hips moving forward and paying attention to where all 4 of those blockers are when you are deciding when to call the jam. All right, Rory Kilmore for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky and Smack Harlow for Louisville Roller Derby. Rory getting pushed to the outside. Smack Harlow taking the approach of trying to go straight up the middle. Very slow packs here. Smack Harlow getting recycled to the back. Rory trying to find that space on the outside. Has to get past one more Louisville blocker who's doing a great job with very wonderful spinning defense. Fantastic job there. That was Casey DC doing some beautiful, beautiful defense there on Rory Kilmore, who was able to get out. It looks like they are not only lead jammer, they also are the only jammer, as Smack Harlow is currently sitting in the penalty box. So Rory Kilmore has a power jam here and has just scored 4 points. We'll be trying to see if they can score another 4 more before Smack Harlow comes out of the penalty box. As Rory approaches the pack, Smack Harlow is released from the penalty box and will be coming around to try and score some points. Rory calling the jam before Louisville can score any points. Thanks, Sarah. We appreciate the compliment. We really enjoy doing what we do, and we really just want to bring roller derby to as many people as we can and hopefully help make it a little fun and exciting and something fun for you to watch at home if you can't make it in person. If you can, and you happen to be in Muncie, Indiana, we've got a great crowd here. The venue is definitely filling up. We have a silent auction happening, and we've also got some voting happening for fan favorite all weekend long, which you can also do online. Battlescar establishing themselves as lead jammer. Harlot O'Hara is jamming for Louisville, trying to find some space on the outside. Beautiful one-footed spin, and that is a pivot who just took the star. So that is actually Sweet Revenge with that fantastic one-footed glide to get through. I really wish that maybe Rock would have waited a little bit longer to call that jam so that she could have just had a couple points for that beautiful one-footed glide. 194 for Rock and 0 for Louisville. Rock getting close to that 200 mark. I feel like I should do something fun every time a team hits 100 points. So when they get to 100, do something fun. When they get to a 200, I just don't know what. And I'm not going to be drinking. This stream is already off the rails enough. I'm only going to be drinking coffee. With that is an official timeout for track repair. We have so many officials who really help. We can't do roller derby without these officials. We have, as you can see, we've got our beautiful dazzle of zebras, all of our wonderful referees. But we've also got a bunch of people here who you'll see in black shirts, and they are our NSOs, our non-skating officials. So not only do we have all of these referees, we also have all these non-skating officials, and we can't have a roller derby game without these people, and we really appreciate them taking time out of their weekend to be able to help us out, and really it takes all of us to make roller derby happen. It's not just the players, it's also all of our volunteers and officials. While I was saying that, beautiful run up the inside line by Phoenix to establish themselves as lead jammer. Newcomb is the other jammer for Rock, and Phoenix is able to call the jam before Newcomb is able to come through and score. $61 for Louisville Roller Derby to Roller Derby of Central Kentucky's 194. We've got about 13 minutes left in this game, and we'll be taking a short break before we go to another game at 10 o'clock. Circle City versus South Bend. Jam Beasley jamming for Roller Derby Central Kentucky, and Descriptive Vixen jamming for Louisville. Jam Beasley just sneaking right up that outside line to be able to establish themselves as lead jammer. Descriptive Vixen taking that star off, looking for a pivot to pass to, trying to get and a very, very successful star pass to Sweet Revenge, who will now be the jammer for Louisville as Jam comes in to try and score some points, gets through for those 4 points and calls the jam before Sweet Revenge can come in and score any points of their own. All right, Rock, you are at 198 to Louisville's 61, so getting close to that 200 mark. You got 12 minutes to try and break that. Battlescar jamming for Roller Derby Central Kentucky. Smack Harlow for Louisville Roller Derby. Both of them getting out very quickly. Battlescar getting out just a little quicker to establish themselves as lead jammer. Both jammers racing. Battlescar calling the jam before I think either one of them can score any points. Louisville was very excited about that as she really raced to make sure to see, like, you know what, I might not be lead jammer, but if I can go fast enough, maybe I can make you call this before you're able to score any points. So Louisville definitely doing a good strategic job with that one. But Roller Derby Rock did score 2 points there, which is enough to bring them to that 200 mark. So, okay, that's what I'm going to do. We've hit 200, which means it is time for a corn joke. So, we celebrate hitting 200 with a corn joke. Learning a new language, it requires a lot of concentration. Congratulations on your 200 points and your corn joke. Newcomb jamming for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Sweet Revenge for Louisville Roller Derby. Sweet Revenge getting through there for 4 points, as Newcomb is currently sitting in the penalty box. So Sweet Revenge has a really great opportunity here to score as many points as they can before Newcomb gets out of that penalty box. Sweet Revenge getting a little bit of offensive help from one of her blockers, getting pushed to the inside, pushed to the outside, takes a little bit of a fall. There's a no pack, though, and they have to let her go. So that is another 4 points for Sweet Revenge, as Newcomb is now standing in the penalty box. Newcomb is out of the penalty box, and Sweet Revenge is getting pushed to the outside. Forced to recycle, still trying to get through. Newcomb is now coming through. I do not believe this is a scoring pass because Newcomb did not establish that initial pass when they were sent to the box. So Newcomb coming around now on a scoring pass and will score a point for every person's hip that they pass. Sweet Revenge really working hard here to try and get out of this pack, getting stuck for the first time, getting out, able to get through for another 4 points. Newcomb seeing some space on the outside, takes a big hit from Harlot O'Hara. Sweet Revenge coming around, looking for, trying to find some space, getting some offensive help from Harlot as well. Newcomb coming around, continuing to try and score points, breaks up a tripod of blockers to be able to get through for those points. Sweet Revenge following with 4 points of their own. Newcomb coming around again, breaking right through that tripod to score another 4 points. Big scoring on both teams for that one. Louisville was able to score 20 points, bringing them above 80, and Rock at 212. We've got less than 10 minutes left in this game. It's been great spending some time with you all here this morning. I hope that I'm on my second coffee, so I hope that you've been enjoying your coffee as well. As we pause for this official timeout, we will wait for the referees to talk about something, and they may or may not come over and tell me what they've been talking about. So they're definitely reviewing something that happened in that last jam. I also noticed that there is a pivot from Rock in the box, as well as a blocker from Louisville. So Like I've told you before, sometimes, usually these chats are something about something that happened with a jammer, but not always. Sometimes we're looking at the blockers too. In terms of Louisville Roller Derby, they were originally called Derby City Roller Girls. They started as a small group of passionate people who really wanted to bring the sport and art of roller derby to the Louisville community. In 2009, they became WIFTA members and have continued to grow over the years. In 2015, they became a nonprofit organization, and then they rebranded in 2022 and changed their name to Louisville Roller Derby, and also had a new logo, which you can see on all of their socials. So that is a little bit about Louisville Roller Derby. Rock is also a 501c3 business, and they... Let's see, some fun facts about Rock. 2 skaters still remain on Rock from the original team from 2007, Kitty O'Doom and Ragdoll. They also currently have a new practice space. We're going to be pausing briefly for an injury. When we pause for an injury, I oftentimes do not talk, so we'll be just pausing real quickly for an injury, and we'll be back shortly. All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience while we paused for an injury timeout. The skater was able to leave on their own, and I think we'll be headed to get a little bit of medical attention. It looked like an ankle injury for one of the Louisville skaters. So thank you for your patience. We should be returning to derby shortly. Sometimes injuries do happen in the world of roller derby, which is why we always have at least 2 medics on the track who are there to support and help our skaters incredibly quickly. Within seconds of an injury happening, we've got a team that can come and help our skaters out, and we really appreciate them for everything that they do. It may be a few minutes before we get started because we were down for over 10 minutes. You'll notice we've got some refs that are kind of warming up again on the track. Having this long of a break, your body gets going with derby, and you've got the adrenaline going. You're physically like in a space where you're ready to play, and then everything stops for a few minutes. And sometimes that can be a little bit hard to come back from. It's almost like a second halftime. So with that being said, I'm sure the teams will be kind of resetting themselves, and we'll be getting back to the derby action in a few minutes. And since I was in the middle of telling you all about I told you a little bit about Louisville, but I would like to tell you also a little bit about Rock. So Rock is, let's see, they are a registered nonprofit 501(c) business. They give time and money to several local charities in central Kentucky. So they are oftentimes in the community and doing lots of things to help out their local community. They also really give time and money to keep Rock alive and thriving. And they are not only skaters, but they are volunteers and owners of their own league. And they do everything they can to really help give back to the community and promote roller derby within central Kentucky. And we are about to get back started. Looks like we're going to be doing a little bit of warming up for everybody just to get the what was it I said in one of our very first live streams? Your not your sea legs. I think I called them sailor feet. So everyone is getting their sailor feet back under them as they just warm back up for this last 9 minutes of this game. So we will be returning to the action shortly. While we wait for that to happen, let me remind you that this is a tournament weekend. This is only game 1. We are going to have 11 more games over these 2 days, and you already know my streams are a little bit unhinged, so imagine what things I might say tomorrow by the time we get to the championship game. This is going to be a very fun weekend. With that being said, our next game will be starting around 10 a.m. with 2 teams from Indiana, Circle City Roller Derby and South Bend Roller Derby. At 12 o'clock, we have Lansing Roller Derby playing the home team and host of this tournament, Cornfed Roller Derby. And then at 2 o'clock, we have Chicago-style Roller Derby and Cape Girardeau. Is that what we decided? I practiced saying Girardeau multiple times this week. Girardeau, right? Is that what we decided? Okay, Cape Girardeau Roller Derby. I'm going to have it perfected by the end of this weekend, I promise. And then at 4 o'clock, the winner of this game will be playing the winner of our third game. And then at 6 o'clock, the winner of game 2 will be playing the winner of game 4. And at 8 o'clock, the loser of this game will be playing the loser of game 3. And then we return to action again tomorrow. So what's really neat about this tournament, too, is we've got 8 teams. The seeding was determined at random draw. So we really don't know. Like there is a seed 1 all the way to a seed 8, but they weren't necessarily placed there based on their rankings. They were literally drawn out of a hat. And so these first 4 games are really going to be establishing who is able to win. I mean, really, it's anybody's game in these first 4 games. After these first 4, everybody will have a little bit more of a sense of each other, I think, and we'll be able to predict a little bit better kind of where people are standing. But especially with the big shutdown for COVID, teams are really just reestablishing themselves. Even Flat Track Stats, which is a site where you can oftentimes go to see how a team is doing. It's not the most accurate right now coming out of COVID because teams that maybe were really highly ranked before or not so highly ranked. Some of them came back stronger than others. And so we're still really in this reestablishing, rebuilding phase. And so this tournament is really anybody's game this weekend. And I'm really excited to see how these first 4 games go. And I have no idea who's going to be the winner of this Cornament of Champions. I think we all win because we get to talk about corn all weekend and make corn puns and have just a corntastic good time. But there will be a winner at the end. Also, we do have an online program. So if you go to any of Cornfed's social media sites, you can find the digital program where you at home can also vote for a fan favorite. So one skater from each team will be chosen as a fan favorite for their team. So if you have a favorite, don't forget to go and vote for them as fan favorite. If you can find the digital program, you should be able to make that vote. And thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate that you like the announcing, and hopefully you'll still like it after the end of the weekend by the time I have announced 12 games, because we'll see how I'm doing by then. Okay, I think we're getting close to getting back to the action. Do not forget to like and follow us on all of our streaming platforms. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and what's the third one? YouTube, where you're watching us right now. I clearly need to continue to drink my coffee. So with that being said, we are going to get started again. There's a penalty being called on Rock, so the jammer from Rock will be headed to the penalty box. That is Bettelskar. Descriptivixen for Louisville will have a power jam. They have not established themselves as lead jammer. They will need to get out of this pack and pass all 4 blockers from Rock in order to do so. Let's see if she is able to do that. Pushing as hard as she can, really trying to get through on that third turn here. Very strong blocking from Rock. Really, they're working hard to focus and to keep that tripod strong so that she can't take advantage of this power jam. Bettelskar is, I think, out of the box and has come back in. Coming out of the box, trying to get through, is able to get through, is not lead jammer because she was sent to the box, I think maybe even after establishing herself as lead jammer. Descriptivixen still pushing, still trying to get through, has taken off that jammer star, but I don't see a pivot ready to take that. She's coming up to provide that assistance and that help. But since that star has come off her head, she will not be able to establish herself as lead jammer. So this jam will go the full 2 minutes. As Bettelskar is coming around on a scoring pass, the star has been passed to the pivot. Casey DC will now be the jammer for Louisville and will be coming around on her first scoring pass. Takes a little tumble as she is approaching the pack. And that jam will end. Newcomb will be jamming for Rock, and Smack Harlow will be jamming for Louisville for this jam. We've got a little bit over 5 minutes left, so probably about 3 to 4 more jams left in this game. Smack Harlow getting out as lead jammer. Beautiful little spin on the outside. So even though she's not lead jammer, Newcomb is out and trying to approach the pack. Smack Harlow takes a huge out-of-bound hit from the pivot at Rock. Smack Harlow calling the jam, trying to keep Newcomb from scoring any points. But Newcomb was able to steal a few points before that jam was called. Looks like 3 points for Rock was scored in that jam, but not before the pivot was sent to the box. The pivot is joining a Louisville blocker who is already in the box. So this next jam will start with 3 blockers from each team on the line. And I believe we have both jammers lining up. Jam Beasley jamming for Rock and Harlot O'Hara for Louisville. This jam starting off slow. Both teams of blockers doing a great job with their tripods. Jam Beasley able to break apart that tripod to get out and come around to come in on her first scoring pass. Harlot O'Hara passing the star to, nope, not passing the star, just taking it off, but not needing it. Jam Beasley on the first scoring pass coming through for 4 points, calling the jam before Scarlett O'Hara can come through to score any points. So a quick 4 points and calling that jam before we get reset for another one. All right, we're at a score of 225 to 83, a little bit over 4 minutes left in this game. I've really enjoyed interacting with all of you in the chat. I love all the love for these two Kentucky teams, and I hope you stick around today to continue to watch more Derby as the day goes on. Battlescar jamming for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, and Phoenix is jamming for Louisville. Battlescar finding some space to run up the middle to establish themselves as lead jammer. Phoenix getting pushed to the outside is being forced to recycle as Battlescar enters the pack on their first scoring pass. Phoenix trying to find some space, is not able to, and is pushed to the inside and is going to be making that attempt again. Battlescar getting a little bit tangled up in the pack here. Finding that space on the inside with a little spin is scoring those 4 points. The Louisville team looking to see if they can provide any offensive help to Phoenix. They are able to do so, and Phoenix finds that space on the inside. Battlescar is approaching the pack on their second scoring pass. Sweeping around on the outside, takes a big hit, decides to call the jam before Louisville can score any points. Again, if you're here watching your favorite Kentucky team, both of these teams will be playing again today. The winner of this game will be playing again at 4 o'clock in Game 5. They'll be playing the winner of Game 3. So if you are a fan, you might want to watch Game 3 to see their opponent play in their game. And the loser of this game will play again tonight at 8, and they will play the loser of Game 3. So Game 3 is a good one for all of you fans to watch because they will be playing one of the teams from that game in their second game today. Newcomb taking a little bit of a hit to the outside, almost established themselves as lead jammer, but was forced to go back. Descriptive Vixen also getting a little stuck up behind a very strong pack of blockers. Both jammers trying to find space. Both teams are really focused on defense only right now. As I see a pivot from Rock headed to the box, Descriptive Vixen finds that space and is able to get out as lead jammer. Newcomb finding some space on the outside, getting through as well. So Descriptive Vixen approaching the pack is going to try and score some points before Newcomb is able to get through. Does so, calls the jam. Newcomb scores 0, and Louisville is able to score 4. All right, 2 minutes left in this game. So we may have one jam left. We may have 2. Depends on how quickly this next jam goes. But I do hope that you all stick around to watch more roller derby throughout the day and tomorrow as well. I'm hoping I see you all again at least at 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock to see these teams play again today. Beautiful run up the inside line by Smack Harlow to very quickly establish lead jammer. Multi-pass jamming for the first time today for Roller Derby Central Kentucky. Getting out as well. Smack Harlow approaching the pack on her first scoring pass, trying to find that space. Finding it on the outside line. One blocker to get past. She gets past. Multi-pass attempting to do a little apex jump is unsuccessful. And the jam is called, which means we get one more jam in this game. I've loved hearing all of your corn jokes today. Thanks for your support as I make it through my first 2 cups of coffee of the day. We are taking a little bit of a timeout. It looks like one of the teams is taking a timeout. Louisville is only 10 points away from hitting their 100, which would equal another corn joke. So if they can score 10 more points, that means you all get another corn joke. Greg, thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate it. We do this because we love it and because we love roller derby, and that just makes my heart happy. So thank you, and I really appreciate all of you and your engagement in the chat as well. We just have a great time here, and we hope you do too. And we will also be playing more derby very shortly. The next game is supposed to start at 10 o'clock. I'm guessing it might not start right at 10 because that's only like 8 minutes away. But Circle City Roller Derby from Indianapolis, Indiana will be playing South Bend Roller Derby. No shocker, they're from South Bend, Indiana. And we hope you stick around to watch these two Indiana teams play. All right, crowd is getting wild and excited just about the end of this game. This has been a great game to watch, a great game to announce. Battlescar establishing herself as lead jammer very quickly here. Harlot O'Hara trying to push her way through, does so, and will be trying to score some points here in what may be the last jam. Battlescar getting through untouched for 4 points. Harlot O'Hara approaching the pack. The pack is resetting, getting ready for defense with a full pack of 4 focused only on defense. Battlescar has only one Louisville skater to get past and is able to do so easily for another 4 points. Harlot O'Hara trying to ask for some offensive help, hoping that she can find some space here as some Louisville skaters come in from the box to start to help Harlot, and they are able to do so. So she gets through on the outside while Battlescar was able to get through for another 4 points. Harlot is continuing to skate. Looks like Battlescar is not planning on calling this jam off, which means this will be the last jam of this game. It's been a joy just watching these skaters skate, and they have done such a fabulous job. Battlescar through for another 4 points and decides to call the jam after the time clock has run out, which means that is our unofficial end of game with a score of 248 to 95. Which means that Roller Derby of Central Kentucky will go on to play their next game at 4 o'clock today. They will be playing the winner of Game 3. Louisville will be playing again today at 8 o'clock, and they will be playing the loser of Game 3. So stick around, 4 o'clock for Roller Derby of Central Kentucky and 8 o'clock for Louisville Roller Derby. But right now, sometime close to 10 o'clock, I'm guessing it will not be 10 o'clock because these teams are going to need to warm up, but we will be rejoining the stream again with a game of Circle City against South Bend. And we really enjoyed spending time with you, and we hope we see you again later today or tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be right back. welcome to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. We are excited to bring you the second game in a full weekend of a Smalltown Smackdown Tournament right here in beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana. We just finished a game between two Kentucky teams, Roller Derby of Central Kentucky, Rock, and Louisville Roller Derby. Rock was able to win that game, and we'll be moving on in our championship bracket later today at 4 o'clock. Louisville will be entering our Aw Shucks bracket, so they will be playing again tonight at 8 o'clock. But right now, you are joining us for Circle City Roller Derby and South Bend Roller Derby, both from Indiana. Circle City is from Indianapolis, Indiana, and South Bend is from, big shocker, South Bend, Indiana. So this is the first game for both of these teams in this tournament. So it is anybody's guess as to which team is going to come out victorious, but I'm excited to be here with you today. My name is Aria Kidding Me, and I'm here with my husband and partner, Sirius Lee, who is doing all of the technical things to make all of this happen. We've also got three amazing camera people. One of our kids, OMG, is on one of our cameras. Another one of our Children of the Corn, Preston, is on camera 2. And one of our skaters' partners is on camera 3, Mark. And we really appreciate all of our camera people for helping us bring you a wonderful stream. As the game begins, Lego Blocks is jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Candace Mansfield is jamming for South Bend. Candace finding some space to get out on one foot to establish herself as lead jammer. Lego Blocks coming out shortly behind will be trying to catch Candace before Candace calls the jam. Candace making it through the pack to get 4 points and calls the jam before Circle City can score any points, bringing South Bend into an early lead of 4-0. Excited to have you all here. Thanks, Willa, for the shout out. Love all the corn love and some sort of beef love happening in the chat. So I'm not sure if that's a skater or a team. We're very excited to have you all here engaging with us on this tournament weekend, Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. As the jam begins, Battison is jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Pulverizing Pixie is jamming for South Bend. Both jammers getting stuck in slow-moving packs right here at the beginning of this jam. Pulverizing Pixie pushing as hard as they can. Here's a whistle and takes an opportunity to get through as lead jammer. South Bend blockers going back to help Battison through. Battison has passed the star to Killdeer, who will now be jamming for Circle City. Killdeer is able to get out and will now be the jammer for Circle City as Pulverizing Pixie enters the pack, is able to find some space on the inside line, get through and call the jam before Circle City can score any points. So another scoreless jam for Circle City, and South Bend has now brought their lead to 8 points. All right, Marie Fury jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Smash Bandicoot will be jamming for South Bend. Smash finding almost establishes lead jammer, but unfortunately a track cut is called, so Smash will be heading to the penalty box, which means this is a power jam for Circle City. Marie Fury was able to get past the hips of all of the other blockers and was, I don't know if, nope, Marie is not lead jammer, but I think is still eligible to establish themselves. Nope. There was a pass. So when you pass the start of the pivot, that pivot becomes the jammer, but cannot be lead. So Pure Polly now has the jammer hat on and will be the jammer of record for Circle City. Smash Bandicoot is standing in the box and will be coming out shortly. But this jam is going to go the full 2 minutes because no one is lead. When you have a lead jammer, they can call the jam and stop it whenever they want to. But since we don't have a lead jammer, we're going to go for the full 2 minutes. Smash coming in to try and score some points. Polly has put the first 4 points on the board for Circle City, is getting pushed out to the outside and re-enters. Smash Bandicoot after getting through on her initial pass. And that looks like a lot of pushy, actually. A lot of pushy did a little hop to score some points there. Pierre Pauli is able to get through. That is a lot of pushy jamming for South Bend. Which, fun fact, a lot of pushy started with Cornfed back in the day. Long, long time ago. All right, big pile up in the middle of the track there. And Pierre Pauli was able to take advantage of that and get through. But there is a jammer from a blocker from Circle City headed to the box as Pushy enters the pack and scores 4 points of their own. Both jammers have scored 12 points so far in this jam, and that jam ends with Circle City having scored 15 points to South Bend's 12. So Circle City making up some ground on that, bringing that to a 5-point game. For those of you just joining us, if you don't know us, we are Derby Date Night, and you can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Please don't hesitate to give us a like and a subscribe so you can see more of our streams as we continue to have them. Candace Mansfield establishing herself as lead jammer very quickly for South Bend Roller Derby. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, jamming for Circle City, is able to get out of that pack as Candace is entering the pack on her first scoring pass, comes through, scores an easy 4 points, and calls the jam before Circle City can respond with any points of their own. This tournament this weekend is a B-level tournament. So some of these teams, this is their one and only team. So South Bend is one example. They do not have a B team. So they are, this is their team. Whereas Circle City, this is a combination of some of their B team, which is the Circle City Party Crashers, as well as some of their A team, which is Circle City Socialites. Lego Blocks is jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Pulverizing Pixie lining up for South Bend. Pulverizing Pixie quickly popping out to grab lead jammer status as it looks like Lego Blocks is headed to the box. So Pulverizing Pixie will have a power jam here, tries to find some space on the inside, takes a push from Jessie Fisher, who is going to force her to go all the way to the back here. And Pixie is looking for some help from her teammates, trying to find some offense. That pack is starting to move. Pixie still trying to find some space, is able to find so to grab. Now, was that a scoring pass or was that an initial? I think that was, yes, it was a scoring pass. So Pixie is getting 4 points for that. Lego Blocks is Lego Blocks back in? I think so. Pixie getting pushed to the inside. Lego now back in. So both jammers now in. Lego is, I believe, still on their initial, so we'll need to get through that pack first before scoring any points. Pixie stretching out that pack to grab 4 more points, bringing that total to 8. Lego has one blocker to get past and is able to do so, so will now be on their first scoring pass as Pixie enters the pack for her third scoring pass. Getting a little bit tangled up in the pack there, getting held as Lego comes in. Just has one blocker to get past, is able to do so to score their first 4 points. Pixie continuing to get stuck in the pack, looking for some help. Doesn't need it because she found a space on the inside line. Lego entering the pack as this pack is starting to stretch out, getting some offensive help from Jessie Fisher. Just has to get past one blocker, takes a hit, but pushed to the outside. Has to reset a little bit, but gets through for those 4 points as Pixie is also entering the pack. Oh, wow. Pixie entering the pack. Is able to shoot through. I don't know if she got all 4 points before the jam ended. For a total of 15 points for South Bend Roller Derby to Circle City's 8 in that jam. That was a fun one. They just kept taking turns scoring points. It makes it easy to call when they take turns going through the pack. I don't think it will be that easy as the game continues. So excited to have you here on this beautiful morning here in Muncie, Indiana. We have got a great crowd here at the Smalltown Smackdown. So if you are anywhere near Muncie, Indiana, and you want to have a fun day of Derby, come on down. And if you're not anywhere near, jump in the car and get here by tomorrow because we have a whole nother day of Derby to have. And if you aren't able to get here, you can always listen to us here on Derby Date Night. Battison establishing herself as lead jammer as the South Bend pivot is going to the box. A lot of Pushy also getting out of the pack behind Battison. Battison coming around, entering the pack, trying to find some space, has to get past. She's got two South Bend blockers to get past as a lot of Pushy enters the pack, finds some space on the outside line, and is able to get through. Battison going to the penalty box, so this will be a power jam for a lot of Pushy. Because Battison was lead jammer, that means this jam will go for the full 2 minutes. So we've got 1 more minute of Derby, and Pushy just scoring 4 more points there, getting through. As Battison waits in the penalty box. Circle City not able to score any points until Battison is able to come out. Pushy coming in for a third scoring pass. Quickly able to make it through with some offensive help from her South Bend blockers. As Battison is standing and out of the penalty box, so Battison will now be able to try and respond with some points of her own. Pushy entering the pack as Battison is also in the pack. Both jammers trying to find some space. Pushy finding it on the inside. Nope, Battison finding it on the inside. Pushy's getting a little bit stuck in there. But she was able to get out. Battison entering the pack. We've got about 20 seconds left in this jam. Pushy doing a little bit of a shimmy shake to distract the blockers. A little spin is able to get through. Battison, again, not Pushy, sorry. As Pushy enters the pack, a little bit of a tangle. Making sure everything's okay. Resetting, and the jam is ending. Both jammers having scored a good number of points there. Great job, Battison and Pushy. South Bend scoring 20 points to Circle City's 8. We have been doing this game now for a little bit over 10 minutes, and South Bend has already scored almost 60 points. This is a very fast game, a high-scoring game. Very different than the last game. If you were here for the last game we watched, it was more of a, slow, like, let's grab 4 points and stop. Let's grab 4 points and stop. This game so far, it is points, points, points. So as we start this next jam, Candace Mansfield with a huge grin establishes herself as lead jammer, but Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is not too far behind. So the pack starts moving. This is a sped up pack. Candace taking advantage of this spread out pack, roars through and beautifully calls off the jam before Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom can come in and score any points. This is the second game in a 2-day tournament, so do not hesitate to check in. We will be around all day today and all day tomorrow. So we've got hopefully some great derby to have, and you can just enjoy this tournament weekend with us. I'm also highly caffeinated and talking very fast. I had 2 coffees this morning, one which was brought to me by some wonderful Cornfed volunteers who heard me asking for campaign on the stream, so I really appreciate them for doing that. Marie Fury establishing themselves as lead jammer for Killdeer establishing themselves as lead jammer for Circle City. Pulverize South Bend. Wow, I need to slow down. Pulverizing Pixie. Jammer lead for South Bend. Killdeer right behind for Circle City. South Bend scoring 4 points and calling the jam. This game is going so fast, my mouth and my brain cannot keep up with how quickly everything is happening. So apologies for any mix-ups of names or teams, but I promise you I will get the rhythm down at some point. Jessie Fisher lining up for Circle City on the line as jammer. And I can't see who the South Bend jammer is yet, but I will let you know in a second. A lot of Pushy. Oh, former teammates. A lot of Pushy and Jessie Fisher were both original members of Cornfed Roller Derby, both now skating for different teams. Jessie Fisher with a bit of an eye roll, I think, at herself, a little bit frustrated and going to the box for Circle City as a lot of Pushy comes around on her first scoring pass to score 4 points. Jessie waiting in the box to come out, but Pushy will try to score some points beforehand. Pushy tiptoeing up that line. Melody, the ref, was watching very carefully to make sure she stayed in bounds, and she did to score 4 more points. Jessie is now standing about to re-enter for Circle City, but Pushy's going to have a chance to try and score a few more points before Jessie is able to come in. Jessie is now re-entering. She does not have the star on, so she may be looking to pass it to the pivot. She may be just trying to tiptoe up that outside line and get through. So she is able to do so. That was not a scoring pass, though, so she will not score points. And unfortunately for her, she won't have the opportunity to score points. She's a little bit sad about that, but I'm sure we'll see her out again later. South Bend at 79. Oh, South Bend went above 50, and I have decided that I want to tell corn jokes whenever we get to 50 points. So let me grab my corn jokes so that I can tell my corn joke. Maybe. I don't know where my corn jokes are. When I find them, they are so corny and fantastic. You will love them. So we might do that after this next jam. Which Lego Blocks is established as lead jammer for Circle City. Great opportunity for Circle City to score some points here. Candace Mansfield almost out on the outside. Just has to get past a couple Circle City blockers as Lego Blocks comes around to start scoring points. Candace getting stuck as Lego is able to get through to score 4 points. Candace finds that space and is able to get out as Lego is coming around on her second scoring pass. Finds that space on the outside and decides to call it before Candace can come through. Circle City making up some points on that jam. Okay, I found my jokes. Corn farmers are not good comedians because their jokes are always corny. I think corny jokes are good. But I guess according to this joke, farmers, not good comedians. Their jokes are way too corny. So that is your 50-point corn joke. Battison jamming for Circle City Roller Derby and Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend. Battison coming out as your lead jammer for Circle City. Pixie has got the jammer panty off and has passed it to Tear 'em Up, who will now be the jammer for South Bend. Battison has re-entered the pack, needs to get past one more South Bend blocker, is able to do so, and calls the jam before Tear 'em Up is able to come in and score any points of their own. Circle City has the magic score number, my favorite number, 42, my former Derby number, and the answer to life, the universe, and absolutely everything. Love it when I see a 42. Shout out to all you 42s out there who also shared that same Derby number as me. Marie Fury jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and a lot of Pushy jamming for South Bend. A lot of Pushy out as lead jammer. Marie being forced to recycle. Takes a big hit there. Is able to recover as a Pushy is entering the pack, finding some space on the inside line to score 4 points on that first scoring pass. Marie taking a hit to the inside, being forced to recycle as Pushy is coming around. Fury trying to find some space on the outside. Pushy going right up the middle, trying to just push through that pack. Both jammers trying to find that space. Pushy able to come out after scoring another 4 points there. There was a pass. It looks like Killdeer is now jamming for Circle City Roller Derby as Pushy comes through to score another 4 points. Looks to the bench to see if she's going to call it. Decides to call the jam after scoring 12 points. We have got less than 15 minutes left in this game, and South Bend is getting close to that century mark. I just gave my 50-point corn joke, but I might have to do my 100-point corn joke again soon. Again, please like and subscribe to Derby Date Night on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. We really enjoy you all being here today and hope that you enjoy the stream that we're bringing you. We've got some great volunteers that were a little bit voluntold, but they're doing fantastic on camera, and we really appreciate them being here. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Candace Mansfield is jamming for South Bend Roller Derby. Bibbidi coming out as lead jammer for Circle City, as Candace is getting pushed to the outside, trying to find some help from her team, getting some offensive help as Bibbidi enters the pack. These packs are moving pretty fast today, so hope both jammers are really trying to just stretch these packs out as much as they can. Bibbidi finding some space after scoring 4 points. Candace still getting just a little bit tangled up in that pack, trying to find that space as Bibbidi is coming around on another scoring pass. Candace, it looks like, might be headed to the penalty box for a track cut. So this is a great opportunity for Circle City as they score another 4 points. They are now going to have 30 seconds from the time Candace sits. She has not sat yet, so now she's got 30 seconds, Bibbidi Bobbidi, to hopefully take some advantage of this power jam. That pack is moving fast, though, which means it's going to be harder for Bibbidi to get lots and lots of points. When the pack stays slow, it's easier to lap the pack. So that's going to be a goal here of Circle City, is to try to slow this down. Oh, maybe not. Circle City is going to call this jam, which means that since Candace was still in the penalty box when that jam was called, this next jam will start as a power jam for Circle City. So Circle City, what they're going to try to do is establish lead jammer status quickly before Candace comes out of the box. Candace can grab lead jammer status when she comes out of the box if it's not established by then. South Bend seems to be having a lot of fun right now. As you can see, Bon Appetit, their head coach right now, was just doing some dance moves in the middle before deciding to call a timeout to take a little bit of a break for South Bend. Bon Appetit, former Cornfed skater, former teammate of mine. It is just a joy to watch her coach. I've not seen her coach before, so as she leads her team in, looks like, stretches and some calming breathing exercises for South Bend. I know that I could use a breath after all of that announcing, because that was all so fast. I don't know if you felt it as well. Oh, 54. Circle City's above 50, so it's time for another corn joke. Let's see. The quickest way for corn farmers to be successful is to corner the market. These are all going to be corny. Just warning you. None of these are going to be like fabulous. We're talking dad jokes all day long. It is Father's Day this weekend, so I think dad jokes are appropriate on Father's Day weekend. All right, after that quick timeout breathing exercise break, thank you, Bon Appetit, for giving us that opportunity to take a little breathing and joke break. We are going to be getting back to the action. This first half has gone so fast. I can't believe we have less than 10 minutes left in this first half. It's been just fabulous and fun to watch. Lego blocks jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Candace starting in the box for South Bend. Lego has got to get past one more blocker and is able to do so to establish themselves as lead jammer as Candace is coming out of the box. Candace getting a little bit tangled up. Has to get past one more Circle City blocker, is able to do so to get out as Lego Blocks enters the pack on their first scoring pass. Some tiptoes up the outside line, a spin around, tear them up to get those 4 points as Candace enters the pack to steal some points, hoping that she was able to grab all 4 points. Let's double check with the refs. How many of those did she grab? Looks like all 4. So again, we are in game 2 of a 12-game tournament weekend. We have 8 teams here from 4 different states, and this is the first game for Circle City and South Bend. Battison jamming for Circle City, and Pulverizing Pixie is jamming for South Bend. Beautiful tiptoeing by Pulverizing Pixie on the outside to establish lead jammer status. Battison looking for some help from the blockers as Pulverizing Pixie enters the pack on their first scoring pass. Battison has the star off, is looking maybe to pass it, not sure, but Pulverizing Pixie taking a track cut penalty will no longer be lead jammer, and this is a great opportunity for Battison to score some points. Not Battison, because that star was passed. So it looks like the jammer for... Did she pass it? Nope, she didn't pass it. She just took it off and then put it back on. That's still Battison. So Battison's going to try to score as many points as she can before Pixie comes out of the box. Because Pixie was the lead jammer when she went to the box, that means that there will be no lead jammer. So this jam will go for another 51 seconds. As this pack is finally slowing down for, I think, the first time this game. Both teams have just been racing all game long. Battison gets through to score 4 points as Pixie comes out of the box to try and score points, is having a tough time getting past and is pushed to the outside by Jessie Fisher, forced to recycle as Battison is coming around on their second scoring pass. Both jammers having a tough time getting through these strong blocking walls from both teams. No one has the opportunity to call it here because nobody is lead. Pixie saw an opportunity but was shut down by, I think that was that Pure Poly? I think that was. Circle City scoring, I think 6 points in that jam to South Bend's 4 points. Now, tournament seeding for this tournament. We have 8 teams in this tournament, and there was seeding, but the seeding was random. It was literally pulled from a hat during a video announcement, so there really is no rhyme or reason as to the seeding. So these first 4 games are really going to show us, it's anybody's games for these first 4 games, and then we'll move into a bracket of champions and an aw shucks bracket. Both brackets are great, and all teams will have the opportunity to play in 3 games this weekend. So a lot of pushy getting out as lead jammer. Marie Fury is being sent to the box for Circle City Roller Derby. So this will be a power jam for South Bend as Pushy enters the pack on their first scoring pass. Looking for some help from her teammates. Getting really stuck here in this with these Circle City blockers, doing a great job holding. Candace Mansfield providing some well-needed offense. Oh, wow. Pushy thought she was out, took a hit from Jessie Fisher, is being forced to recycle. Nope, not forced to recycle there. She realized that she was able to still go, is really paying attention to what's happening with blockers, really looking to her coach for some advice here on what to do next, as this really is Pushy's jam. She gets to decide when it ends, so definitely has to have a lot of good awareness, not only of scoring points, but also watching what's happening with the box and the other Circle City skaters. That was a fast, busy jam. This whole thing is just fast compared to the first game. Really just so interesting how differently 2 games can go. Did South Bend just go above 100? Is that another corn joke? Yes, it is. All right, time for another corn joke. What do you call a solitary and single kernel of corn? The corn that stands alone? It's a unicorn. I love unicorns. I've never thought of it that way. One single solitary kernel of corn. It's a unicorn. Unicorn. I don't know. Anyway. So Circle City and South Bend, those of you who are cheering, I hope there are some of you also here in Muncie cheering your teams on, because it's not too far for you all to make it here. But if you weren't able to be here in person, we are just glad that you're here in the stream. We've got 5 minutes left in this half. We will be taking a 10-minute halftime so that we can hopefully get and stay on schedule. Tournament weekends are hard with the schedule, so we're going to be just doing a 10-minute halftime. So don't go too far during halftime, because we will be starting again shortly right after we go to halftime. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City, and Candace Mansfield jamming for South Bend Roller Derby. Bibbidi getting pushed to the outside there. Candace trying to find some space up the middle, getting pushed a little bit to the outside. She's really trying to just sweep back and forth as Bibbidi finds that space on the outside to establish themselves as lead jammer, but Candace is right behind, so this is going to be a race. The pack is also racing. Oh, I would be so tired if I was playing in this game right now. Candace passing Bibbidi, forcing Bibbidi to call the jam, and no points are going to be scored in that jam. Let's see, the winner of this game, is going to be playing again tonight at 6 o'clock. So if you are watching this game and you want to watch the winners of this game in their next game, that will be tonight at 6 p.m. The losers of this game will be playing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So definitely be logging in again to watch us or driving here to watch the next game for both of these teams. Lego blocks jamming for Circle City and pulverizing Pixie for South Bend. Lego establishing themselves as lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie getting forced to recycle to the back, trying to find some space, getting pushed to the outside as Lego is re-entering the pack. Pulverizing Pixie has got that jammer hat off, and it might be looking for a pivot to pass it to. Lego has made it through. We have lost some lights, so apologies if you're noticing. It looks like maybe some power has been lost, but I think our power is still good. So we will continue to announce regardless of the power in the building. So Lego is calling the jam. And we are pausing quickly for track repair. We really appreciate all of our volunteers who help us keep this day and this tournament days running. So we've got volunteers on standby here helping us whenever we need this track fixed, because we have to make sure that we are following the rules and making sure that there is nothing unsafe happening with the track. So we sometimes take quick timeouts to take care of that. So thanks to our volunteers for doing that. Battison for Circle City Roller Derby, and a lot of Pushy quickly taking a little bit of a jog up the inside line to establish herself as lead jammer. Battison jamming for Circle City is trying to find some space, sees it on the inside line, but the door is shut, takes that jammer star off just in case she decides to pass it. Has to get past one South Bend blocker, is able to do so as Pushy is getting sent to the box, it looks like. So this will be a power jam for Battison of Circle City. His jam will also go the full 2 minutes because Pushy was lead jammer when she went to the box. Battison coming into the pack as the pack is moving, so Battison's going to be trying to break this pack apart as best as she can to get through and score some points, trying to get past, I think that's Candace Mansfield, asking for some help from her blockers, but that pack is so stretched out they're not able to come out. She's going to have to get through on her own, and she does as Pushy is standing, which means she'll be re-entering in less than 10 seconds, or how about right now? So both jammers entering together. We, I think, are going to see some jammer blocking happening here as Battison is entering on her second scoring pass. Pushy is trying to push through. Haha, I love being corny. Pushy's able to do so to get out, but that was not, nope, it was a scoring pass. So Pushy is going to score 4 points on that as Battison is trying to find space to score more points of her own. Penalty called destruction of pack on a South Bend skater as Battison still stuck in the pack but is able to get a no pack called to get through. Looking a little tired, as I would be too, everybody, after a 2-minute jam. Those jams are very long and can be very tiring when you get stuck in there. Battison has got 4 seconds to see if she can score any more points, but that pack is far away because we have got these fast-moving packs. Fast-moving packs mean lots of running for everybody. So not only is this a roller derby game, it is also an endurance race, clearly with this. We've only got 29 seconds left in this half. A timeout was called. I don't know if that's enough time for us to start another jam. But regardless, there's an official review happening. Not sure what the official review is on. With only 29 seconds left, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to start another jam because it takes 30 seconds from the time that play resumes for the game to actually start again. But there's an official review happening. So I don't know if we're going to have another jam or not. I also don't know what the official review is about. Sometimes they come over to my table afterwards to tell me. If any of you saw anything on the stream that you thought looked like it might be official reviewable, let me know if you have any guesses as to what they might be discussing. And they might let me know too after it's done. This has been, I don't know how this 30 minutes has gone by so flipping fast. This has literally been a race. If I was playing in this game, I would be so flipping exhausted. They are running so fast, just so incredibly fast. And it's working well for both teams, I think. They're really making these jammers race for these points. And it's really been a fantastic back and forth. So props to both of these teams. Great job. The beginning of this game was definitely dominated by South Bend, who was just outscoring Circle City hugely in the first 15 minutes or so. That scoring, they are still ahead, but that scoring has definitely slowed down, and Circle City has started just chipping away at that lead little by little. Sometimes I try to do math, but I'm not going to right now. So 77 to 1. No, I'm going to try because we're still in the official review. So let's see. Okay. Is it 50? It's 50? Maybe? No, because then it would be a 7 and a 7. 77, 87, 97, 107. No, it is 35. That's not even close to 50. I'll bring a calculator next time. I have a giant calculator that I use for work. I should bring it for Derby because then I can sound really smart. I'm totally going to go home in between games at some point today and grab a calculator and not tell you all, and then you can just think I'm really good at math. Usually I use my fingers. I'm one of those math people. All right, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for, I guess we are going to have another jam. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City. Candace Mansfield establishing herself as lead jammer. So South Bend maybe they heard what I was saying, and they were like, hey, we're going to make our scoring, we're going to score even more right before this halftime. Beautiful apex jump by Candace Mansfield for an easy 4 points. That was gorgeous. Bibbidi entering the pack to try and score points of her own. Just has to get past these two South Bend blockers. Candace re-entering the pack again, doing a little juke to score those 4 points, while Bibbidi is being pushed to the outside and being forced to recycle. Candace coming around again on a third scoring pass, making me eat my words about South Bend's lead being cut into. Candace was like, no, I'm going to score some more here. As Bibbidi is, where's Bibbidi? Getting out of the pack, but not able to score any points because Candace is going to call that jam. So we are going to go to an intermission. I know it says 14:53, but I was told before this game that there are only going to be 10-minute intermissions. So don't go away for too long because we will be right back in 10 minutes for the second half of this great game between these two Indiana teams. Thanks again for joining us here on Derby Date Night. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us for the second half of Circle City Roller Derby versus South Bend Roller Derby here at Smalltown Smackdown, the Cornament of Champions. This is the second game of, how many games do we have today? Seven games today, and we will have 5 games tomorrow. We've got 2 brackets. We've got our champion bracket, and we have our Aw Shucks bracket. Our first game this morning was Louisville versus Rock. Louisville moving on to the Aw Shucks bracket, and Rock moving on to the championship bracket. This game, we don't know who's going to move on to which bracket, but we will find out in this second half of this game. Again, you're joining me, Aria Kidding Me, and my spouse, Seriously, and we've also got our camera, our wonderful camera volunteers. One of my 2 children, one of them stayed at home, and one of them was bribable to be able to come and help us on the camera. So I've got OMG on one of our cameras. We've got Preston, one of our Children of the Corn, on camera 2. And then one of the partners of our skaters, Mark, is on camera 3. And we really appreciate all of the volunteers that can help us provide a great stream for all of you. So the first half of this game was incredibly fast. I have not seen Derby this fast in a long time, and it has been just a delight to watch. Both teams really doing a great job. I have no idea whose game this is at this point, so I'm really, really excited to see how this shakes out. The winner of this game will be playing again today, let's see, at 6 o'clock, and the team who does not win this game will be playing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So definitely stick around to see more Derby throughout the weekend. And let's see how this game shakes out. We've got Lego blocks jamming for Circle City Roller Derby and Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend. We're starting off a little bit slow, which is kind of nice to see. Lego blocks being recycled to the back. Pulverizing Pixie trying to find some space on the outside, dancing around to establish herself as lead jammer. Lego blocks getting recycled to the back again, hoping to find some space. Has that jammer star off, is hoping to pass it to the pivot. Looks like that's Jessie Fisher. Pulverizing Pixie coming in on their first scoring pass, getting pushed to the outside and being forced to recycle a little bit. Lego still trying to find that space. Pulverizing Pixie finding the space and scoring those 4 points to score the first points of the second half. Lego has passed the star to Jessie Fisher, who will now be the jammer for Circle City. Pixie getting through for another 4 points and deciding to call the jam before Jessie can come around and score any points of her own. So South Bend putting 8 points on the board at the beginning of this second half, making a statement and saying, okay, Circle City, you're going to respond to us. Let's see if they are able to in this second jam. Again, you can follow us online with our digital program. You can find that on any of Cornfed Roller Derby's social medias, and you can be able to look at who is playing and what time they are playing, and also you can vote for fan favorite if you choose to. So a fan favorite from each team will be chosen. So if you have a skater you really want to support, you can go online and vote for them as your fan favorite. We're in a short timeout right now, but didn't last long, and we are back to the action. Battison jamming for Circle City Roller Derby versus a lot of Pushy from South Bend. A lot of Pushy getting out as your lead jammer. Battison coming out shortly behind. Tear him up saying, I want to slow you down a little bit, but unfortunately it was a little bit of a late hit there, and Tara's going to have to go to the penalty box. Pushy coming in on a scoring pass is able to get through for 4 points, but there is also a South Bend blocker that's headed to the penalty box there. Battison coming through to respond with, 4 points of their own. Pushy coming through again, seeing if she can get another 4 points, and she does. Battison about to enter the pack. Pushy deciding to let the jam continue. Somebody got a penalty there. Looks like a South Bend blocker as Battison gets through for 4 more points. Pushy entering the pack again to try and score more points. There are not very many South Bend blockers out on the track right now. Lots of people visiting the penalty box as Pushy gets through for another 4 points. Battison entering the pack, getting a little bit tangled up, a little bit of confusion. Battison's just got to get past Tear Him Up, who's probably looking for redemption after that time spent in the penalty box. Slows Battison down a little bit, and Battison is able to get through. Battison and Pushy, a little bit of jammer. Pushy is pushing Battison, slowing her down just a little bit. South Bend players are taking turns in the penalty box, it seems here, making this a little bit easier on the jammers because I don't think there's been a full complement of blockers from either team. Big hit from Battison. Looks like we might be taking a little bit of a break for a injury timeout. All right, that was a quick timeout. Just a little bit of a hit on the head, and that happens sometimes in Derby, and we definitely take anything that may result in a concussion very, very seriously. So anytime a skater takes a little bump on the head, we definitely evaluate that skater and make sure everything is going okay. And they were able to return to the bench on their own skates. So definitely wishing the best for them and hoping they're okay, and just making sure that we're all very safe. All right, circles. Oh, South Bend hit 150, and that is going to be another corn joke. And Circle City is very close to 100, which means I might get to do 2 corn jokes. But okay, who do you think is the corniest professional baseball player of all time? Of course, it's Ty Cobb. We have got Marie Fury jamming for Circle City and Candace Mansfield jamming for South Bend Roller Derby. Marie Fury establishing themselves as lead jammer for Circle City. And Candace coming out shortly behind. So Marie is going to enter the pack, and they are going to try to score as many points as they can, hoping to do that before Candace can score any points. Candace coming in right after Marie. Candace was definitely trying to steal some points there. Not sure if she was able to. She was. So both teams scoring 3 points there, which brings Circle City to 99, which equals no corn joke yet. We are very close to another one, but not quite there. And South Bend is now at 153. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend Roller Derby. Pulverizing Pixie finding space on the inside line to come through as your lead jammer. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom pushing through as all 4 South Bend blockers were very focused on blocking, but they went out of play, which means they went out a little bit too far from the pack, and so they were forced to let Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom through. As Pulverizing Pixie enters the pack, is able to push through to be able to get 4 points. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom entering that pack. I'm hearing a penalty, and it was unfortunately Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom who will be going to the penalty box. So this is a great opportunity for Pulverizing Pixie to score some points here. And is entering the pack and pushing as hard as they can to get through. Great defense here by the pivot of Circle City. Is that Frau Blocker, I think? As Pixie is able to get through. Boom is now standing from the penalty box and will be coming in less than 10 seconds as Pixie approaches the pack on another scoring pass. Takes a little hop, but is forced to do a small recycling there to go to the back of the pack as Boom is entering the pack again and just booms her way through and is able to get through for 4 points. I don't know if that was for 4 points or not. We'll find out. But Pixie called the jam. Yep, 4 points. So South Bend scored 12 points to Circle City is 4 as Circle City goes above the 100 mark, which means we get another joke. And we're going to talk about, let's see, someone who really loves corn. What do you think they are called? A cornivore. Oh, a connoisseur. That's a good one. Maybe I'll give more time to give people chances to answer, because I like a connoisseur almost better than a cornivore. All right, so we have got Lego blocks for Circle City and a lot of pushy for South Bend roller derby. Pushy finding space on the outside is able to get through. Jesse Fisher opening up a hole for Lego. Takes that hole, but Smash sees that hole was open, and Smash stops Lego blocks and slows her down. Lego blocks headed to the penalty box as a lot of Pushy comes around on her first scoring pass. Asks for some offensive help, which Tear 'em Up is happy to oblige and give her that help. Pushy is still pushing through. That pack is starting to stretch out, and Pushy is able to get through for 4 points. I'm noticing this pack is slowed down, like this game has slowed down a little bit since the first half. I'm not seeing the running as much as I was that first half. So that's really been an interesting change in strategy from these teams. Pushy getting through for another 4 points as Lego Blocks is standing and is now released from the penalty box and will be re-entering. So both jammers now back on the track. Pushy looking at her coach to see what should I do, and looks like she is going to continue to keep going and is pushed to the outside. All 4 Circle City blockers really focused on defense here. Some bridging happening, making sure that pack is staying together. Pushy getting pushed to the outside, but is able to come back in and says, you know what, I'm just going to call this jam. This is tiring, and deciding to reset and try again in the next jam. This is not the only game you get to see today, so don't forget we have more Derby coming up at 12, 2, 4, 6, and 8 o'clock. And if I'm already mumbling on my words, 8 o'clock game is going to be really an interesting one to listen to. Who knows what kinds of things I'm going to be saying by then. And we've got more Derby happening tomorrow too, so stay tuned to YouTube and Derby Date Night to keep watching all the fun Derby action this weekend. Killdeer establishing lead jammer for Circle City, but Candace Mansfield is right behind and is going to try and pass Killdeer successfully. The jam was called, and Candace was like, but I see a beautiful chance for an apex jump, so I don't care that it will equal no points. And you know what? I don't care it equaled no points anyway. It was absolutely beautiful. So she gets points from me, which count for nothing, but I am giving her brownie points. Brownies for Candace Mansfield, which are better than points, right? I did bring brownie brittle today, so I will at least enjoy some brownie brittle in her honor for that beautiful little apex jump. Speed Demon. Yeah, you're right. I mean, so fast. Candace is so fast. Pulverizing Pixie, establishing lead jammer very quickly and getting out of the pack. Battison is jamming for Circle City and trying to get some help, and looks like has passed the star to Jesse Fisher, who is now going to be the jammer for Circle City and is being forced to recycle right now, but is out of the pack as Pixie enters the pack on a scoring pass, getting pushed to the inside. That was a great push by Killer Queen, and was slowed down a little bit, gets through, and calls the jam before Jessie is able to score any points of her own. Yeah, I'm totally going to be giving people brownie points from now on. Maybe one of these games I'll bring brownies to give brownies to the people who have scored brownie points. Oh yes, thank you, Debbie. I have been trying to say it, and I'll continue to say it, but find our digital program on Cornfed social medias, and do not forget to vote for fan favorite. A lot of Pushy establishing herself as lead jammer. Marie Fury jamming for Circle City, getting pushed to the outside as a lot of Pushy is going to be coming around on her first scoring pass. Marie looking and finding some space on the inside, sweeping to the outside, is just trying to push through this tripod. Pushy decides to call the jam, it looks like. A little bit of confusion. happening at the end of that jam. All right, we begin this next jam. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City Roller Derby and Candace Mansfield for South Bend Roller Derby. Boom trying to find that space, but Candace just sneaks right in and steals lead jammer right there. Just very sneaky little jump up the inside line. But Boom is out right behind Candace and will be definitely trying to score some points of her own before Candace calls it off. Let's see if she was able to steal any. It does not look like she was able to. So Candace scores 4 points and is able to keep Circle City scoreless in that jam. Again, the winner of this game will move into the champion bracket and will play again in Game 6 at 6 p.m. And the loser of this game will play again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the Aw Shucks bracket. And all games will be broadcast to you live here on Derby Date Night. Lego Blocks jamming for Circle City and Pulverizing Pixie jamming for South Bend Roller Derby. Pixie getting out quickly as lead jammer. Lego just has to get past one more South Bend blocker, is able to do so. Pixie approaching the pack on her first scoring pass as Circle City is reforming and trying to figure out their strategy for blocking. Pixie is able to get through as Lego Blocks approaches the pack, takes a big hit from Tear 'em Up, and is resetting to try and get through that pack as Pixie approaches the pack on her second scoring pass. Lego has decided to just use brute strength and push as much as she can to get through this very strong pack of South Bend blockers. Lego is able to get through to score those 4 points as Pixie is coming right behind her after scoring 4 points of her own. Pixie currently outscoring Lego 8-4. Both skaters approaching the pack. Both skaters getting a little bit tangled up in these strong packs. Lego is able to sweep back and forth, but Tear 'em Up says, no, I'm going to push you out. And Tara realizes that she had pulled a track cut on that and is sending Lego Blocks to the box at the end of that jam. So we will start. Good job, Tara. The next jam will start with Lego in the box, and South Bend will start with a power jam. Big shout out to people who are here in the building or in the second building who are watching the stream as well as being here live. That is called double dedication, and I appreciate you. And if you want some brownie brittle, stop by between the games and I will definitely share some brownies with you because you get big old brownie points for watching Derby both live and on the stream. With that being said, Ms. Heathen jamming for the first time. Have not seen that name yet, establishing herself as lead jammer in that very first jam. Do not take that star off. Okay, good. She didn't. I was worried. I'm not coaching. I need to remember I am not coaching. Ms. Heathen is getting through for 4 points. The team is just so excited for Heathen as Lego Blocks comes out of the box and has the star off, so could be passing to a pivot at some point, but I don't know if she's going to. Ms. Heathen getting a little bit tangled up in the pack this time. Both skaters getting just a little bit tangled. Lego just needs to get past one more skater, push to the inside. Heathen gets pushed to the outside. Both jammers having a hard time, but Lego is able to get through and will be not scoring any points because Heathen is going to call it, but not before we reach 200 points for South Bend, which means it's time for another joke. The best student at the Corn College. What do you think they call the best student at the Corn College? They call them the A-Corn. It's a good one. I like it. Thanks for scoring more points, South Bend, so I can tell another joke. We have less than 15 minutes left in this game. Killdeer jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and Candace Mansfield jamming for South Bend. Candace getting a quick penalty there, is headed to the penalty box. Not sure if she agrees with that one. Killdeer takes that opportunity to establish herself as lead jammer. Asking for some help from her offense. A little bit of blockers trying to shuffle and figure things out here to help Killdeer or block Killdeer, depending upon what team you're on. South Bend blocker getting sent to the penalty box there. Killdeer trying to pull this pack apart, getting pushed to the inside, being forced to recycle. As Candace, I think, is coming out of the penalty box. Yep, just released from the penalty box, so Candace will be coming around. Only fast jammers take the long way out of the penalty box, too, because Candace is so fast, so she's able to take the long way and get there as fast as I would, taking the short way. Candace entering that pack, not on a scoring pass. Killdeer is able to get through, so scoring those 4 points. Candace also able to get through, but has not scored any points yet. Killdeer decides to call the jam so that Circle City could take those 4 points and leave South Bend scoreless in that jam. Ooh, pop of the class. That's a good one, too, for the best student in the class. I like that one. Valedictorian. Okay, that's good, too. Corn is just such an easy thing to make jokes about. It's just fabulous. It's corn. Battison for Circle City Roller Derby and Pulverizing Pixie for South Bend. Battison is going to be your lead jammer for Circle City as Pulverizing Pixie is being forced to recycle to the back of the pack. Battison entering the pack looking to score some points. Has to get past a couple South Bend blockers, but not as many as you normally would because there's a few in the penalty box. Battison getting through for those 4 points. Pixie trying to stretch out that pack and speed it up, getting pushed to the outside, hoping for some help from those blockers as Battison is coming around on her first scoring pass. Pixie getting forced to the outside to recycle again as Battison gets through to score those 4 points. Battison deciding to call the jam after scoring a total of 8 points. Victorious for Circle City, chipping into that South Bend lead, as Circle City is now at 123 to South Bend's 203. Now, I know you're all excited about the next games these two teams are going to play. So the winner of this game is going to play again at 6 o'clock tonight. So tune in to watch them. And the loser of this game will be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so you can tune in to watch them play again. If you just like roller derby, however, you can also just stick around at sometime around noon. I'm guessing it won't start right at noon, but sometime around noon we will be playing our next game, which will be Lansing Roller Derby versus our hosts of the Smalltown Smackdown Cornfed Roller Derby. So those two teams will be playing each other in just a little bit right after this game ends. So stick around and you can watch more derby all day long. Again, the seeding for this tournament was done randomly. So these first 4 games are really, we don't know who's actually going to be like favored. We don't have those rankings. We're really going to start seeing those after the first few games. I will work on talking into the mic more. I'm getting excited and I'm talking with my hands and I'm looking around, and I need to be better at talking straight into the mic, according to my producer, director, husband, darling, beautiful, wonderful person who helps me be better at all times. And it's not only is it a timeout, but it's also a dance break for the teams who all of a sudden were just dancing together. Always fun. I love it when derby turns into dancing. Marie Fury jamming for Circle City Roller Derby and Candace Mansfield jamming for South Bend. Candace establishing herself as lead jammer for South Bend. Marie pushing their way through. All 4 South Bend blockers focused on defense. Marie getting pushed to the outside as Candace attempts an apex jump that is unsuccessful. Candace is so good at those apex jumps. Beautiful. I love watching her. Is deciding to just go straight up the middle and push through using brute strength to get through to score those 4 points. Marie has the jammer star off, maybe looking to pass to the pivot, maybe just trying to get through. The pack is starting to speed up a bit as Candace is coming around on her second scoring pass. Oh, beautiful attempt at an apex jump with a little tumble at the end. Candace is like, that's enough. I'm just going to call the jam, and we are going to be done for this jam. I love it when jammers jump. We now have an official review, it looks like. So we will be pausing briefly for our referees to listen to the captains and coaches of both teams explain whatever it is they happen to be official reviewing. And this is where I get to talk about the fact that a group of referees is a dazzle, because zebras in a group are called a dazzle. And I always love seeing dazzles in the wild doing things in their natural habitat. And also thank you to all of our wonderful dazzle of referees and non-skating officials. They are the ones in the black T-shirts. We really appreciate how many volunteers it takes to make roller derby happen, and we wouldn't be able to do it without all of you. So thank you so much for that. We really appreciate you. I'm looking, now that I have a second to breathe, I'm looking around and noticing how full this building is. It's so wonderful to see so many people here on this Father's Day weekend supporting roller derby and watching these teams battle for the Cornament of Champions. And I'm just so excited to see who is going to come out on top as, what did we say, the acorn, or I like Pop of the Class better. It's so much better than the joke that I had. So we're going to say who's going to come out as Pop of the Class this weekend. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Derby Date Night. This is our first tournament, but we also do one-off single games or double headers in the local Midwest region area, mostly Indiana. So far, I think we've only done Indiana. Maybe someday we'll do outside of Indiana, but like and subscribe, and you will see where we're headed next. And we will continue to try and bring you quality roller derby in the Midwest that you can watch from anywhere at any time. All right, looks like we are getting back to the action here in just a couple minutes. Seconds. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom jamming for Circle City Roller Derby, and a lot of Pushy jamming for South Bend. Both jammers finding some tough blocking walls, trying to make some space here. Boom just has to get past Tara and is able to do so, establishing herself as lead jammer. Pushy getting out just a few seconds behind. So Boom is going to enter this pack and try and... Oh, great offense there by, let's see, who was that? Pure Polly giving some great offense for Boom to be able to help Boom score some points. And Boom calls off the jam before Pushy can respond with any points of her own. Wait, South Bend's at 211. Did I do my 200 corn joke yet? Not sure. Well, just in case, we need some insurance. Earsurance? Maybe that'll just count. That'll count. That'll count as the next corn joke. Okay, Lego Blocks establishing themselves as lead jammer for Circle City Roller Derby. Pulverizing Pixie is jamming for South Bend Roller Derby, and she is able to get out behind Lego Blocks, who has now re-engaged the pack and is on a scoring pass. Pixie coming in to hopefully score some points. Lego calling the jam before Pixie can score anything. Looks like Lego was able to get 3 points before that jam was called. Oh, Jessie Fisher is jamming for the first time in this tournament for Circle City, and Candace Mansfield is jamming for South Bend. Oh, no, second time. Jessie jammed once. All right. Jessie has established herself as lead jammer, but Candace is right behind her and is going to be racing to see if she can get Jessie to call that jam off. Oh, Candace has got a grin on her face. The rest of the pack is like, you know what, we're going to race too. So everybody's just going to go as fast as they can. Jessie is going to weave through that pack to score 4 points. She's not going to call it. Candace is right behind her. Polly almost has the hit to slow her down, but Candace was able to avoid that and get around her. Jessie entering the pack on her second scoring pass. Couple skaters take a tumble. Jessie calls the jam before Candace is able to score any points of her own. That was a great jam. Everybody decided to just go fast again. Go fast, turn left, right? That's what Derby is all about. Although it used to be go fast, turn left when I was skating, but I think it slowed down quite a bit. We had our Cornfed 10th anniversary celebration, and I was talking with some of the veteran skaters who said they feel like Derby has slowed down enough at this point that maybe they could come back. I think it's still pretty physically tough, though. And clearly, we still have games where it goes just as fast as it did in the old days. We have got an official timeout, but I think it was just for track repair. So we are going to be starting the jam in just a few seconds. We've only got about 7 minutes left in this game, but don't forget we have another game coming up right after this. So stick around all day. Make some popcorn, make some brownies, and enjoy some roller derby with us. Killdeer is your lead jammer. Nope, a lot of pushy is your lead jammer for South Bend. And Killdeer is jamming for Circle City and working to get out of that pack. A lot of pushy entering the pack for a first scoring pass. Is able to get through to score those 4 points. Killdeer did Killdeer pass the start? No. Killdeer was thinking about passing the start but didn't and was able to get through and is coming right behind Pushy. Pushy's going to try to score some points and is going to call the jam. Let's see if Killdeer was able to steal any points there. Looks like 1. I love it when people can steal just that 1 point. Circle City at 138 to South Bend 219. We've 6 minutes left in this game. In just a little bit, we will be gearing up for a game against your home team of the tournament, Cornfed Roller Derby versus Lansing Roller Derby out of Michigan. Marie Fury will be jamming for Circle City, and for the first time, we are seeing Undertaker is going to be jamming for South Bend. Marie getting pushed to the inside. Undertaker is getting some offense from Tarum up, but getting pushed to the outside by Killer Queen, who forces them to recycle. I think, yep, Undertaker established as lead jammer is able to get out of that pack. And Marie Fury, it looks like, is being sent to the penalty box. Although, I think there was that might be. Yep. Okay. Undertaker now has a power jam and just needs to stretch this pack out to be able to score some points. Is able to do so. Marie Fury is standing in the penalty box, so she will be back in less than 10 seconds as Undertaker is coming through on another scoring pass. Again, taking that strategy of just breaking that pack apart, trying to stretch that pack out. Pure Polly thought she might have gotten a track cut on that one, but no penalty is called, and Undertaker continues this scoring pass as Marie Fury is now out of the penalty box and will be attempting to get through on their own. Undertaker through for another 4 points here. We have now under 5 minutes left in this game, which has just been a fun game to watch. Undertaker, it looks like the star was passed to Pure Polly, and so Pure Polly will now be jamming for Circle City and is out of the pack. Undertaker getting a little bit of offensive help here from Tarum up. Push to the inside, decides to call it before Polly is able to get through. So close. Polly almost had a point there. That was a very close one. But unfortunately, no points scored for Circle City in that jam. Unfortunately for all of us, because, you know, both teams are close to another 50, which would mean more corn jokes. And I know you all just look forward to those. So the winner of this game, you will want to, if you are rooting for whoever wins this game, you will want to tune in again tonight at 6 p.m. to watch them play in the champions bracket. The other team, the team that does not win, will be playing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom is your lead jammer for Circle City. Pulverizing Pixie is jamming for South Bend and has found some space on the outside, so she is out just a little bit behind Bibbidi Bobbidi Boom, who is coming through on her first scoring pass. Has a couple South Bend blockers to get through, is able to do so, calls the jam before Pixie can come in and score any points of her own. We are under 3 minutes at this point, so just a jam or two left in this game. It's been a delight interacting with you all on chat. I hope that you stick around for more games. Lansing and Cornfed coming up after this. I know the schedule says noon, but since both teams do need some warm-up time, I'm guessing it will be a little bit afternoon. Those of you who have played in a roller derby tournament know that our starting times are just guidelines. So we will start sometime around noon, but I'm guessing it'll be a little bit later than that. Lego blocks jamming for Circle City and a lot of pushy jamming for South Bend roller derby. Both jammers getting stuck in some very strong blocking tripods and quad pods. Slowest this game has been so far, really. No lead jammer has been established, and we are almost at turn 3. Lego blocks doing some spins, pushy just trying to reassess, finding some space on the outside, and then sweeping to the inside. Pushy finds that lead jammer status for South Bend. Lego attempting to stretch that pack out. There's now less than 2 minutes left in this game. Lego passed the star to, I think, Pure Poly. Yep, Pure Poly will be the jammer for Circle City as Pushy enters the pack on her first scoring pass. And is calling it, but not before Pushy steals 2 points. No, 3. 3 points. Pushy is very proud of those 3 points. Well earned. Love it when a pivot scores some points. All right, with 1 minute left in this game, we are going to probably only get one more jam. So shout out to your favorite skater in the comments. And Jessie Fisher lining up for Cornfed, and I think that's Candace Cornfed. She's my former teammate at Cornfed. I guess she's with Circle City now. So she'll be with Circle City, I suppose. And she's going to be lead jammer. Candace Mansfield is jamming for South Bend. Looking for some help from her teammates, is able to get through as Jessie comes in on her first scoring pass with a little hop to the outside and a sweep to the inside. She scores 4 points. I think we're going to probably be the end of the clock here. Candace with one of her beautiful apex jumps to score 4 points of her own. Jessie sweeping in to try and score again. Is able to get those 4 points. Candace coming around to see if she can respond in kind with 4 points of her own. Is able to do so as Jessie comes in to see if she can do 4 points. This is just beautiful. Coming through on that inside line. The jam time has ended. The period clock has ended. Great ending jam for Circle City. Wait, did Jessie go to the box? Oh, so the game is not over. Candace is going to be still jamming, still collecting points. We get a little bit more roller derby, so it looks like we get 50 more seconds of roller derby here. Candace getting a little bit stuck up in the pack here, but is able to get through for 4 more points to bring the total to 12. If she can get 1 more point, you're going to get another corn joke. We already have 1 for Circle City. We might get a second one for South Bend as long as Candace can. I knew that apex jump was coming. Beautiful for 4 more points and a corn joke. Jessie Fisher back in. Will be trying to score 4 more points of her own with 20 seconds left on this jam clock. Jessie is through for 4 more points. Candace through for another 4 points. Beautiful derby by both teams here. Jessie through for another 4 points. And now it's Candace's turn. We have 3 seconds left on the jam clock, so Candace is probably the only one who can score any points. I think she got 2 extra points there. 22-16 just in that jam, bringing South Bend's total to 259, Circle City's total to 161. We will be joining Lansing and Cornfed in just a few minutes, but before we do so and before we go off the air, I owe you 2 more corn jokes. So a person, let's see, we did that one. If you caught a criminal in a field of corn, what does that mean? It means they have been cornered. And the second and last joke of this game is, you should not take corn on a plane. Why not? Because it will make your ears pop. And with that, that's it for this game, but we'll be back in about 20 minutes for our next game, Lansing versus Cornfed. So with that score, that means that you will see South Bend again today at 6 p.m. So 6 p.m., South Bend will be playing the winner of our 2 o'clock game. So they will be playing either Chicago or Cape Girardeau. Tomorrow morning, Circle City will be playing either Chicago or Cape Girardeau. So if you're fans of those teams, Circle City will be playing again tomorrow morning at 9. South Bend will be playing again today at 6. So we will see you then. But you could also stick around right now. In another 30 minutes, we'll be having Lansing versus Cornfed. See ya in a few. Welcome to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us for Lansing Roller Derby versus Cornfed Roller Derby, the third game of our Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions tournament. I will let you know we don't have great access to see the scoreboard right now or who the jammers are, so this will be a little bit of an interesting stream as I am not going to be able to give you as accurate of commentary as I am typically used to. So that was 4 points for Lansing to Cornfed's 0. We thank you all for understanding that we sometimes have some technical difficulties, and right now we are having them. This game is the first game for both Cornfed and Lansing in this tournament. All right, Murderino is jamming for Lansing Roller Derby and has established themselves as lead jammer. We've got Addie jamming for Cornfed and is about 5 seconds behind Murderino. Absolutely fabulous jammer name there for Lansing. And they are gonna just score a few points and call the jam. All right, Lansing is getting almost established as lead jammer, but got pushed to the inside. Looks like Alexecutioner is jamming for Cornfed and will establish herself as lead jammer. Jamming for Lansing is Fruxin Mad for Lansing. Alexa is coming through in just on her first scoring pass. And that jam is called, but not before Cornfeds can score. Looks like 2 points. We are not going to be able, because we don't have access to the scoreboard, we are not going to be able to show you the score as well as we typically are, so I will try to do a good job of keeping you updated with the score, which currently is Lansing 6 and Cornfed 2. All right, Miss Adventure is jamming for Cornfed, getting pushed to the inside. Lansing, we've got Slam Cakes jamming for Lansing, and going into turn 3, it looks like we don't have, nope, they are going to be established as lead jammer. So Lansing is controlling this jam as Miss Adventure is attempting to nice attempt at an apex jump there. Unfortunately not successful and forced to recycle and go to the back of the pack. Great job by Amy, pushing Lansing Jammer out to the outside and forcing a track cut. So Slam Cakes will be headed to the penalty box and will sit there for 30 seconds while Miss Adventure has passed the star to Boggs, who will now be the jammer for Cornfed. So because Slam Cakes went to the box when she was lead jammer, that means that this jam will go the full 2 minutes, and Boggs will have to jam the whole time because Boggs was the pivot. She's got nobody to pass that star to. Making it through there for 4 points. All right, Slam Cakes is out of the box and back in. And is headed back to the penalty box, it looks like. So Slam Cakes will start this next jam in the penalty box So Cornfed will have an opportunity to start this next jam with a power jam. Currently the score is 9-9, Lansing to Cornfed. So we got ourselves a tie game. Adderall is jamming for Cornfed, and Lansing, we've still got Slam Cakes in the penalty box at this point, so Addie's going to be trying to establish herself as lead jammer before Slam Cakes can come out of the penalty box. Takes advantage of a little bit of a pile-up to find some space on the inside and get that lead jammer status, so Addie will be coming around on her first scoring pass as Slam Cakes is exiting the penalty box. Addie calls the jam to freeze Slam Cakes in the penalty box. Oh, no, wait, she got released, it looks like. So Slam Cakes was released, which means we will start with both jammers at the beginning of the next jam. After that jam, it looks like I'm waiting for the score to update, and I will tell you what the score is once it updates. That's all I got for you. I'm going to make it sound as official as I can with the fact that we are dealing with we're running at about 50% technology-wise, but we're going to give you announcing, hopefully, to make it sound like we are running at 100%. And that's the kind of professionalism you get from Are You Kidding Me and Seriously and Derby Date Night. So like and subscribe, even when our stream is not to our standard. For Lansing, we've got, love this name, Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing and has established themselves as lead jammer, as it looks like Addie is in the penalty box. So she might have gone to the penalty box at the end of the last jam. That was the first scoring pass there, and so that is 4 points on the board for Lansing Roller Derby. Addie is now out of the penalty box and will be coming around. Sarah Sasson has gotten through successfully on a scoring pass. Looks like a penalty was called on a Lansing blocker, and Addie is able to get through on her scoring pass. Sarah Sasson is through and for another 4 points and calls the jam. Looks like that is now Lansing 21 to Cornfed's 10. Welcome again to the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. You are joining us today for the third game of a two-day fantastic Midwest corny roller derby tournament of fun. And this is the first game for both Lansing and for Cornfed. Looks like Hunterino is jamming for Lansing, and I can't see who's jamming for Cornfed. Is that Alexecutioner? I think that's Alexecutioner jamming for Cornfed. And I meant Herterino, not Hunterino, Herterino. All right, Alexa getting forced to recycle. Hunter is getting stuck with a great tripod of Cornfed blockers just holding Hunter there. Hunter looked a little bit frustrated with something. Looks like we are going to be pausing for a short timeout as someone has lost a mouth guard. The score right now is still, it looks like 21-10, Lansing to Cornfed. Thank you for the compliments on the camera coverage. We have got a great camera crew today. One of the children from Derby Date Night is at home and not getting paid by video games, but one of them is here. So we've got OMG here on one of our cameras. We've got one of our Children of the Corn. So one of the Children of the Cornfed skaters is doing our second camera, and we have a wonderful partner of one of our skaters who is on camera 3. So we really appreciate having all the camera help and are hoping we can give you good live manned cameras as much as we can during this tournament. And we really appreciate everybody's help. We're just taking a minute for the skater who lost their mouth guard to collect their bearings. but not their real bearings, because there are bearings in roller skates and they're not actually collecting bearings from their skates. I mean, collect their bearings. But if you look on the screen, you will see that we have a number. We have our tournament here. This is our Cornament of Champions tournament bracket. So this morning we've already had 2 games, and Rock, Roller Girls of Central Kentucky, and South Bend both won their games, and they will both go on to play their second games later today versus who knows who, the winners of the next 2 games, which is this game, and then we will have another game in just a little bit between Chicago Style Roller Derby and Cape Girardeau. So looking forward to seeing who Rock and South Bend will play. On our second bracket, we have Louisville, which will be playing someone tomorrow morning, as well as Circle City, who will be playing someone tomorrow morning in our Aw Shucks bracket. Even though it's the bracket you go to after you lose the game, you get to be in a bracket called Aw Shucks, so I think we all win a little bit, because I would love to be in a bracket called Aw Shucks. And for those of you who have not joined us yet this morning, there will be corn jokes at every 50 points each team scores. So I've got a lovely collection of corn jokes to share with you today. So I apologize in advance because these jokes are very corny. It is Father's Day weekend, so I thought dad jokes would be appropriate. So you're going to get some pretty good corn jokes. If you've got some of your own, don't hesitate to drop them in the chat. I've been enjoying really interacting with the chat today, and I really appreciate that you all are joining us for this fun weekend of roller derby. Thank you for all the great compliments in the chat. Really means a lot to us to have your support. And it's been just great hearing how much you all love it, and we love being able to bring roller derby to you from Indiana and maybe someday a little bit beyond. But we just love being able to bring it to all of you so that you can watch your favorite skaters, or even if you don't have favorite skaters, that you can develop your favorite skaters and find out who they are through watching our streams. So Cornfed Roller Derby is our host league. So this whole tournament is put on by Cornfed Roller Derby. They are also one of the teams participating in the tournament. They were established in 2010. They are also my home league. I started skating with them in 2014, I think. I am retired now, but clearly still involved. So they were established as the Cornfed Derby Dames and have recently rebranded to become Cornfed Roller Derby. And this is their B team that is playing today. There are the Cornfed All-Stars and the Cornfed Muncie Misfits, and this is the B team that you are watching today. Lansing is a skater-run nonprofit 501(c) roller derby league, and they're committed to making the greater Lansing area an even better place to live in. They were also established in 2010. They call the northeast side of the greater Lansing area their home. In 2014, they did a brand, culture, and mission overhaul, and they devote themselves to a culture that embraces a positive and empowering environment and simultaneously believe in being competitive and athletic. They really are a team and a family, and they really mean that. So as of October 10th, 2021, they also have a sub-team, the Lansing Junior Vixens, and they became one organization with East Lansing Roller Derby. So they merged a whole bunch of teams together, and starting January 1st, 2022, the teams transitioned into becoming Lansing Roller Derby so that they were able to just become one team. Elamon, thanks for your comment. We will look into that and work to get that corrected. All right, it looks like we are going to be getting back to the action shortly here. Lansing currently in the lead with 21 to Cornfed's 10. I see a sweet Torture, former teammate of mine in the chat. Always good to see you, Torture. Love that you're watching. Shout out to you. I think Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing and has established herself as lead jammer. I think our jammer for Cornfed is in the box, Alexecutioner. Sarah coming through on her first scoring pass. Getting some offensive help from her blockers to get through on the inside line. Alexa is standing and will be coming out of the box shortly. Sarah getting a little bit stuck up in the blockers is able to get through to score those 4 points. Alexa coming out of the box, finding a strong wall of Lansing skaters. Sarah coming in on another scoring pass, jumping around to score those 4 points. Alexa trying to stretch out that pack, looking for a little bit of offensive help, getting recycled as Sarah is entering the pack again on another scoring pass. Sarah getting a little bit stuck up in the pack this time as well. Push to the outside. Alexa pushing and is looking. She passed the pivot panty to Wanda. One hit Wanda is now the jammer for Cornfed. Sarah sneaking through on the outside to score another 4 points. Wanda finding some space on the inside will now be the jammer for Cornfed. Sarah coming through. Let's see if she's going to keep running it or if she's going to have. Is she going to give Wanda the opportunity to score any points? Looks like she is. Wanda finding some space on the outside. Sarah looking to the inside to try and find some space. Wanda getting pushed to the inside is forced to recycle as Sarah comes around on another scoring pass while Wanda resets. So at the end of that jam, it looks like we have 42 points for Lansing to Cornfed's 10. Miss Adventure jamming for Cornfed, and Herderino is jamming for Lansing. Both jammers getting a slow start here, and Miss Adventure is able to find that space to get out as lead jammer, but Herderino is not too far behind. Herderino passing Miss Adventure and forcing her to call it off before any points could be scored. So that is a scoreless jam, which means the score remains Lansing 42 to Cornfed 10. Again, you're joining us here with Derby Date Night. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We can be found on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Jordan Peters, I love One Hit Wanda as well, but I know you probably love her more because you're married to her. All right, number 12 for Lansing, that's Fox and Mad, who has established lead jammer status for Lansing, and Adderall is jamming for Cornfed. Addie also got out behind Fox and Mad, but was not able to score any points because Foxen called the jam before Addie could score any points, but not before scoring 3 points of her own. And Lansing is at 45 to Cornfed 10. All right. Slam Cakes is the lead jammer for Lansing. Alexecutioner jamming for Cornfed. Getting chased down by some Lansing blockers, but able to get out. Slam Cakes entering the pack on her first scoring pass is able to... Oh, Wanda tried to slow her down. She was able to score some points before Alexecutioner could come around and score any of her own. The score is now 49 to 10, Lansing to Cornfed. And with Lansing being at 49 points, that means we are only 1 point away from our first corn joke of this game. Okay, Misadventure is jamming for Cornfed. Sarah Sasson jamming for Lansing and establishing herself as lead jammer. Misadventure trying to pull that pack apart as much as she can as Sarah Sasson is re-entering the pack. Finding some space on the inside line to score 4 points. Misadventure taking off the jammer panty, passing it to Soul Seeker, who will now be the jammer for Cornfed. Sarah Sasson is coming around on her second scoring pass, is able to get through as Soul Seeker is going to be forced to recycle to the back of the pack. Sarah Sasson is coming around right now. It looks like 57-10 for those who need a score update. Soul Seeker is getting pushed to the outside and forced to recycle as Sarah Sasson is re-entering that pack again, coming through for another 4 points. Jarmageddon from Lansing Roller Derby doing some great defense to really just continuing to hold Soul Seeker there, and Soul Seeker's working real hard to get through as Sarah Sasson comes through for another 4 points. Score is 65-10, Lansing. Soul Seeker looking tired, but not giving up as she continues to battle with Lansing blockers. Sarah Sasson coming around again on another scoring pass. Soul Seeker just trying to push with brute strength to get through. Sarah Sasson finding space and getting through for another 4 points, 73-10. Soul Seeker looking for some help from her offense, is probably a little grateful that that whistle was blown. Very successful jam for Lansing and Sarah Sasson. Great job for everybody in that jam. Right now we're looking at 73-10 Lansing. We have 13 and a half minutes left in this half. Boggs is jamming for Cornfed, and Murderino is jamming for Lansing. Both jammers getting a little bit stuck at the beginning of this jam, trying to find some space. Boggs pulling the pack to the front, has one more blocker to get past, establishes herself as lead jammer, and is out. Cornfed will be controlling this jam as Murderino is getting pushed to the inside line and being forced to recycle by US Amy. Boggs coming out, trying to find some space on the inside line, has to recycle just a little bit, but is able to come back through. Has to get past 2 Lansing blockers. Murderino still getting a little bit stuck, or Murderino passed the star to the Mind Killer, pivot for Lansing, who will be the jammer for Lansing now. Boggs still getting a little bit trapped in the pack here. Is hoping to pull this pack apart, find some space on the outside, but then needs to find some more space and is just getting stopped by some blockers as the Mind Killer was able to get out. Boggs notices and calls the jam, but not before scoring some points for Cornfed. So the score is now 73-14. Pierce noticing the tractor trailer defense. I remember learning tractor trailer. It was always very fun to learn as a skater. I really enjoyed it because you've got both people there and really working hard. If one person can't close the door, maybe the other one can when you do that type of defense. Love seeing it. Fox and Mad on the jam line for Lansing and Adderall on the jam line for Cornfed. Wow, good walls here. Really great walls. Hard for both jammers to find any space. Everybody is really defensively focused right now. Fox and Mad getting recycled by One Hit Wanda from Cornfed. Addie getting pushed down a little bit towards the outside line. Neither jammer able to find much purchase. Fox and Mad finds a space and is established as your lead jammer for Lansing Roller Derby. Addie getting pushed to the inside, forced to recycle to the back as Fox and Mad is coming into the pack. Cornfed is resetting. There's a star pass. Adderall passed the star to Grizz. Grizz will now be your jammer for Cornfed. Fox and Mad taking a second to kind of revisit, figure out, get their bearings, as Grizz has made it out of the pack, but is not going to have the opportunity to score any points as Fox and Mad is calling the jam. Current score 73-14. We have 10 minutes left in this half, and then we will take a 10-minute break, and maybe we can figure out some of the issues with the scoreboard. No promises, though. Since we are past 50 points for Lansing, that means it is time for a corn joke, and there is no technical difficulties with the corn jokes, so I should be able to find one for you. Okay, here's the puzzle. I'll tell you the answer after the jam. We peel and dispose of the outside, boil the inside, devour the outside, and dispose of the inside. What am I? I'll tell you the answer, well, sooner than that, because it looks like we're having a timeout right now. So we peel and dispose of the outside, boil the inside, devour the outside, then dispose of the inside. If you know the theme of this tournament, I think you should know the answer. It's a corn cob. That's not really a joke. That's more of a fact. And it's very weird. Why do we do that to corn cobs? Yeah, they start dry. Yeah, I don't know. You know, corn is good in so many different forms. Since we don't have any scores, I should definitely interact a little bit more with the chat. What is your favorite type of corn? I am definitely a corn on the cob type person. I love corn on the cob. My favorite is the corn on the cob at Animal Kingdom in Disney World. That is my very favorite corn on the cob ever. What kind of corn do you enjoy? Okay, we have about 30 seconds until we will start another jam. Current score 76 Lansing, 14 Cornfed, with 10 minutes remaining in the game. Executioner jamming for Cornfed and Slam Cakes jamming for Lansing. Nope, is that Slam Cakes? No, that's Sarah Sasson. Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing and has established herself as lead jammer. Executioner pushing as hard as she can. She's got a trio of Lansing blockers that is just hard to get through. This is a very strong tripod, and she is just pushing as best as she can. Sarah Sasson coming in on a scoring pass is able to dive around and get through to score 4 points. Executioner has passed the star to Rogue from Cornfed, who will now be the jammer for Cornfed. Rogue was able to get out and will now be coming in to potentially score some points. Big hit from Sarah Sasson to get through to score 4 points, leaving the score at 84 for Lansing to 14 for Cornfed. Okay, we've got some corn favorites. We have sweet corn from Destiny. Sweet corn, very good. Kyle, I love your favorite corn, which is the corny jokes. That is a great type of corn as well. Seriously is shouting corn dog. I don't know if that's his favorite corn or if he's just saying corn dog for fun. But does that really count as corn food? Or does that count more as a type of a hot dog? Okay, Boggs with a grin, establishing herself as lead jammer. Very happy about that. Followed closely by Slam Cakes, who is also out of the pack. Looks like we're short a few blockers here. I think there's at least one Lansing blocker in the pack. Boggs is through, calls the jam after scoring 3 points. Let's see if Slam Cakes was able to steal any. I think she was. 3-3. So that was an even jam. So 87-17, Lansing Cornfed. Rogue is awesome. Rogue and I like to talk about the fact that when Rogue started, I actually taught Rogue to skate. Rogue is much better than I am and will always be, but I still remember the day I decided we would play milk jug hockey, and I realized how competitive Rogue was when she just went bananas being so competitive with the milk jug hockey. I decided not to do that for a while because they were still new skaters at the time. Fox and Mad is jamming for Lansing. Great job using her shoulders to push just as hard as she can. But unfortunately is being sent to the box. And so this will be a power jam for Cornfed and Adderall, who is lead jammer for Cornfed. So great opportunity here for Cornfed to score some points. Addie entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Looking for some offensive help from Cornfed. Is able to get through to score 4 points, bringing Cornfed over 20. So they have 21 points now. Here comes Addie, but Slam Cakes is standing, so we'll be coming out of the box shortly and we'll be attempting to respond with points of our own. Addie pushed to the outside. I hear a penalty. I don't know who the penalty is on, but Slam Cakes is back in the game and is being pushed to the inside, being forced to recycle. Oh, Addie is being sent to the penalty box. So since she was lead jammer when she went to the penalty box, this jam will go the full 2 minutes. We have 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. Slam Cakes was able to get through. That was not a scoring pass, so she will not score points. Addie is back in, it looks like. Slam Cakes coming in on a scoring pass. That pack is being pulled apart. Penalty being called on a Cornfed skater. Slam Cakes takes that opportunity to see that hole and find some space. Score is 91 Lansing, 21 Cornfed. Addie getting through for another 4 points, which means that's 25 Cornfed. Both skaters looking a little tired, but we've still got 5 seconds left in this jam. Slam Cakes is going to try and score some points here. Addie's coming into the pack. Penalty called on somebody, but I don't think it was a jammer at the end of that jam. Score is 91-25 Lansing Cornfed. We have 5 minutes and 41 seconds left in this half. I was having a discussion with some of the officials earlier about whether or not these games were sanctioned, and we were not. I think there are a few games here that are sanctioned, but some of them are not. But I'm not sure which ones are and which ones aren't. I can try to get some clarifications later and see what I can find out for you. Girardeau establishing herself as lead jammer. And is that Alexecutioner jamming for Cornfed? Getting a little bit stuck up and held by a very strong tripod here, led by Toxic Shock from Lansing Roller Derby. Girardeau re-entering the pack, has 2 Cornfed blockers to get through. Debbie Darko and Grizz doing a great job pushing. Girardeau gets pushed to the inside line there as Daisy Doom is trying to provide some offensive help for Alexa, who is still on that initial trying to get out. Alexa has, this is physically just difficult. Toxic Shock providing some great defense there, forcing Alexecutioner to recycle as Girardeau was able to get through to score some points there. Girardeau coming around on another scoring pass. Alexecutioner has that jammer star off and might be looking for a pivot to pass that to. Girardeau getting a little bit tangled up there, but is able to get through for 4 more points. I think bringing the score to 99 for Lansing. We've got, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left in the half. Girardeau scoring 4 more points, bringing us over the 100 mark for Lansing. Oh, that's okay. Girardeau coming in to score another 4 points. I did not notice that Alexecutioner went to the penalty box, which is why things slowed down so much, but she is now out of the penalty box as that jam ends. Lansing 107 to Cornfed 25 with 3 minutes left in the half. With just under 3 minutes left in this half. Thank you again for your patience as we have figured out as we're trying to figure out these technical difficulties, hoping we can get updated scores for you in the second half. But we appreciate I appreciate our camera people so much right now because we really are glad that we can still bring you that, hopefully, enough of the game that you're still able to see, even though we don't have the score as well. Boggs getting through and playing to the crowd as she gets lead jammer, but it looks like, I think that Slam Cakes is very, very quickly behind her. That pack has decided to speed up. They're going to make this not easy for these jammers to score any points because this has become a race. Boggs trying to get some points before Slam Cakes. Oh, this is fast. Boggs getting past all 4 skaters and calling that jam and able to do so with, oh, that was just beautiful. Slam Cakes was not able to get any points there. So 4 hard-earned points for Boggs with a score of 29 for Cornfed, 107 Lansing with 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this half. Don't forget to like and subscribe Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We are in our 3rd game of the tournament this weekend. I've explained a little bit before that there was the seeding for this tournament was random. So really these first 4 games, and we're in game 3 of 4, are really anybody's game because there was no real rhyme or reason because it was a random draw for seeding. So this is where we're really finding out, how these teams stack up against each other. So we've already had 2 games this morning. Rock were victorious in their first game, and South Bend was victorious in their first game. They will both be playing again later tonight in the championship bracket, whereas Circle City and Louisville will be playing in the consolation Aw Shucks bracket. So the winner of this game will be, where's my thing? The winner of this game will be going on to play, are they playing tonight or tomorrow? Let's see. Game 3. We'll be going on to play, today at 4 p.m. Wow. They're not going to have very much of a break. But the winner of this game will go on to play Rock at 4 p.m. today. And then the loser of this game will go on to play Louisville tonight at 8 p.m. I think we're paused for track repair at this point, so we should be resuming soon. Oh, I forgot. We went over 100, so that means a corn joke. What do we call 2 corn stalks which are best friends? I'll let you think on that one for a minute. 2 corn stalks who are best friends. What are they called? They are called earbuds. Get it? I don't know. I don't know how funny that is. I bet you the chat could come up with a better punchline for that one. We continue to be paused. I can't read the scoreboard, so I'm not sure if it is actually track repair or if this is an official timeout. The officials look seriously like they're discussing something, so I'm going to go with, I think it's an official timeout. But I don't know. We'll just wait, and then they'll tell us, or they won't tell us, and we'll just make guesses. There's 1 minute and 17 seconds left in this half with a score of 107 Lansing to Cornfed 29. So if you want to follow along online, we do have a digital program for this tournament. If you go find Cornfed Roller Derby on any of their social channels, you should be able to find a link to the digital program. That is also where you can vote for your fan favorite. So if you have a skater that is your favorite from a team, you can show them some love and vote for fan favorite over there. We will be awarding 1 skater from each team the fan favorite award at the end of the tournament. So you can find that on any of Cornfed's social media channels. As the jam begins, it looks like Sarah Sasson jamming for Lansing Roller Derby, establishing herself as lead jammer quickly. And Adderall is jamming for Cornfed, trying to find some space. Getting swept to the outside, looking for space on the inside as Sarah Sasson re-enters the pack on her first scoring pass. She's able to get through for those 4 points. Addie seeing some space on the inside, takes a little bit of a tumble. Yeah, I thought that. Okay. Low block called on a blocker from Lansing. That pack is starting to stretch out and go a little bit faster. Addie makes a star pass, or fakes a star pass. Not sure if she made it or faked it. Regardless, she made one now, and one hit Wanda is now the jammer of record for Cornfed as Sarah Sassen's coming around on another scoring pass. Lansing is at 116 to Cornfed's 29 as Wanda is going to be coming around on her first scoring pass. Jam clock is going to run out in 5 seconds, so this is going to be the last jam of the half. Sarah Sassen still controlling this jam. Wanda getting pushed to the outside and re-enters, getting called on a track cut right at the very end of that jam. She doesn't look super happy about it, but that means that she will start the second half of the game in the penalty box. So we will start the second half with I'm seeing an official review being called as well. So there's going to be an official review from Cornfed on that cut, which doesn't surprise me. I saw Wanda's face. I'm not sure if it was, I don't know. We'll see. So what's going to happen is Coach Kent is going to go to the middle, and he's going to ask for what I'm assuming, because I don't actually know, but I'm assuming he's going to ask for that cut to be reviewed, and we'll see whether or not Wanda will be starting the next half in the penalty box. Right now the score is Lansing 120 to Cornfed 32. I can feel my husband producer poking me and telling me things, and I am aware of that, but I'm also typing scores into the chat, so give me a second. There is a 10-minute intermission. Thank you for the poking on the shoulder. And so we will be back in 10 minutes after intermission, and I will let you know what happens also with that official review. See you in 10 minutes, and maybe we'll have a scoreboard. Maybe we won't. It's anybody's guess. It's a mystery. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us for the second half of Lansing Roller Derby versus Cornfed Roller Derby, the third game of our two-day Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions tournament. We've already had two games this morning. We had Rock, Roller Girls of Central Kentucky versus Louisville. Rock won that one, and we'll be playing again later today. And then we had Circle City Roller Derby versus South Bend Roller Derby. South Bend won that one, and we'll be moving on in the champions bracket later today. Right now, Lansing is at a score of 120 to Cornfed 32, and looks like at the end of the last half, there was an official review happening. One Hit Wanda had been sent to the box as a jammer. This jam has started with Wanda in the box, so I'm assuming that official review was that did not happen, and that was retained, so they kept that official review. While I have been talking, Sarah Sasson has established herself as a lead jammer and has gone on a skate around the circle at least twice, so I think that was the third one. So that will be 12 points scored by Lansing on that power jam, while Wanda is now out of the box as jammer for Cornfed. Wanda trying to stretch that pack out, trying to get a no pack called, while Sarah Sasson enters the pack and on another scoring pass to score another 4 points. Sarah Sasson is now out, but so is Wanda, and so she's going to enter the pack and gets pushed to the outside and calls the jam before Wanda can score any points. Current score is 136 to 32. Even though we have no access to the scoreboard, I do have access to cheese. And those of you who have listened to Derby Date Night in the past, you know how much cheese means to me. And so when we're having a hard time with technical difficulties, a good bit of string cheese can always cheer me up. So I am now enjoying string cheese, and technical difficulties just don't matter as much when I've got a little bit of cheese to keep me happy. Technically, we have cheese. For technical difficulties. This looks like another official review. I don't know what this one's for. No, there's no technical review. I do not. Technical cheese. There's no such thing as technical cheese. Technically, there is. Okay, I'm done. We're done. We're done with cheese and technical. Nope. So the winner of this game will go on to play Rock at 4 o'clock. That rhymed. Yeah. Yeah, Iron Ham, shout out to the cheese. That's right. Have I managed to talk about cheese in almost everything we've done so far with Derby Date Night? I think I have. It's a good topic. But this week is all about corn. So this is our third game of the tournament, but we still have two teams that we have not seen play yet today, and that is Chicago-style roller derby and Cape Girardeau, who I ran into, and I asked them how you say Girardeau, and they said you can say it real southern-like, Girardeau. And they also said they're from the Boot Hill of Missouri, and they have these fantastic accents, and I could just talk to them forever. So we've got a southern team here in our Midwest tournament, bringing us some accent. And what kind of corn do they eat in the South? Corn pudding? I don't know. What? I'm sure that there are different regions enjoy different types of corn, you know? Like New England corn chowder is a regional delicacy. I'm not from the South, though, so I don't know what kind of corn. Wait, cornbread. Right? I'm just having a conversation with myself over here, trying to entertain you all during this long official review. But that's all right. We appreciate officials for what they're doing. I also talked to an official once who, I guess they watched a game at one point, and they were watching an official review and looked at their partner, and they were like, wait, these things take a long time. When you're in the official review, it doesn't feel like it's taking that long. But when you're a fan watching the game, it kind of does. Kayla, we needed you a week ago because we were trying so hard to think of a name for the championship bracket. We were really proud of coming up with Aw Shucks for the non-championship bracket and could not come up with anything. The cream of the crop. My goodness. We will change our brackets. You have now named the championship bracket the cream of the crop. That is it. That's official. And because we are the ones who make our own bracket, you get to officially name it. Thanks, Kayla. I love it. The cream of the crop. It's amazing.
Brownie points?
Oh, yeah, brownie points. I've been giving out brownie points to people. So, Kayla, you will now get brownie points. And we do have brownie brittle over here. If you happen to be in the building or nearby, you can come over for your brownie brittle. Or just enjoy the fact that you've gotten some brownie points. Always fun to get brownie points. We can't give out any points like for the games. We can't actually influence anything. So we've decided to just give out brownie points of our own. I'm quickly running out of things to talk about during this official review. So it looks like the official review might be ending. We're going to be getting back to some roller derby soon. Time to get back to the action. The current score is 139 Lansing to 32 Cornfed. Boggs is jamming for Cornfed and is established as lead jammer. I think that's Herderino, who is out behind Boggs by about, I'd say, 7 seconds, as Boggs is entering the pack on her first scoring pass, trying to find some space on the outside. and calls the jam before Herderino can score any points. Boggs was able to get, it looks like, 3 points in that jam. Hopefully we have the right camera angle. I just don't know. All right, the jam has started. We have Rogue for Cornfed and Fox and Mad for Lansing Roller Derby. Fox and Mad establishing herself as lead jammer. Rogue trying to find her way through. Got to get past a couple Lansing blockers doing a great job of recycling to the front. Even though Rogue got past them, she had to get past them again because they recycled to the front. She was able to get out, but is not able to score any points because Fox and Mad called that jam off before she was able to score any points. The score is currently at 143 to 35. Kayla, you're about to get more than brownie points. You're going to get like amazing person of the tournament from us or something. I mean, you have been so valuable. Not only are you naming brackets and bringing coffee, it's just fabulous. Thank you. All right, Daisy Doom is jamming for Cornfed, and Slam Cakes is jamming for Lansing. Slam Cakes getting a push from Misadventure to the outside, forced to recycle, but is recycling all the way to the penalty box. Not sure what happened there. It looks like a track cut has been called. Daisy Doom passed the star to Misadventure, who will now be the jammer for Cornfed, which means there is no lead jammer, and this jam will go the full 2 minutes as Misadventure comes around on a opportunity to score some points here in this power jam. Engages with the pack. Ooh, big hit from Lansing. I think that was Highland Kapow or Toxic Shock, I'm not sure. We are going to be pausing real quickly for an injury timeout. Thank you for your patience. And we are back with Derby Date Night. The skater was able to return to the bench on her own skates. So skate, feet, one of those. and we will be resuming play in just a minute, but it looks like the refs are also discussing something, so there might be an official review happening as well. So thank you for your patience. The score is currently Lansing 145 to Cornfed 38. Again, this is the third game of a 12-game tournament, and the winner of this game will go on to play Rock at Roller Girls of Central Kentucky at 4 o'clock. And the loser of this game will go on to play Louisville tonight at 8 p.m. And we currently have 25 minutes left in this half. The next game is supposed to start in 30 minutes, so I'm guessing we're going to be running at least a half hour behind on this tournament. If you want to see the entire tournament schedule as well as bios of the players, you can go to any of Cornfed's social sites and be able to see a link to our digital program where you can find out all the information you need to know about this weekend. All right, as the jam begins again, Boggs is jamming for Cornfed. Big hit from Lansing. Beautiful, beautiful hops. Thunderstruck, I think, from Lansing was the blocker on that one, and did a great Toxic Shock. Did a great job hitting Boggs, but Boggs was able to stay in to continue to be lead jammer and to now score some points. Slam Cakes, I think, might have stole some points there at the end of that jam. Let's see. Cornfed at 42 to Lansing 145. That was such a pretty jam. We currently have 42 people watching the stream. 42, my favorite number, former Derby number. All right, Rogue is jamming for Cornfed, and Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing. Sarah Sasson out as lead jammer. Rogue looking for some offensive help from her team. It is a tough blockers from Lansing, really just holding. Rogue is trying to pull this group apart. Sarah Sasson has been sent to the penalty box. Rogue taking a big hit to the outside. It's being forced to recycle. And that hit looks like it did lead to a trip to the penalty box for that Lansing blocker. That is the third Lansing blocker to be sitting in the penalty box. So Rogue has, there's one jammer, two blockers in the penalty box. So Rogue had two Lansing blockers to get around, was able to do so, and will now come around on a scoring pass. Sarah Sasson is standing, so she will be out of the penalty box in less than 10 seconds. Rogue just has to get past these two blockers, is able to do so to score 4 points, bringing Cornfed's total to 46. Sarah Sasson is out of the penalty box. Is able to get around the Cornfed blockers as Rogue enters the pack again. Gets some offensive help from Amy and tries to call the jam, but realizes she is not lead jammer. There is no lead jammer, so decides to play some defense and hits Sarah Sasson off to the inside. Sarah and Rogue both on scoring passes right now, both getting a little bit tangled up in the pack. Current score, Lansing 149 to Cornfed 46. Both jammers resetting just a little bit. Trying to pull this pack apart. That pack is not moving very fast. Rogue trying to sneak around with her famous bean dip, dipping under the blockers to get around and to score those 4 points. Sarah Sasson is sitting, it looks like, in the penalty box again. And will be starting the next jam in the penalty box. So Cornfed has reached 50 points to Lansing's 152. We are behind on corn jokes at this point, so I will need to do some corn jokes, but first I'm going to update the score in the chat. And I know I owe you a couple corn jokes, so they're coming, don't you worry. Daisy Doom jamming for Cornfed on this power jam, doing a beautiful spin to stay in bounds and establish herself as lead jammer. Daisy Doom is retiring after this season, so this will be her last tournament. So definitely enjoying every piece of derby that she gets to play this weekend. Taking a hit from 22 Jarmageddon on Lansing, but able to stay in bounds as Sarah Sasson re-enters the pack. As she comes out of the penalty box, is able to get through, and that was not a scoring pass, but this next time she comes around, she will be eligible to score points. Daisy working to push through these strong Lansing blockers as Sarah Sasson comes around to score 4 points. Penalty called on a Lansing blocker, looks like, and a Cornfed blocker. Both had it. That box is getting a little full of of blockers from both teams. Daisy calling the jam. Score currently 54 to 156. That is a fairly full penalty box, so we will be starting the next jam with, I think, 2 jammers, but we will also only have 2 blockers from each team out on the track. And there are 20 minutes left in this game. Okay, time for a joke. Just plain popcorn? You can do better than that. That's a good joke. And I love popcorn. Ooh, that might be my favorite type of corn too, popcorn. That's a tough one. Boggs jamming for Cornfed, and Herderino jamming for Lansing. Boggs is out as your lead jammer, but close behind is, I think that's Herderino. I'm going to double check. Yep. So Boggs through for 4 points. Herderino getting hit to the outside, having to recycle. Boggs coming around again. This pack is really stretched out, so Boggs and Herderino both doing their best to weave through these packs as best as they can. Boggs calling the jam, but not before. Cornfed goes to 60 points with Lansing at 160. Cornfed definitely trying to cut into this lead and is really responding with some more points of their own this second half. Another timeout, it looks like, has been called. Track repair. So, track repair, I still owe you all 2 more corn jokes. So, did you hear about the cornstalk that changed careers? He went into a different field. I like that one. Also, I'm laughing at these jokes not because I have not seen them before. They were given to me by, husband, technical producer, person who does all things, Mr. Seriously, who provided me with jokes. So I'm seeing them for the first time just like you guys are. Okay, do we still have 20 minutes left? I can't see the scoreboard from here. Again, I'd like to give a big, huge shout out to our camera helpers. One of our sons, OMG, is helping out, as well as Preston, who's one of the sons of our skaters and coach, actually Coach Kent and US Amy. Preston and these kids actually have grown up together. One of our advertisements on Instagram was Preston and our younger son, who's not here today, and we've watched them grow up together because they're teenagers now, and when we first started, like they were 5 when I first started roller derby, so it's been a lifetime. Slam Cakes is lead jammer for Lansing, but Rogue got out almost at the same time and is now in front of Slam Cakes, and Rogue is doing one of her favorite things, which is jammer on jammer, like defense. So, and the pack has decided to speed up and make this hard on the jammers, so we're just going to have a race, it looks like, as both jammers approach the pack at the same time. Slam Cakes tries to grab some points. A little bit of tension between skaters and refs. But everybody's going to take a break, and we're going to just reset for the next jam. Is that an official review, I think, again? Cool. I'm going to run out of things to talk about at some point here. No, I think I already have.
You've got a lot of games left, too.
I know. This is only the 3rd game of 12. I'm going to need to, find some random topics at some point. The most games I've ever done in a day is 2. So when did I do 3? No.
Oh,
No, I didn't announce the beginning of that one. We didn't announce the junior game, so. It's fine. We're fine. Okay, so I've talked about two of our camera people, but our third one is Mark, who is the partner of one of the Cornfed skaters, and he is doing a fabulous job, and we just really appreciate it. I mean, this is just volunteer, and we really appreciate people helping and supporting our stream as we, try to bring roller derby to as many people as we can, and hope that you enjoy watching our streams here from this tiny little random Midwest town of Muncie, Indiana, which we're not that tiny and not that random because we are the beautiful, luxurious Muncie, Indiana. Those who know who Ray Toffer on TikTok is know exactly what I'm talking about when I welcome you from beautiful, luxurious Muncie. But we are the home of Bob Ross. It's Garfield from here, around here. Yep, Garfield. And the Ball Jar, which is also the origin of the name of Ball State University. I mean, Muncie's got some stuff. Muncie can be kind of cool. Sometimes. What? Oh, Muncie was also an upside-down map of Muncie is the map of the city of Pawnee from Parks and Recreation. That's another good Muncie fact. Parks and Recreation is based on our town. I don't know if that sells it or not. Looks like a new jammer for Lansing. I can't tell who that is, but they are lead jammer for Lansing. Andy Wardall is jamming for Lansing and is lead jammer and doing a great job making their way through. Daisy Doom is the jammer for Cornfed and currently having a conversation while she sits in the box with the pivot from Lansing. So looks pretty. Oh, she's standing, so she's got less than 10 seconds left on that penalty. Andy Warhol is slowed down for the first time in this jam by a tripod of Cornfed blockers as Daisy Doom re-enters. Score right now 168-62 with 17 minutes left in the period. Daisy has now re-entered and is getting pushed to the outside and recycle. Ooh, that was a beautiful recycling by Lansing there. Just like a waterfall of recycling. That was great. But Daisy unfortunately had to, come through all of that because they were able to pull her quite far back. As Andy Wardall continues to push, is getting a little bit stuck behind these four Cornfed blockers. The jam comes to an end, but not before both skaters have scored some points there. The score is now 171 Lansing, Cornfed 62. With 16 minutes left. All right, Boggs lining up for Cornfed, and Fox and Mad is jamming for Lansing. Boggs getting forced to recycle to the back. Foxing trying to push this Cornfed tripod forward, getting a little bit stuck. Boggs establishing lead jammer with a baseball slide, which meant that the two Lansing blockers were able to recycle in front of her to slow her down, but now she is fully out of the pack. And coming around as your lead jammer. Fox and Mad still being held by one-hit Wanda, trying to get past her to get out. Boggs re-entering the pack again, getting pushed to the outside, forced to recycle. Toxic Shock thought she might have gotten a track cut, and she did. Boggs will be reporting to the penalty box on that track cut. Fox and Mad had taken off the jammer panty, which means she will not be able to establish herself as lead jammer. Fox and Mad coming around on a scoring pass as Boggs waits in the penalty box to be released. Fox and Mad approaching the pack. Everything's a little bit tangled up over there. Fox and Mad trying to pull this pack apart. Takes a little bit of a tumble, but is able to stay in bounds. Boggs has re-entered the pack and quickly got through it. And I don't know if she had the star on when she got through it, so she might not have been able to score points if she didn't have the star on when she got through. I don't know. I couldn't see. So Boggs coming through again, but that time I know she had the star on her head and was able to score those 4 points. Foxon also coming through for 4 points of her own, as both packs are trying to kind of get their bearings and figure out what's happening. Boggs taking a hit to the back, and I think that was Toxic Shock literally doing a flip after a big hit. That was, I don't think I've ever done a somersault on the ground while playing Derby. That was beautiful. I am not that flexible. I never was. Score is 179 Lansing to 73 Cornfed. All right, Rogue is jamming for Cornfed, and it looks like Slam Cakes for Lansing Roller Derby. Slam Cakes getting a penalty and headed to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Cornfed and for Rogue, who asks her blockers for a little bit of offensive help. Trying to find some space. Zigging and zagging to the inside to establish herself as lead jammer while Slam Cakes waits in the penalty box. So this is a great opportunity for Cornfed on this power jam to score some points here. For those of you just tuning in, we are at the end of, towards the end of the Lansing Cornfed Roller Derby game. We will be taking a break when this game is over, and we will be having a game from Chicago-style roller derby in Cape Girardeau, which is supposed to start at 2, but considering that there are 12 minutes left in this game and it's already 1:45, I do not think it's starting at 2. So I would assume that those of you who are tuning in for Chicago and Cape Girardeau, then you will probably be looking around 2:30 or 2:45. In the meantime, we are finishing our third game of the tournament right now with Cornfed and Lansing. Cornfed looks like Daisy Doom jamming for Cornfed. Slam Cakes started the jam in the penalty box and is just now coming out of the penalty box. We'll be doing a little bit of jammer interaction here as Slam Cakes coming around. Daisy deciding to call the jam. $179 to 77 is the current score. Again, if you're just joining in, do not forget to like and subscribe Derby Date Night on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. We try to give you the best of live streaming roller derby from Indiana, and maybe someday more than Indiana, but for right now, we stay pretty local because Derby Date Night means we usually leave the kids at home. This weekend, we've only left one kid at home to take care of the dog. The other kid is on one of our cameras, and we really appreciate him for doing that. Boggs is jamming for Cornfed, and Andy Wardall is jamming for Lansing. Andy taking a hit to the outside, but is able to re-enter because the blocker who hit her also went out. Boggs entering the pack on her first scoring pass as Andy comes through to try and score points of her own, but Boggs calls the jam before Andy is able to score any points. $179 Lansing, 81 Cornfed. The winner of this game will go on to play Rock at 4 o'clock, and the loser of this game will play Louisville tonight at 8 o'clock. Rogue quickly establishing herself as lead jammer. And that looks like Sarah Sasson. Such a good derby name. My actual name is Sarah, and I'm really sad that I didn't think of a name like that because that's pretty cool. Sarah is not able to score any points, but Rogue calls the jam after scoring some points and giving a thumbs up to the crowd. 179 to 85. We are under 10 minutes left in this game while we pause for, I think, track repair. All right, 9 minutes and 25 seconds left in this game. The score is 179 to 85. Daisy Doom lining up for Cornfed, and I think that's Girardeau for Lansing. Girardeau trying to stretch that pack out while Daisy Doom's going to be recycled to the back here. Lots of whistles blowing. Yep, I thought so. Daisy was recycled and tried to come in, but came in just a little bit in front of the hips of the Lansing skater. And so because she didn't fully go behind them, she will be sent to the penalty box. Girardeau trying to find some offensive help from her teammates. Has to get around US Amy, and Adderall is able to do so. A little bit off balance, but finds that balance again and resets and is coming around on a scoring pass. While Cornfed is resetting, trying to figure out their strategy. A little bit of offensive help that she's getting there from her teammate. Is able to find some space on the outside. Gets around Karmakazi to score 4 points. Daisy Doom coming out of the penalty box. Deciding to play a little bit of defense as she enters the pack, trying to go up the middle as Girardeau is going around the outside. Getting a little bit tangled up here. Is able to tiptoe around and get around for those 4 points. Great job by Amy pushing the jammer out to the outside, forcing them to recycle. Daisy Doom also getting recycled by Jarmageddon from Lansing. Score currently 191 to 85. Girardeau finding that space to get through the pack to grab those 4 points. Daisy really just trying to push through this strong tripod of Lansing blockers. The jam ends. $195 to 85. We've got 7 minutes left in this game. I think that's Grizz for Cornfed and Slam Cakes for Lansing. Slam Cakes is your lead jammer for Lansing. Grizz is working her way through, trying to find space here. Slam Cakes taking a hit to the inside, being forced to recycle while Grizz comes around. Although Slam Cakes is still the lead jammer, Grizz is coming through on a scoring pass here. Grizz tiptoeing through. However, track cut was called on Slam Cakes, and Slam Cakes will be reporting to the penalty box. Grizz getting forced to recycle here is asking for some offensive help from her blockers so that Cornfed can take advantage of this power jam. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. There's 1 minute left in this jam, 5 minutes left in the period. Grizz pushing through, has 2 blockers from Lansing to get through. A no pack is called, and but then the pack reformed, and so even though Grizz got through, it not able to. One hit Wanda coming in to provide a little bit of offensive help to Grizz. Grizz has got 1 skater to get past, pushing, trying to pull that pack out as much as they can, hoping that a no pack will be called, but the pack just continues to reform closer and closer, and looks like Grizz is finally through as Slam Cakes comes out of the penalty box and is pushed to the outside. Score 195 to 89. Slam Cakes trying to push through, has to get past one last Cornfed blocker, is able to do so as Grizz enters the pack, sweeping to the outside, trying to get past, it looks like 2 Lansing blockers as Slam Cakes coming around. The jam ends 199 to 89 with less than 5 minutes left in this game. 199 means no corn joke yet. We're 1 point away from another corn joke. Timeout has been called by Lansing. Should I do a preemptive corn joke? No preemptive corn jokes? We're so close. But we'll wait. We'll wait till we get above 200 for a corn joke. Adam says there's always time for a corn joke. That is very true. You know what, Adam? I'm going to indulge you and give you a corn joke because I've run out of other things to talk about at this point. So, what is the favorite game of a corn cob? I don't know if I like this pun, so you guys might have a better answer than this one, but it's bahusketball. Bahusketball? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. That was pretty corny. Regardless, we have got Fox and Mad for Lansing and Boggs for Cornfed Roller Derby. Fox and Mad established as lead jammer, but Boggs is literally right behind her. The pack is deciding to speed this one up. And it is a race to see who can get to the pack first because that pack is going as fast as they can. Fox and Mad and Boggs are right next to each other. Boggs starting to score some points as she's passing some Lansing skaters. Fox and Mad trying to also pass some Cornfed skaters, seeing if she can also get some points. Boggs, I'm noticing, is getting pushed to the outside. Fox and Mad was able to get through. Boggs taking a second to reset and reevaluate things. Boggs is also through. Fox and Mad entering the pack again on another scoring pass, getting pushed to the outside. So slowed down just a little bit. That pack is getting a little stretched out and mushed up, so everybody's kind of resetting to figure out what's going on. Boggs finding space on the outside to come through to score another 4 points. Boggs is definitely playing to the crowd today. Fox and Mad coming. They're both just like, this is just watching them kind of take the 4 points here, 4 points here. This has been high scoring for both teams. As Lansing is now at 210, Cornfed just hit the 100 mark. So we have got at least one more corn joke coming our way. Score being currently 214 to 100. We have under 3 minutes left in this game. Great job by both jammers and all those blockers. That was a fun one. I think that's one of the fastest jams I've seen from this game. The Circle City game was super fast. This one has been slow up until now. Things are starting to speed up a little bit now. All right, time for some corn jokes because we have hit another 50 points. The corn cob, why do they stop talking? Well, why does your announcer, if I was a corn cob, why does your announcer stop talking? Tired of fielding too many questions. Oh, badumcha. And it's no surprise the corn cob gets lost. You know why? Come on, you got this one. Because she lives in a large maze. That was a good one. That one was worth it. I liked it. All right, Smarty Cakes is jamming for Lansing, getting pushed to the outside, and Rogue jamming for Cornfed, pushed to the inside, but then dives to the outside and establishes herself as lead jammer. Smarty Cakes looking for some offensive help from her blockers as that pack is just a little bit mushed up. Rogue enters the pack on a scoring pass, hits that pack hard, and is able to break that apart to score 4 points. Slamcake still trying to find that space. Rogue coming around again on another scoring pass. Slamcakes is free of the pack and will now be coming around on her own scoring pass. And that jam ends. 2:15 Lansing, 1:10 Cornfed with 1 minute left. Talk about a good match. Nice. Love it. We have, did I say 1 minute? 35 seconds left in the period. So this will likely be the last jam of this game. The winner of this game, if it is Lansing, will be playing at 4 o'clock against Rock. And tomorrow you'll be looking at Louisville playing Cornfed. No, today. Louisville playing Cornfed at 8 p.m. tonight. So both of these teams will play again. Lansing at 4 o'clock and Cornfed at 8 o'clock. Thank you for your patience with us as we have dealt with a few technical issues. Girardeau is lead jammer for Lansing in this last jam as the period clock runs out. This will be the last one. Addie was started as the pivot and is now your jammer for Cornfed. Girardeau coming around to score 4 points, calling the jam. Unofficial score of 219 to 110. That will be a victory for Lansing. Great job to both teams. We will be taking a short break before we return with our fourth game of the day and the first game for Chicago-style roller derby and Cape Girardeau. We're looking forward to seeing how things go with those teams. So that game will be starting probably in about 30 minutes. So we'll take a short break, hopefully fix our technical difficulties, and be back with you in just a bit with more jokes and more derby. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You are joining us for Cape Girardeau versus Chicago Style Roller Derby. Thank you all for your patience waiting for us to get started. We are having a little bit of trouble with our access to the scoreboard, so I will try to keep you as updated as I can as we join this fourth game of today's Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. That first jam, somebody scored 4 points and somebody else didn't score any, but I can't tell, but I will let you know who it is once I can. All right, lead jammer goes to Miss Maven from Chicago Style Roller Derby. Cape Girardeau jammer out about 5 seconds behind. 4 points for Miss Maven from Chicago. Cape Girardeau entering on their first scoring pass, able to get around and score 4 points. Miss Maven approaching the pack. Getting a little tangled up, but able to get through to score 4 points and call the jam after scoring 8 points, bringing that to a tie. Cape Girardeau 8 and Chicago Style 8. Adam, this is a conundrum without having access to the scoreboard. I thank you in advance for your patience as I figure out who the jammers are and which team is what and what the score is. We will all be in this together. Thank you, Melissa. That was Diana Slamma in that jam for Cape Girardeau. Chicago Style lead jammer in this jam. Cape Girardeau jammer Slam I Am. Getting a little bit stuck up in that pack, but able to get out as Chicago Style has re-entered the pack and is looking to score some points here. I think that's Sin and Sugar Hardtack as the jammer for Chicago Style. Sam I Am entering the pack as the jam is getting called off. Score Chicago Style 12, Cape Girardeau 8. Thank you, chat, for the help with who is who. That is absolutely super helpful. Score is actually 12-12 right now, so tie score. Lead jammer goes to Chicago Style. That is Green Ghost. And close behind is Cape Girardeau, number 24, Sketchy Morels. Oh my God, that's a great jammer name. Love it. Green Ghost entering the pack, getting pushed a little bit to the inside, trying to call the jam before Sketchy Morels can score any points. So that was a 2-0 jam in favor of Chicago, bringing the score to 14-12, Chicago. Diana Slamma lining up for Cape Girardeau. And there was a track cut called on Diana Slamma, so they will be going to the penalty box. 427 from Chicago is going to be the jammer from Chicago Style and will be your lead jammer. That is Bunny Sanders. So Bunny Sanders has got a power jam happening here. Chicago Style providing some offense to help Bunny get through, while Diana waits in the penalty box to come out to be able to rejoin on the track. Bunny approaching the pack again. deciding to call the jam before Diana rejoins, but not before scoring a few points. Score is now 22 Chicago to 12 Cape. Thank you all for your patience in waiting for this game. Welcome to all of you joining us from Illinois and Missouri. We're so glad to have you here joining us for this fourth game of the Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. Lead jammer going to Chicago style. Miss Mayhem is going to be your jammer, followed quickly behind by Harlot Oscara from Cape. Back block called on Misty Maven, or Miss Mayhem. So Miss Mayhem will be headed to the penalty box, which is an opportunity for Cape to score some points as Harlot Oscara sails through to score 4 points. Opportunity of a power jam here for Cape. Looking for some offensive help from her team and is able to get some to score 4 more points for Cape. Harlot finding some space on the inside line, able to jump through to score another 4 points as Miss Maven will be returning and re-entering the pack soon. Miss Maven back in. Cape ready to defend. Miss Maven's able to get through, so is Harlot. Miss Maven got through for another 4 points, but was called on a back block, and so will be returning to the penalty box. Scarlett gets through for another 4 points. So Scarlett has a power jam here. As that jam ends, Miss Maven remains in the penalty box, so Cape will start this next jam with a power jam. You're joining us here on Derby Date Night with me, Aria Kidding Me, and my husband, technical guru, Seriously. And we also will be having a Cornfed skater joining us to help announce, since my voice is already getting a little bit tired, and I think my brain is more tired than my voice. So we will have Melody Mayhem joining us in a little bit, helping announce this game, as my brain is becoming a little bit scrambled, but that's all right. Just makes it more fun, I guess. All right, lead, push to the inside. Slam IM from Cape. As Miss Maven is standing in the penalty box and will be coming in. Slam IM is trying to find some offensive help, looking to find some space on the inside line, getting pushed to the inside as Miss Maven comes through. We are currently only streaming on YouTube. Miss Maven coming around on a scoring pass. Slam IM calls the jam. Score is currently 27 Chicago and 32 Cape. Nope, 31 at Chicago, 32 Cape. Lead jammer going to Cape. Sketchy Morels is your lead jammer for Cape. The jammer from Chicago Style is headed to the penalty box, and that is, I think, Sin and Sugar Hardtack. Big hit happening there. Push to the inside, needing to recycle a little bit. Ooh, Lots of interesting things happening here. This is why I'm going to get another announcer, because I'm saying things like lots of interesting things happening here. Sketchy Morels working their way through, trying to find some space as the Chicago-style jammer is coming in from the penalty box. That is Sin and Sugar hard tack. Track cut has been called on Morels, who will be sitting in the penalty box. So this is now a power jam for Chicago, but this also means that this is a 2-minute jam and will be going the full 2 minutes. Looks like Chicago style is now, jammer is now headed to the box, so we'll be trading places with Sketchy Morels as they enter the box. Sketchy Morels will be coming out of the box. So for a minute, everybody can breathe for a second and wait for this jammer switch to happen. Big hit from Cape to a Chicago style player. Sketchy Morels takes a hit towards the outside line, but not before scoring, I think, a couple points there. Chicago-style jammer is still in the penalty box, so Cape will start this next jam on a power jam. We have another blocker from Chicago-style also in the box. So Cape will not only start with a power jam, but they will also start with only 3 blockers out for Chicago. Jammer for Cape is called lead jammer, and that is Diana Slamma jamming for Cape Girardeau. I hope I'm saying Girardeau correctly. I am trying to use the pronunciation someone in the chat gave me, so let me know if I am saying it incorrectly. Chicago jammer back out of the box. Sin and Sugar. So we've got 2 jammers out on the track, both trying to push their way through. Diana getting pushed to the inside, no pack being called, which means somebody's going to go to the penalty box for not reforming, as Sin and Sugar has gotten through the pack and is coming around. Diana is calling the jam. Oh, good. I'm pronouncing it correctly. Thank you, Melissa. All right, we are at 39 for Cape to 31 for Chicago. All right, as the jam begins, there are only 2 blockers out for Cape. Great job by those 2 blockers to hold that jammer. Chicago-style jammer is able to get out and establish themselves as lead jammer. That is Green Ghost jamming for Chicago. And the Cape jammer will be headed to the box. Shantastic Vixen will be spending a little bit of time in the penalty box, and so this is a power jam opportunity for Chicago, who just got through on their initial. Nope, that was not their initial. They are scoring 4 points there, bringing that total to 35 to 39, cutting into that lead that Cape just worked so hard to establish in that last jam. Jammer is standing from Cape, so she will be re-entering soon as Shantastic. Okay. Chicago jammer pushed to the inside. Cape jammer is back in. No pack is called. Shantastic Vixen takes that opportunity to find some space to get through as the Chicago-style jammer is now headed to the box. Shantastic Vixen has scored 4 points for Cape, bringing their total to 43. Chicago's total currently at 35. Like Gerard with some eau de toilette. Girardeau. I love it. I'm glad that I figured out this morning that y'all weren't from Canada, but from Missouri. So that's a big difference. I don't know why I was thinking Cape Girardeau was in Canada, but for some reason I decided that. Glad to know you guys are not from there. You're from Missouri. And thank you for traveling all this way this weekend for this tournament. We appreciate it. Vixen entering the pack. I think a few points were scored before that jam was called. Speaking of scoreboards cobbling together, Adam, when I started playing Derby, we were not technical at all. We had the penalty whiteboard in the middle, and we had someone who would walk around holding a scoreboard, and in between jams, they would show it to the audience. I have been advocating all day that if everything goes, completely horribly, I will just decide what the score is, and then I can compare it with the officials at the end and see how close I got. But technology can be helpful sometimes, so that might not really be the best idea. Chicago establishing themselves as lead jammer. Bunny Sanders is going to be your lead jammer for Chicago. Cape Girardeau finding some space and getting out. Slam I Am is your jammer for Cape as Bunny's coming through to score those 4 points and call the jam. Amazing. We've got people who know the scorecard because they held the scorecard in the past. All right, the score currently is 43-47. Chicago 43, Cape 47. Mana white. I love that. I also really enjoyed the penalty scoreboard, though, because you could really see publicly how many penalties you had. And when I was a player, we were always definitely looking at that scoreboard penalty. But now it's hard to know because really only the officials keep record of the penalties, and it's not publicly on display for everyone to know exactly how many penalties that you have. Melody, you joining us here? Welcome to Derby Date Night.
Hopefully I will make sense because you've been talking the whole time, and the 2 bouts before this I was reffing, so we'll see if it makes sense.
I always love to have a ref perspective, though. We've had Mel join us before on this stream, and it's really great to have someone with a ref perspective because the one that I know the best is track cut, so I'm always able to see what a track cut is called. And usually back block, I get that one as well. But
yeah,
other ones, I always look at Mel, and she's able to just tell me, yep, that's what this was. And so she's going to definitely be helping give us a little bit of that ref perspective for this game.
Yeah, and hopefully I can give you a little bit of a voice break.
That is appreciated as well.
All right, we're rolling in. Got some small packs. Looks like it's Girardeau. Is that how we say it?
Yes, we have Girardeau.
Girardeau. All right, so we have 7-1 for Chicago style. That is
Miss Mayhem.
Thank you. It's out for lead.
Cape Girardeau. I think that's Diana Slamma. 24. Nope. Sketchy Morels, my favorite Derby name currently.
We've had this conversation off the air, but I'd like to publicly acknowledge on the air how well you announce. And I'm like, there's too much dead air. What would Aria say? And I'm like,
Thank you so much.
You can just watch and process out loud very nicely.
Thank you. Talking is, I guess, a skill of mine.
It is very much a skill.
Maybe more so than Derby was for me.
It's very much a skill for you. All right, and we have the jam start. We've got 7-1-5. That is Diana Slammer for Team Girardeau. Out for lead.
And Sin and Sugar Hardtack is your jammer for Chicago style. Oh, wow. Sketchy has only had 3 or 4 games. Sketchy is a new skater and is doing a fabulous
Doing a
job
fabulous job.
jamming.
And that rainbow hair is beautiful.
Oh, we have 50 points now for Cape Girardeau to Chicago's 46, and 50 points means it's time for a corn joke.
Ooh.
I have ears, but am unable to hear. Who am I? I am a field of corn.
That was a good one. And sneaking in on the inside for Girardeau is 113. That is Slam I Am. And up at the front of the pack, 2 for Chicago Style with Green Ghost is through.
Okay, we're going to get the pronunciation. I think it's Girardeau.
Did I say Gur?
It's fine.
Probably.
They're going to tell us in the chat. We're going to have this wrong this whole entire game.
I might just go by CGRD.
They actually, when I asked them earlier how to pronounce it, they said you could just call us Cape.
Ooh, I like that.
But I'm very competitive, and so I really want to be getting it right. Okay, if you all might have even just heard my husband laugh when I said I'm very competitive.
See,
so I
phonics
want
is
to get
not
it right.
my thing. Like, when I have to read something to my students or spell something on the board, I'm like pronouncing it out. Yeah, I teach music.
Cape is at 57, Chicago
Ooh.
at 48.
That was a close call with Chicago with 4-2-7 getting out first with lead. That's Bunny Sanders. Closely followed. Ooh, and trying to get a quick call off.
That is Harlot Oscara from Cape.
You do such a nice job of like looking down and like, I'm like, where's the numbers? I need it up here.
Another shout out to our camera operators. We have got Derby Date Night's own Children of the Corn on one of the cameras. OMG, LOL has stayed at home today to take care of the dog. And one of his very best friends, Grant, is running our other camera. So big thanks to them for their help. We really love that people are willing to get on a camera to help provide you the Derby that you can have for those of you who aren't able to make it here in person. We also have an online program, a digital program. If you go to any of Cornfed's social medias, you will be able to find the schedule for today. We are running a little bit behind. We're about 45 minutes behind today as you kind of look at the schedule. You can also go there and vote for fan favorite. So if there's a skater that you really want to support, one skater from each team will be chosen as a fan favorite at the end of the tournament tomorrow.
And as we get ready for this next jam, the score is for I can't even do that right. It's CGRD. Score is 58 to Chicago Style with 50. I'm going to go with initials.
You're going to go with CGRD?
And I'll try not to say CCRD.
I think I've got it with Girardeau. I think.
Well, I see it written out with the pronunciation, which I appreciate, but then I forget to put Cape in front of it.
I can't tell if this is an official timeout or if it's I think it is an official timeout.
We've got the hands on the shoulders by Tweety Bird there at the jam line.
We are under 10 minutes in the first half. We will be taking a 10-minute halftime, but then we'll be back with the conclusion of this game. After this game, this is the last game that is a team's first game. So the first 4 games today, we have 8 teams in this tournament, and the first 4 games have been all 8 teams kind of figuring things out. Where are they going to go? Which bracket are they going to go to? This is new information for you, Mel, but you already know that our loser bracket is called the Aw Shucks bracket. Kayla, one of our Cornfed volunteers, has helped us name the championship bracket, which is cream of the crop.
Oh.
So whoever wins this will go into the cream of the crop bracket, and the other team will go into the Aw Shucks bracket.
That's good.
Winner of this game will play again tonight at 6 p.m. or more likely 6:45, unless we can get back on track with our time. So and they will play South Bend at around 6 o'clock Eastern time.
I'll be on wheels then. And if the loser of this team will play Circle City at what time? I can't read that far. Tonight at almost probably 9 o'clock.
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
I'm not going to be here
tomorrow.
at 9 p.m. Well, I probably will be here at 9
We'll be
p.m.
here at 9 p.m. But the loser of this game will play Circle City tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay, see, now I'm thoroughly confused why we're in a timeout.
Yeah.
Are we having more scoreboard issues?
I hope not. Oh, I hope not.
Oh, no. That is 0-0.
Yep, we are having more scoreboard issues. And I noticed somebody motioning. I think we're going to a whiteboard. It's going to happen. Okay, the score before we went to this was 58-50, so I'm going to put that in the chat.
Correct.
It's fine. Technical difficulties are just, opportunities for us to tell you corn jokes. So we're going to go with another corn joke here. Well, since, we already did one corn joke, but now we've hit 50 again with the other team. So the corn police remove many complaints from local people. Oh, receive. Well, they probably remove them too. But the corn police receive many complaints from local people that someone is trying to stalk them.
Wah, 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 wah.
It's also okay that we are making corny jokes because it's Father's Day and dad jokes are perfectly appropriate. Oh my gosh, we really are doing the scoreboard. We literally are going to be going completely old school with a whiteboard scoreboard. I can kind of see it. 58-50.
I'm going to need my glasses and a magnifying glass.
It's going to be fun. We need you, wasn't it Manna White, to come back out? You said that you've done scoreboard in the middle before. We're going to need you to come from wherever you are and do that for us.
Yes.
Nobody can say we don't have fun here.
All right, I'm trying to look up some corny jokes. They're not going to be corn related. They're just going to be funny.
While we're waiting, don't forget to like and subscribe to Derby Date Night. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. This is something I love it when two teams decide to just have a little bit of fun. Looks like we've got a circle of skaters. I don't know what game I would call that, but it definitely looks like fun, whatever it is.
I'm all like, what song were you singing? Are we playing a circle game?
Yes, Mel is a music teacher in her other life, so could probably direct them in some sort of a circle game.
Probably. Oh, they tried to get the wave going on at the benches. Oh, so I got a joke for you. Why? Oh, ad, go away. Why couldn't the pony sing a lullaby?
The pony?
Yeah, why couldn't the pony sing a lullaby?
Why?
She was a little horse.
Oh, that's fantastic. Hey, the scoreboard is back up. Steven, we usually are spoiled because we can hook right into it. We're just having trouble doing that like we usually do, so we're needing to adjust on the fly. But it looks like we do have our scoreboard back up, so hopefully it will stay up.
Okay, because I'm reading. What does a cloud wear under his raincoat?
I don't
Thunderwear.
know. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Two pickles fell out of a jar onto the floor. What did one say to the other?
Gherkin.
Deal with it.
Deal with it. That was a good one. All right, looks like we are back to the derby action. Rules for zebra baseball: 3 stripes and you're out. All right, as we get started, again, Chicago style, pulling that pack apart, really trying to find some space. Has to get past one last Cape jammer in order to, it's Miss Mayhem.
Yes.
Is going to establish themselves as lead jammer.
Wonderful push.
That is Morels jamming for Cape and has gotten out about 5 seconds behind Miss Mayhem. Sketchy Morels coming around to try and score, is unable to score any points because that jam is called off. After Miss Mayhem scored some points, decided to call that jam off. We have a little bit over 8 minutes left in the first half. I don't know if Miss Maven scored any points because it's, 54 to 59. Cape 59, Chicago 54.
Ooh, we took off the logos and it's just labeled black and blue. So
we're
going like,
remember.
Yeah. All right. We got some nice strong walls going at the start of the jam here. And sneaking on the inside is 1-1-3.
Slam I Am.
Sam.
And Bunny Sanders is jamming for Chicago. Right behind Slam I Am. Slam entering the pack and quickly calling off the jam, trying to do so before Chicago can come through and score any points of their own. Looks like they were able to do so, scoring. They both got points there.
1 point for CGRD, and it looked like 3 points for Chicago style. No, 4 points. Know it? How about it?
Cape is at 60 and Chicago's at 57.
3 points. Looks like Sin and Sugar hard track. Is that a 0-5? Oh.
We're going to take a brief break for an injury timeout. All right, we are back. That skater is okay. We sometimes take little timeouts in case somebody needs a second and make sure that everybody's doing good. We really appreciate our medics who are here on site to help out skaters, and we are back to the action.
I feel like I need a pair of binoculars so I can zoom in on the numbers. Number 2 for Chicago
Green
style,
Ghost.
Thank you, is jamming. And coming up on the outside for CGRD is 715.
Diana Slamma. Green Ghost taking off that jammer star, possibly looking for a pivot to pass to as Diana Slamma comes into the pack, looking to score some points on the first scoring pass for this jam for Diana. Is able to get through and score those 4 points, but Chicago's right behind. Diana decides to call it after scoring those 4 points, bringing Cape to 64 with Chicago at 57.
It's like you just like get on a roll and it's just like, blah, 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 and I love it. But I'm like, how can I help you? You just keep talking.
I know, I'm supposed to be taking a voice break. It's hard. Why was the corn cob a good listener? Don't look at the chat. You have to guess.
Because he's all ears.
Oh, good. You knew that one?
Yeah. I like the audience participation at home, though. That was great.
I love it when the chat participates.
All right, as we're coming out, we've got coming up on the outside for CGRD is 113. That is Slam I Am. And sneaking on the inside, a little hop, 427, Bunny Slanders.
Cape has 64 and Chicago is 57. Ooh, big hit.
Ooh. And that's going to be a back block assessed onto.
Yeah, Bunny Sanders received a back block and will be headed to the penalty box at the end of that jam.
I'm going to have 30 seconds to think about that.
So Bunny will have 30 seconds to sit in the box while Cape will have a opportunity here for a power jam.
As a jammer, I love power starts because you just have an opportunity to sit fresh and talk about it for a hot second with your blockers.
And this is Diana Slamma, who is going to be jamming for Cape.
No. Wait. Yes. Sorry, I was thinking Rainbow Pigtails.
Oh, that, yeah. Nope, this is Diana, and she quickly establishes herself as lead jammer and is going to be coming around to try and score some points. She's only got 3 blockers from Chicago to get past, as one of the blockers is spending a little time in the penalty box, but is coming out shortly. Bunny is out of the box and will be coming in, but is on her initial, so will not be eligible to score any points until they have made that initial pass. And Bunny is out, so they will be coming around, and the next time they start passing any skaters, they will score points, or they won't because the jam was called. Score currently Cape 72, Chicago 57.
All right, and as we're coming up, Chicago Styles Jammer is through for lead jammer. A lot of
That's
jammers
Ms.
there.
Mayhem jamming for Chicago.
Thank you. And we still got, we got a helmet cover on the floor. And
Sketchy Morels.
Thank you. Ooh, making that nice little turn, a little on the inside there for Chicago Style to come on through for 4 points.
Sketchy's having trouble getting out on the initial, but is out now as Chicago comes around to score those 4 points.
Let's see if we play it out or if it gets called. There it is. And at the end of that jam, it is CGRD 72 and Chicago Style 65. Just under 2 minutes left in this first half.
We will be taking a 10-minute timeout, a 10-minute intermission between halves, and then we will be back with the second half.
Use the bathroom, get some snacks. Jam is on, and we've got the jammers working hard, fighting through those packs. Chicago Style is really pushing those blockers, trying to sneak out on the outside. Got some nice bridging going on.
That is Sin and Sugar Hardtack.
Okay. Ooh, but sneaking on the inside for CGRD is 11002.
Scarlet.
Very nice footwork there.
Or Harlot, not Scarlet. Harlot Oscara.
Oh, Harlot Oscara. That's a good name. All right, coming back around. And before even hitting the pack, called it off and said, we'll just start afresh.
I think Harlot may have noticed that many of her blockers were in the back there, and so was a little worried about being able to score points before being caught up to by Chicago.
Yes, very, very true. And it looks like we're going to get one more jam in here before we go into halftime.
Ooh, I know who that is. That's Diana Slamma.
Oh, see.
For Cape.
Yeah.
And I think that's Miss Mayhem for Chicago, but I have to wait till I see the armband.
Ooh, and sneaking out on the outside is Diana for lead jammer. Miss Mayhem is working out. No, tiny like Miss Mayhem, but it is 85.
That's Recco Warrior. And that is the end of the half. We will be taking a 10-minute break to get our brains straight with all these technical difficulties. Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Let's give the score.
Oh, yeah, the score would probably be helpful. Cape has 76, and Chicago Style has 65. Close game. Should be an exciting second half. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
And we will be back in 10 minutes once we shake some cobwebs from our brains. And welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. You're here with Aria Kidding Me and
Melody Mayhem. You know, it's not really a Derby date night. It's more of like a Derby weekend getaway.
That's true. I like that. Welcome to Derby Weekend Getaway, which wouldn't look as good on a t-shirt.
It wouldn't, but it's been a really long
correct.
time since we've spent this much time together.
I know. I love it. It's great.
Kids, man.
That'll happen. So something I learned over halftime is that this game is the we're playing for who doesn't have to play at 9 a.m. tomorrow game.
Oh, yeah.
Because the loser of this game will play at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, whereas the winner of this game will play at 6 p.m. tonight and will only have one game tomorrow, which could potentially be the championship.
Could be, yeah.
So I overheard that during halftime, someone saying, all right, let's win this so we don't have to be here at 9 in the morning. However, Mel, you and I will be here at 9 in the morning regardless.
Probably be here at like 7:40.
I would prefer to be here at like 8:30 because I'm the voice, I'm the talent. But knowing my husband and technical producer, I will also be here around 7.
Yeah, if you don't want to drive separately. See, like, doors don't open until 8, but, like, I got to be here early because I'm married to the tournament head ref, and I got to put the music on.
That's true. It does take a lot of people to make a Derby tournament weekend happen, and we appreciate people like you and people like our refs and our NSOs and our medics and our camera people. Like, the amount of people volunteering this weekend is insane,
Yes.
and I just love being able to see this many people come together to do something that we all really enjoy and just makes all of us so happy.
It's very true. But as I was saying, that I'm here with my spouse as well, we drove separately.
I should have done that last night because I ended up getting a ride home from someone else because I wanted to be home earlier.
You did. All right. The rolling whistle has begun, and there is the jam start whistle. Why are words hard all of a sudden?
They can get hard when you're announcing, and that is, I think, Diana.
Yeah, sneaking on the inside for lead jammer. And for Chicago Style, holding that helmet cover is number 2.
Green Ghost.
Thank you. I'll just say numbers. You can go with the names.
Perfect. Love it.
Love it. All right. Ooh, nice shirt whip to get the outside, and Diana is through for 4 points.
Good job, Diana. I haven't seen a shirt whip in a while. I love seeing those.
Do you not watch when I play roller derby?
Well, yeah, you grab onto everybody.
I do. I love a good shirt whip.
Good point. All right, which brings us to, I think that's 80 for Cape and 65 for Chicago. And actually, I am allowed to say Cape Girardeau because one of the skaters came up to me and told me that I am actually saying it correctly. And then Melody called me vindictive because I needed to make sure that I was doing it right.
Just the way that you said, I am right.
I love to be right.
Oh,
you're right a lot, though, because you're a ref and you know the rules better
Very
than I
true.
do.
Up the outside, some nice toe work is 1002 for Cape.
Harlot Oscara.
And 71 for
Miss
Chicago
Mayhem.
Style is out as well. Coming up on the back of the pack for Cape. Hitting that seam. Going on the outside for Chicago Style. Nice little spin move there on the outside by Cape's jammer. And both jammers are through for 4 points, and the jam has been called. So that's almost like a wash jam when they score the same amount of points.
Yep, Cape at 84 and Chicago at 69.
It is when you just start talking, it just keeps going.
Told ya.
Like, oh man, ooh.
Announcing is addicting. We have another announcer in the chat too, so they know what it's like as well.
I don't need more hobbies. And there's the jam whistle. We have one blocker for Cape in the box. That's the pivot. Chicago Style out on the inside. That's 4-7.
Bunny Sanders.
And for Cape, the jammer is still working through that pack. Coming out on the outside, 113.
Sam I am.
Thank
Slam
you.
I am. Slam is really working to get through as much as they can.
Chicago's jammer is through for 4. And now both jammers are coming back around for a scoring pass. And Chicago hits the pack and calls it, picking up 3 points. 3 points.
Cape was able to grab some points there as well. So Cape 87, Chicago 73.
Oh, let me rephrase that. I was looking at the wrong color of wristbands. Chicago did not get any points in that jam. So Cape snuck some points.
Looks like it. An update on who has won each bout so far. Absolutely. This morning we had game 1 with Louisville and Roller Derby of Central Kentucky. Roller Derby of Central Kentucky moving on to the cream of the crop bracket. And then our second game was Circle City versus South Bend, with South Bend moving on to win that one. Our third game, Lansing versus Cornfed. Lansing was victorious. And this game is anybody's guess.
Number 2 for Chicago Style has been working hard and got hit to the outside and now has to go all the way back. Oh, so sorry,
that is
friend.
Sin and Sugar. Nope, that's Green Ghost.
But for Cape, 20 Rainbow. Sorry, I'm so bad with names. I'm getting there, but Rainbow Pigtails.
Sketchy Morales.
Thank you. Got through for lead jammer. That was a long fight for both jammers to get through. And Sketchy is back at the pack, ready to score some points. And Green is finally through. Sketchy has called after picking up 4 points.
Also learning from the chat that Slam I Am is just celebrating a 1-year derbyversary and has
Woo
passed
woo!
minimum skills.
Oh, yay. I personally like that there are leagues that are still having people work on their minimum skills. So even though it's not a WIFTA requirement anymore, yep. I personally feel that it is very, very important because the minimum skills build up to roller derby play. And we're off with the next jam.
Ooh, fantastic move there.
Right up the
I think that
inside.
is Harlot Oscara.
And Mayhem is right behind Scarlet. And Scarlett's calling it, and it's like, you know what? They're coming up quick. And I
Cape
was
was also all in the back.
I did not see the blocker position because I was watching the jammers. So thank you. That was great.
So speaking of minimum skills, I joined in January, passed my minimum skills in November when it was 27 and 5. I don't know if you remember this story, but the first time I passed my minimum skills, I did the 27 and 5, was celebrating, and then realized that I had no mouth guard in, and it didn't count.
Yeah, I
2
remember
weeks
that.
later, I passed it for real.
I
and
remember
actually
'cause
earned it.
I was with you. We ran the 27 and 5 together.
Remember when we used to run it to Taylor Swift's "Shake It Off"?
Oh, I hated that song. I hated that song when it came out. I so hated it. And then I got my 27 and 5 with that song, and I was like, it's my new favorite song.
Diana Slama is jamming for Cape and is lead jammer. Bunny Sanders is jamming for Chicago and is about half a lap behind.
And Diana calls it off once they get through for all 4 points. So adding to their lead, just chipping a little bit more ahead.
Cape 95, Chicago 73.
I applaud the skaters who find derby on their own. Like you introduced me to roller derby here in Muncie. I knew of roller derby, but where I was living before I moved to Muncie, I was too shy to reach out and figure out how to join. And when we met, you basically were like, here's an email, you're coming to this practice, I'll pick you up.
And you ended up being fabulous, and it has become such a big part of your life. And
Oh my
I
gosh,
love that
it
I was a
has.
small part of it.
Cape is through for lead, that's
Slam
113. And out of the pack as well is 05 for Chicago.
Sin and Sugar. See, we're getting a rhythm.
We are.
Ooh, nice play there.
4 points for Cape. Did a nice job of getting all 4 points and then ran into their blockers and was like, yeah, we're going to call it. Plus their coach was saying, call it.
Their coach has a really good, loud voice. When I coached, I sounded like a bird, and no one could hear me yelling, call it, and they just made bird noises at me.
Can confirm. I didn't know that they were making bird noises at you, but
Yes, they would go, caca, caca, because I was saying, call.
I didn't realize that that's why they were
Yes, that's why they did that.
Oh my God, that makes it even better. Ooh,
Woo,
fans
good job.
on the outside is 1007. Two, it's a 2.
That is
1007.
Harlan O'Scara.
And 2 for
Green
Chicago
Ghost.
is trying to make their way through the pack, has their helmet cover in their hand. Maybe we'll get through. Maybe we'll have a star pass. Who knows? But is working her way up. And in the back of the pack.
I hate it when you work so hard to get past all the blockers and then they reform in front of you and you have to do it again. It's like getting past 8 people instead of 4.
It sucks.
Harlan O'Scara getting through for 4 points there.
Thank you. I froze. I was like, wait, what's the skater name? There has been a star pass for Chicago, and now we have coming skating around. We have 239 is our new jammer.
Donna Z Dead. Oh, I love it because the face makeup actually matches that name as well.
It does.
Fantastic.
And
Love
before
that.
Donna can come
Love a
around
good
and
theme.
score points, Harlot calls it for another 4 points, and that leaves brings Cape to 107, and Chicago is at 73.
And I can't tell how much time is left. My seriously is trying to check it out. I think it's about 20 minutes. 17. We'll find out.
During halftime, it fell, so it got hung up, but not super straight. Oh, and Chicago Mayhem is out on the outside for lead jammer. Cape is still pushing through towards the front of the pack. No pack called. So when a no pack happens, jammers have to stop blocking and make sure that we reform. So there is a pack, and that's Donna Slam. No, it's Donna.
Slam I am.
Diana Slam. Slamma is the jammer for Cape.
Nope, you're right.
Woo! Ooh. Snuck through on the inside was Diana, and then Mayhem following her, and Mayhem is calling it. That was quite lovely.
That was really pretty.
There is nothing. Okay, I shouldn't say there is nothing, but it's very satisfying as a jammer when you're not lead and you get through and the other jammer hasn't realized it and you pick up points, and it's just kind of like those moments. Love it.
I love it too. Well, I don't love it because I'm not a jammer, but I enjoy it when I see it. Love the interaction in the chat. Thanks, you all. Cape went above 100, which means it's going to be time for a corn joke after this jam.
Chicago is out for lead. That's 4-2-7.
That's Bunny Sanders.
And for Cape is 1-1-3 is our jammer.
Slam I am.
Okay.
Great name. Great name.
And Bunny is through for 4 and is calling the jam. Oh, that is a very, very full penalty box for Cape. There are two blockers sitting and one blocker standing.
Is that possible?
Yes, because there is room in the penalty. So if there are no seats, skaters have to return to the track. But if a blocker is standing, another blocker can come in and sit down.
Oh, got it. Okay.
But that's as many as you can have in the pack at the same time because one blocker has to stay on the track. Mm-hmm. And so we have one blocker. We have the pivot for Cape out.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be a penalty. Oh, poor Cape. They only have one blocker out there right now. Well, she is doing her best.
She is. For Chicago, 05 is the jammer. And her blockers kind of were like, oh my gosh, they're in her way. So it took her a moment to get out of the pack.
And Sketchy Morels is jamming for Cape.
Sin is back in the pack and scoring.
Just has one to get past, getting recycled. I just want to shout out that blocker who was blocking all by themselves. I think that's, oh gosh, I can't say this name. Smacksaw Lottle. Oh my gosh, that's adorable!
Like an axolotl. Yes, Smacksaw.
I love it. Great job there, blocking by themselves and then continuing to block even as those blockers came back in.
Yes.
Sketchy Morels just has one Chicago blocker to get past to score those 4 points there.
They are on their initial, so they...
From Smacksaw.
Morales was on their initial, now is coming back around to score. And is unable to do so because the jam has been called.
That was some points for both teams.
We need a corn joke. We need a corn joke.
Yes, we need a corn joke. And then I will give you a score update.
So while you're looking at corn for that corn joke, the score is Cape 111 to Chicago 93. I blanked on Chicago's name.
It happens. She keeps axolotls. I love it. Okay.
We have a timeout.
So what is the most mythical vegetable?
Well, the most mythical animal is a unicorn. Most mythical.
That's the answer. That's the joke.
A unicorn. See, I tried to be logical.
You said the word corn. You were good. That was the joke. That was a good one.
See, my students try to tell me jokes like this, and sometimes I just think about them too hard, and then they're like, Mrs. Wingler, because that's my government last name.
Well, if Chicago can score 7 more points here, then we can do another corn joke.
Oh.
It's all very exciting.
Do we use corn jokes if there's a lead change, too?
Well, I haven't gotten that complicated. We already don't have a scoreboard, Mel.
I'm just looking for excuses for corn jokes.
Yes, I think, well, we also did corn jokes in the last game just because it was asked for. So I guess we're very loose on the corn joke rules here.
All right, so for 4 corn cob emojis, we'll give a joke. I just got the look of like, are you kidding me? From
No, I was
Aria
actually
kidding
trying
me.
to figure out what Melissa, because Melissa said just call her Smacks. So like Smacksaw.
Yeah,
call her
just call her
Smacks.
Smacks.
I love it.
Yeah. It's
Derby
like,
names are so fun. That is what, and I know Derby has become much more like professional as the years have gone on. But one thing that I hope we don't ever lose is the Derby names. And a lot of people do use their government name when they're Derby names, and I love that too. But for those who choose to, I really love the Derby names. I just think they keep that element of fun.
Me too. A lot of people think Melody is my government name.
A lot of skaters have no idea they're like, you're Aria, that's your name, and they think that my name being Sarah is just weird. They're like, no, you're Aria, and I love it.
I mean, there's a couple people like that, like their skater name really sounds like it could be their real name.
Yeah.
All right, we have a power jam for Chicago, and it looks like, it's not Miss Mayhem. Number 2,
Green Ghost.
Green Ghost is the jammer for Chicago.
And that is Sketchy Morels in the penalty box. Will be standing soon. But this is a great opportunity for Chicago. They are down and definitely trying to poke into that lead that Cape has established.
And Green has gotten through for lead jammer. They fought so hard and has decided to call it. Listen, sometimes maybe they were trying to freeze the jammer in for just a tiny bit more second, didn't realize that the jammer had been released.
I've noticed that happening in a lot of games today, actually, that like the jammer is standing and they just call it like a second too late, and the jammer, instead of staying in the box, they just go right back over to the bench. And so it's really hard to time that kind of a thing when you're trying to call the jam.
Yes. And one thing with the Cornament is we pride ourselves that this is a learnament for, it's more of a B-level skaters. This is and on the inside, Miss Mayhem is through for lead jammer for Chicago. And right behind her is Diana Slammer for Cape. Thank you. But with the Cornament, it's a learnament for officials too. And sneaking around on the outside is Miss Mayhem getting 4 points.
That brings Chicago to 97, so definitely chopping into that lead Cape has with a score of 111.
This really is anybody's game.
And remember, not only do the winners get to go on to play again today and stay in that cream of the corn bracket, and the team that does not win is the ones who play at 9 a.m.
Oof.
I don't know what they're playing for, sleeping or bragging rights, one or the other.
I mean, either bracket is fun, the Aw Shucks or the cream of the corn. Those are both fun brackets because Derby is fun. Let's just play and have fun.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Bunny Sanders.
Out and close behind is 998 for Cape. I don't think I've seen her
Fantastic
jamming.
Vixen. Ooh, is that a no-score jam?
That is.
Oh, I'm getting nervous for everyone. Everybody's doing such a good job, and the score is so close. It's a fun game. Great job, teams.
I hope they're having fun.
I think we have how many minutes? Is that 15? Is that 5? 5, that's it?
That is not 5. There's
no
5
way.
Minutes left.
4:56. Oh, I think it is. Do we really?
No.
You're having too much fun. You want us to keep going.
All right, the jam is on. You'll get another half out of me before I need to kind of go focus for my... You can't get rid of me that easily.
Yeah, you're multitasking, announcing and reffing. Okay, that's number 5 for Chicago.
Thank you.
Sin and Sugar.
And then that is 113 for Cape.
Slam I Am.
Sin is working very hard at the front of the pack. Those blockers for Cape are doing a nice job of recycling. And Cape is through for lead jammer.
Megatron doing a great job for Chicago, being the only blocker out on the track, but is now headed to the penalty box as there is currently 0 blockers on track for Chicago as 2 blockers are returning from the penalty track.
Diana Slamma is out there blocking as the pivot and did a beautiful hit out and run back on Chicago's jammer.
So if Diana is pivoting, so Slam I Am is jamming. Just double checking information everyone else probably already knew.
Probably. You know what? Props to Diana. She has been doing an excellent job jamming, and then to go out and block,
that's hard.
I need the rest as a jammer. Mm-hmm. Or maybe I just need to work out a little bit more.
Slam sailing through for another 4 points there.
Good call.
Sin really trying to push through here, trying to get this pack sped up. 85 from Chicago doing their best to help Slam through. That's Recco Warrior. They are doing a great job to really try and help as much as they can. And we're getting our blockers back with Chicago, so Sin and Sugar's getting a little bit of help here.
Sin is taking off the helmet cover, looking for a star pass or maybe to confuse the blockers. I think that Sin is still on their initial.
I think so too.
And they have come around the track, almost now completing their second. Oh, and there has been a star pass to the pivot in Chicago.
Can you see what their number is? And I can find out their name.
I need binoculars.
759. That's Justice Dispenser. Slam I Am calling off the jam, but not before really continuing to extend that Cape lead. Chicago was really getting closer and closer and closer, and now we've just Cape. That was a really successful jam for Cape, and it's now 127 to 97. And we are going to pause for, it looks like, a timeout. So get this, what I learned from the chat just now, Diana is the head of training for Cape. And a triple threat. Coach, blocker, jammer. Love it.
Love it.
I mean, I guess head of training doesn't mean you're a coach, but you're still doing a little coaching. So I think if you're head of training, you count as part of the coaching staff.
I think maybe head of training might be like our league's PC.
Mm-hmm. Yep, which I still think the PC is part of coaching staff. I mean, they're helping coach.
They are technically, yes. They are, when we say PC, when we talk for Cornfed, we talk about our practice committee. So those are skaters who run practices, drills, other things like that. It's a lot of work. I've been on the PC before. I'm wanting to be on the PC again, and I had to have a conversation with Mike about that.
About whether or not? I know a few people have asked me to come back to do some things with the B team. I've thought about it. I wouldn't mind coming back a little bit. It's just hard time. So how many minutes are left? I saw you going over to look.
I tried. It's either
I think it's 12.
I think it's 12.
I think it's 12. Let's go with that.
Okay. All right.
Miss Maven
is through
Miss
for
Mayhem.
lead jam. Is through for lead jammer. And then for Cape, fighting really, really hard is 998.
Shantastic Vixen.
Miss Maven just scooched on by on the outside, through for 4 points. And Cape
bringing
is
them
through.
above 100.
Woo woo! Oh, that means we get a corn joke.
Ooh, beautiful.
Nice job for Miss Maven. There is only one Cape blocker. Now there are 2 Cape blockers back on the track.
So I always think the end of a game, like these last 10 minutes here, are very interesting because this is when everybody is tired. And it is so hard to keep it all together and to really, all the things that you've been working on, that you've been training on, like how can you work with your team the best you can when you are physically and mentally exhausted? And I'm always so impressed with how teams can do at the end of a game. 5 more points for Chicago with Miss Mayhem coming through. Vixen also coming through for another 4 points there.
So Cape was able to come through and get through with the blockers with the help of 1594. That is our, we had the debate. Smacks-a-lottle, Smacks. Smacks with the help. It was a beautiful block by Smacks to let the jammer get through. You know, bringing back up Smacks, thank you, chat friends, for the help in the shortcut. It reminds me of the cereal, Sugar Smacks, and the frog. Any other 90s kids out there? Listen, I was born in the 80s, but I mostly remember the 90s, okay? Yeah.
The 90s were a fun time. I liked plaid.
Sonny still likes plaid.
I love plaid.
About 6 months ago, he finally threw away his last flannel from high school.
But he has new flannels, right?
He does have new flannels. And he graduated in 98.
Big hit, Bunny Sanders from Harlot Oscara.
And Bunny Sanders is going to the box on a forearm. So there's going to be a jammer switcheroo. And the Cape jammer, I believe that is still 998. They went to the box at the end, and I did not see that.
I didn't either. Black is cutting into Cape's lead again. Chicago is now at 117 to Cape's 135.
And Vixen is out for lead jammer. And Chicago's jammer is back out onto the track. And fighting through Cape's blockers. Doing a nice job.
Great job there. Beautiful.
Vixen gets through for 4 points and calls it off.
Anthony, I also was raised in the time before the internet and cell phones. It really was a good time to be raised. I love the fact that all of us ex-ennials who are a little bit at the tail end of Gen X, we really know how to walk in both worlds, the tech world and the non-tech world.
Listen, can we go back to that? I feel like a social... There's just a lot I miss. I remember getting a cell phone in high school, towards the end of high school, but it was only to call in case of emergencies because you had to pay for 10 cents a text. And Cape is through on the inside. That is 715 Diana through for lead.
I'm also noticing Diana is the captain of Cape.
And Chicago is still fighting on the inside. That's
Green
number
Ghost.
2. Green Ghost, thank you. Back in the pack, Diana is fighting through the Chicago blockers.
Ooh. Nice hit.
Yes, a forearm is called on Diana.
It was a big
I
hit,
might
but
also call that, give that an insubordination. Diana stayed on the track a little too long extra, leaving the track. You need a penalty, get right off the track.
Was it a second penalty? Did you see it, or was it only one?
That was my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
Just
my
your
opinion.
Right. So only 30 seconds
All right,
for
Green
her.
is through. Green Ghost is through for 4 points on their power jam, on her power jam.
Yep, 7 minutes and 30 seconds left. Current score
we were
139
right with
to
the 12.
121.
Right, Chicago giving some blockers, giving some offense as Ghost is coming up through the pack and jukes on into the inside for
Nice.
4 more points.
I love a little good juking.
Okay.
Diana's standing, so she has less than 10 seconds. Chicago really not going to let Cape take this easily.
No. And the blockers did a nice little enclosing of Cape. Chicago enclosed Cape so their jammer could get through for another 4 points. And Diana is back through and has scored 4 points.
Neither jammer is lead right now, so this jam will go for another 10 seconds, which will be the full 2-minute jam.
Green ghosted through for another 4 points, and Diana follows her right outside of the pack. Oh, and that gap has gotten closer. So Cape is at 143 to Chicago's 133. Oh, excuse me. Cape got 147. So it is a 14-point jam or game. 14-point game.
Oh, good, you did math. I usually avoid the math. I'm bringing a calculator tomorrow.
That was supposed to be easy math, but then even then I was like, ugh.
It's hard to do math immediately and quickly when you know there are 80 people watching you live right now.
Listen, I'm a teacher. I have no problem saying when I'm wrong, because if I don't say when I'm wrong, my students won't do it either.
Oh, no, insubordination. Oh, no, that was two penalties for Slam IM. They got a penalty, and then they did not respond quickly enough and got a second penalty for insubordination there.
They did, and so now it is a power jam for Miss Mayhem, who has lead and is out and coming around on a scoring pass.
Oh, this is going to make Cape so nervous because now it's going to be 1 minute of no jammer for Cape, and Chicago only down by a
14.
little bit over 10 is going to really have an opportunity to catch up. I am so nervous.
And now it is now down by 10. That is 4 points for Miss Maven.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know if I can look right now. 10-point game.
Okay. Miss Maven's coming up to
I
the
think
back
we've got
of the
like
pack.
3 minutes left at this point.
And
5 minutes.
dips
Oh.
under for another 4 points.
Oh my gosh. Still
So that's
sitting.
6 points.
The jammer is not standing yet. Miss Maven's coming around for
Another scoring pass.
Oh,
Hits the back. That was some own team skater. So
Yeah.
as those shenanigans did not look nice, it was own
Another
skaters.
4 points.
So that is 2 points. There is a 2
This
point
is a 2-point
difference.
game. 145, 147. Cape is standing in the box, and Cape is released from the box. It is not a 2-point game anymore.
It is not. Currently is tied as I'm watching the jammer score points.
4.5 minutes left.
And has called, Miss Maven has called it as 1-3.
Oh my gosh. What is the score? 2-point game? It might not. I think it's less than that. We're waiting for
I
confirmation.
think it's tied. I think
Is it
they
tied?
got to. It's a tie.
Nope. Because Cape was able to get some points. It is 150, 145. 5-point game. Not sure how that happened.
No, it's getting fixed. They put it on the wrong side.
Ah.
It is
ah.
148 to
148.
147 with a
147.
lead change
Lead change. Chicago's
for
in the
Chicago.
lead. Woo.
Now listen, fans.
I can't even do corn jokes right now. This is too tense.
Fans, I just want you to know, like, we're not excited. Like, we are excited that there is a lead change, and it wouldn't matter who is playing. That just makes for exciting roller derby.
They know. We are
Both
fans
teams
of
are doing
derby.
fantastic.
I am in love with both of these teams right now. This has
We're
been
in
an
a
amazing
timeout.
game.
We have time for a corn
Oh, we
joke.
do have time for a corn joke. We can calm down with a corn joke. Okay. It's popping off. Oh, this is a good one for both teams.
Okay.
This might sound corny, but I think you're amazing.
Amazing.
And then what they say back to us when we give them that compliment, they're going to say, aw, shucks.
Okay, listen, apparently the kid jokes that I Googled are like based off of like funny haha toilet jokes. So what did the one toilet say to the other? You look a bit flushed.
Oh.
Why did the dinosaur cross the road? Because the chicken wasn't born yet.
Oh my gosh. I was going to say something about being extinct. Okay, so Chicago 148, Cape 147, and we have, I can't tell how many minutes left.
Can I ask?
3, 2?
How many minutes left? We can't see the minutes. We're kind of saying, I just need to see this just a little bit. Yeah, my bad. This is exciting. All right, the jam is on, and Chicago is jamming up. Oh, but we have
Sneaky Morels.
It's through on the inside for lead jammer with Cape.
Okay, jammer panty
Helmet
is off
cover
from
is
Chicago, looking for the pivot.
That's
that is
4-2-7.
Bunny
is the
Sanders.
jammer.
Sneaky coming in on a scoring pass, finding a very strong wall, not able to get through initially.
Bunny is able to get through on the inside with a Cape blocker, stopping them at the front of the pack. Ooh, that might be a blocking a down skater penalty. Yes, 998 is going to the box for illegal contact. And that's just sad for Bunny because they were at the front of the pack and then got recycled back in because they got hit out.
Sketchy Morels came through for 4 points there, and
star pass
Bunny
to Chicago. And Morales is calling the jam, so they scored 4 points. So we have another lead change. Cape is back in the lead, 151 to 148 for Chicago.
Cape is up by 3 points, and we still don't know how much time is left because we can't see the screen.
That's okay. It does look like we have a slight injury timeout, but everybody looks to be up. And we're going on. So it's like, just kidding, but we made sure everybody was okay.
Yep. Thank you to our medics.
Okay, we
really appreciate them. And we have some sort of an official review.
Okay.
Got any guesses what you think it might be? We're allowed to talk about that because we're the live stream and not the house stream.
Sorry.
Mel has a look of utter confusion on her face for those who cannot see her right now.
So yes, it's very utter confusion because I was watching the box because I was going to say that we have 2 blockers for Cape in the box, but then the official review is called and the captain left the box.
Oh, which we can't do.
You can't do.
Huh. You have to send someone else, right? The alternate.
Just the alternate can go in. So if you're the captain or the alternate and you are in the penalty box, then there is an official review call.
The other one needs to go.
Well, you both are supposed to go, but you just can't go. You're not supposed to leave. So I'm pretty sure they should get another penalty assessed. Actually, you know what? Let me think about it because it's been a hot second since I have NSO'd, and I miss it dearly. Usually, if you step out of the box, no, that's if you stand when you're supposed to be sitting.
Okay, while you solve that in your head, I think I just saw that there's 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in this game.
Listen, I'm not going to solve it in my head unless I if I go and ask some of the wonderful NSOs. One of our NSO crews is champs level. So I need to ask GeoKnitter or I need to ask Stabby or
one of us
Tofu.
is married to the live stream guy and one of us is married to the head tournament referee. So I think you can maybe find out some information later. Sorry, stream, we might not be able to share all of it with you.
Listen, I need to save some of my brain capacity. So thinking about a penalty being assessed in the box is not in my capacity right now.
Yep.
Woo. All right. In this official review, I'm going to pull up another joke. Why can't Elsa from Frozen have a balloon?
Okay, what?
Why can't Elsa from Frozen have a balloon?
Because it'll pop.
Because she will let it go. Let it go.
No, wait. No, copyright. Don't sing it.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. It's the music teacher in me. I can't help it. It looks like there's just under, 2:42. The wind just blew it just right, so it's 2:42 left on the clock. 2:42.
Okay, I was close. I think I said, okay, 2:42 left in this game.
Oh, I apparently we're on musical jokes now. What musical instrument is found in the bathroom?
Flute? Because no.
A tuba toothpaste.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you, chat, for being engaged and being understanding as we deal with a few of our technical difficulties. Hopefully it's still been a good game to watch. Thanks again to all of our amazing camera crew who have been doing a great job bringing you some fantastic shots of this derby. And hopefully it's been a great game for you to watch, whether you're here or afar.
I can't read the second score now.
Nope. It's 151.
It was 151, yes. We're trying to fix the scoreboard, and seriously has been working very, very hard.
Wait, why is my husband, who's doing the live stream now, fixing the scoreboard?
It's so he can see it, and we can see it too.
I think he's doing it for the whole crowd.
Well, yes, and you know what? Really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and say this on the live mic. Can we give a good shout out and snaps to Ari Academy and Seriously? They put a ton of time in this, and it can be super stressful. We are so fortunate. I am speaking for Derby here right now, and as a Cornfed representative, we are so fortunate for your guys' dedication and hard work and love for this sport, because it's fantastic. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. We do it because we love it, and we want to bring Derby to as many people as we can, but I appreciate that.
Well,
Thank
and
you.
even though I'm not here, so none of my family lives in Muncie, and when I have been on teams, we have never played close enough to my family, and so my family lives far away, and like, before the pandemic, my sister's kids were very small. So with the live stream, it was the first time that my older sister has been able to see me play roller derby. And so like
special.
that means I'm trying to not get emotional about it, because that means a ton to me. Because like, you know, it's my big sister and she's always been very supportive. And so like they have a very busy life with all of their activities that they do. And so my sister and her kids could sit down and watch, and my nephews were like, wow, they hadn't seen it before. So I appreciate it on so many levels, not just a skater level.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I love just being able to do this side by side with you. Getting to hang out with you is super fun.
Sorry, stream, we're getting a little weird. Like we said, we go way back.
This is also the 4th game of the day. I can't wait to hear what I sound like during the 8th game of the day.
It's funny that I say we go way back when it's only been, this is my 10th year here. So I met you in May of 14.
Wow. Yeah.
So, I just finished my 10th school year.
And Derby has brought so many different, and I know you all know this too with Derby, it brings just the most special people into your life, and you create lifelong friendships from it, and you get to meet some of the coolest people. I love Derby people. I mean, some of the coolest people that I've ever been able to interact with and play with, and we all just do it for the love of Derby, love of the community. Okay, we're gonna get more professional here and stop being so sappy.
I mean, this official review's taken a while, so we can only talk so much about what's speculating what's going on in the game. So we're just having a moment, chat, okay? And fans that are, or skaters that are watching this later, we're sorry. Just maybe fast forward through this.
Hey, Adam says not weird, good vibes. So
I mean, that's really what the Derby community is. So send in those good vibes. I wish you guys all could see my shirt right now.
Oh, that's an amazing shirt. It is a unicorn on skates, skating away from the drama. There's an arrow pointing towards the drama, and the unicorn is skating in the other direction.
And that was a weird transition. So
looks like the refs are finishing up. The NSOs are writing down some things, so maybe we're getting close to a decision on this official review, and we will get back to the end of this very exciting, amazing game. This has been such a fun game to watch.
It really has been. And now, like, we're getting to that. There's 2 minutes and 42 seconds left, and I'm just like,
I mean, this is literally
if I was
anybody's
a nail biter,
game.
I would bite my nails right now.
Maybe I should bite my nails. That might help my nerves. Oh, there's chocolate. I'll eat chocolate.
You asked for chocolate, so I got you chocolate at halftime. I also brought you back a cookie.
I love it when people bring me cookies. Did you hear that this morning I asked for coffee and I was brought a coffee?
Yes.
Oh, Kayla is wonderful. Okay, we're all getting back ready.
Well, and shout out to our volunteers, because, and with the live stream, our volunteers that are not in the building are able to watch the Derby, so they were able to bring you the coffee.
Very true. All right, well, hats off to these skaters. If you're here watching a specific skater, go ahead and shout them out in the chat. They have done a great job and have worked so incredibly hard. Whether they have to wake up at 9 a.m. tomorrow or not, both teams are winners.
I mean, they'd have to wake up before 9 a.m. to be here at 9 a.m. and play at 9 a.m.
Thank you for the shout out. I finally learned how to say Girardeau, and I'm getting compliments on that. So in my book, I have also won today. So next game that should be starting at 4 o'clock, but I have a feeling it's not starting at 4 o'clock because it's 4:29. But that next game will be Rock versus Lansing. Both Rock and Lansing won their games earlier today, so they will be they are in that championship cream of the crop bracket and will be playing shortly. I'm guessing we're at least an hour behind at this point, so those of you who are checking in for that, we will be getting to that. I'm guessing a little bit after 5, maybe closer to 5:30. And then the winner of this game. Oh, we are going to find out about this official review.
998 is being ejected for an egregious illegal contact with down skater.
Okay, thank you.
The captain is also serving. Leaving the box.
Thank you. All right, we just got some information on the official review. And so when we talked about the skater leaving the box, they are getting an additional penalty for leaving the box. And then 998 from Cape
Fantastic Vixen
is getting ejected on the base of an egregious, he just said it.
I think it was that
illegal
low block.
that illegal contact.
I think it was that low block that we saw, unfortunately.
Yes. So
fantastic game. Skaters get ejected. It happens to all of us. Maybe not all of us. Have you been ejected? I've been ejected.
I have not been ejected, but I have fallen.
I've done things
out.
that you haven't done in Derby.
Yeah.
I'm still my ejection. I still argue it was very flashy.
I don't even remember, but of course you remember it because it happened to you.
Yes.
But yeah, I fouled out earlier this season on a road game, and someone was like, "You fouled out?" I was like, "I know, me." But whatever, it happened. We got to move on. All right, and we are back with 2:42 left. Time ticking down.
Oh
my
was so
gosh!
That was so pretty. Miss Mayhem ducking under the arms of the Cape blockers
For
to
lead
establish
jammer.
lead jammer.
And for Cape,
Harlot O'Scara.
Thank you. 0-1-0-0-2. Still in the pack, and Miss Mayhem is
4 points for Chicago.
Well, they are not out yet.
Now they are. Harlot
Now
is still
it's-
trying to get out.
Yes. I was wondering if a penalty was going to get called on Miss Mayhem because there was a little bit of a pause in the points coming up. Miss Mayhem is back up the front and through for 4 points.
Miss Mayhem only got 3 points in that first one.
That because there was
So
a
it
no
was a
pass,
tie
no
game,
penalty.
151-151. Now it is 155 Chicago to 151 Cape.
Cape is at a full pack, full strength with their blocker pack.
Whistle, somebody's going to the box.
That is Miss Mayhem is
Oh,
going to the
no.
box for 30 seconds. So this will be a 2-minute jam with no lead jammer. Scarlet
right.
is, or not Scarlet.
1 minute,
Harlot-
35 seconds left.
Harlot is still on their initial pass.
Come on, Harlot.
You're doing fantastic.
Oh
you
my
are
gosh,
so
working
tired,
so hard,
we
getting
know.
offense. Axolotl helping out here. Smaxolotl helping out. Oh, Smaxolotl taking that pivot
And there's
pass.
been a star
and is going to
pass.
now be the jammer of record for Cape.
There's
Miss Mayhem
34
is
seconds
standing.
back in the jam with a minute 14 and ticking down left in the game. And Scarlet is out of the pack
Current
coming on
score
a
is
scoring pass.
151 Cape, 155 Chicago.
Miss Mayhem having,
Re-entered.
re-entered, but the floor was all like, I'm going to give you an issue.
Both jammers working their way through. Both jammers trying to get points here. We have 45 seconds left on the jam clock. On the game clock. 41 seconds left in game.
So we will have one more jam.
We're waiting to find out what the score is.
4 points for Cape.
Oh no, 155, 155. Nope, 157 Chicago, 155 Cape. Chicago is up by 2 points with 27 seconds left on the clock. Timeout has been called. We understand we are buffering. We are running into some connection issues. We will try to get this great game to you as quickly as we can. What's the score?
My heart is like palpitating. It's beating really fast.
How much time is left on the clock?
22 seconds.
How can we get better? We can't? All right. Hopefully we can stream as best as we can. If not, when you all watch this later, it should be uploaded without any buffering.
Ooh, that's good to know.
Yes.
So that takes a little bit of the stress off.
Yes.
Okay, so serious, we're not freaking out over there?
All right. 22 seconds left on the clock, and this is going to be the last jam, most likely.
I'm just,
Chances
I'm
are
so
good.
excited. I can't see the officials are in the way.
These blockers are all blocking as best they can because they know that lead jammer status is so important right now.
And for Chicago's
Green
0-5.
Nope, Sin and Sugar.
It's so close.
That's Sin and Sugar, but lead.
But 113 is not lead for Cape.
Nope, not lead.
But Chicago was, so Chicago
Did Chicago
got
call
lead
it?
and called it.
They got lead and called it immediately to reinforce their win. They weren't even going to bother to try to score any points because they just wanted to win. An unofficial score, 157 to 155, Chicago.
Holy moly. Can we just say that was
Cape is
fantastic.
in shock right now. I think everyone's in shock. People are just standing here going, what just happened? What just happened was an amazing game of roller derby by both teams.
Chicago, the bench, that was fantastic coaching, well aware of who was lead, the time, all of that stuff. That was fantastic.
Amazing. This is just good roller derby by everybody. That was fun. I wish both teams could have won.
If you could see our faces right now, we're just both like staring at the teams, and there is
that
there's the whistle.
That is the unofficial score. Final score: Chicago 157, Cape 155. Well fought on both sides. Amazing game. So Chicago will play again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And hold on, I need to write down the score. 157, 155. So Chicago will play again tomorrow morning against CCRD, Circle City, at 9 a.m. No, not Chicago. Cape will play Circle City tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And tonight at 6 p.m., Chicago will play South Bend at 6 p.m. and they are in the cream of the crop bracket.
Oh, that's gonna. I think those both are gonna be really good mashup. They're not mashups. Those are gonna be really good games to watch.
I completely agree. Well, don't forget to stick around for more great roller derby. Our cream of the crop bracket continues right after this with Rock, Roller Girls of Central Kentucky, versus Lansing Roller Derby. I know it says 4 o'clock start, but I'm guessing it's going to be closer to like 5:15. So stick around. I'm sorry for the buffering that we had at the end of that game. Typically when we do upload this after, the buffering is gone, so you will be able to watch this unbuffered. If you rewatch this again. What a great game by both teams. They both worked hard. Congrats to both teams.
Yes, that was fantastic. We'll see you for the next game.
Welcome back to Derby Date Night, weekend tournament edition. So weekend getaway
Weekend
Derby
getaway,
Date Night.
yes.
You are here with Aria Kidding Me and
Melody Mayhem. I just
Bringing-
did some finger guns.
Finger Guns. Melody Mayhem with the Finger Guns. And you are joining us for the Cream of the Crop tournament bracket, where we have Lansing playing their second game today after winning a game this morning, playing Rock, who is playing their second game after winning their game this morning.
Right, and we are into gameplay. We have Sarah Sasson jamming for Lansing, and getting right out in lead for Rock is 4-1-2.
Battle Scar.
Thank you. Sarah Sasson got recycled to the back and so is still fighting to make their way out of the pack.
Battle Scar re-entering the pack and engaging with the blockers, getting pushed out to the inside and being forced to recycle.
And that's going to be a power jam for Rock as Sarah Sasson goes to the box for penalty box for a forearm.
Battle Scar is through and will be coming around and trying to take advantage of this power jam. A little bit of a dust up, and we will be pausing shortly for an injury timeout. And we are back.
We are back.
That's
Sorry.
all I have to say about that, I guess.
Well, I thought you were going to say a little bit more, and then I spaced out. So yeah, so you're back, and we're rocking and we're rolling. And
With Rock, Roller Girls of Central Kentucky, and Lansing. Okay, that was corny, but this is the weekend of corny.
No, I
things.
loved it. I didn't even realize that I said it because I was just saying that we were rocking and rolling. It looks like both jammers are sitting in the penalty box.
That is absolutely correct. Why do we have two jammers in the penalty box? We cannot. Can we start a jam that way?
Yes.
Okay, tell me how. Tell me more.
Because the penalty can be assessed after the jam and then go to the box. So what's going to happen, since they both are starting in the box, they're both going to get released at the same time, but they have the penalty, so they have to serve the penalty. And because they're jammers, you do the jammer swap. So a jammer swap, so let's say jammer A is sitting in the penalty box and jammer B gets a penalty, they come back in and they do the jammer swappy thing, but because they both have to serve a penalty, they both start in it and they'll both get released at the same time. So they're not both going to sit for 30 seconds.
Got it.
But I don't know why they're in the penalty box.
No, neither do I. Sometimes people come and tell us, but sometimes they don't, and it's just up to us to guess.
Yep.
The injured skater, I'm not sure what team they were on, but they are okay, and they were able to return back to their bench. We are extra cautious here with any sort of injuries, and we do have always 2 medics on site to be able to respond within moments to any sort of injury, and we take anything that looks like an injury, even just a little bit, very seriously.
Yes.
So with that being said, and I see refs continuing to talk, my favorite thing, which I have to say during at least once during every game, is looking at the dazzle in their natural habitat. A group of zebras is called a dazzle. So we have groups of referees, and we get to see the dazzle doing what they do best.
I'd like to come up with a different. I do like the zebras and the dazzle. So NSOs used to wear pink polos,
NSOs.
and so they were the flamingos.
flamingos.
So we had the dazzle, and I don't even remember what a group of flamingos is called. But now that NSOs have gone to black,
They're not.
tops.
Are they a flock?
Oh, that might be
'Cause they're
it, 'cause
birds.
They're birds. Yeah. But so like we have an unofficial, like we don't have like an unofficial mascot for the NSOs like
That's
we
true.
used to.
We can still go with flamingo. Okay, Richie, look at us. I'm hoping that the head ref will look at us. A flamboyance, that's what it is.
Of course, it's extra with flamingos. The flamboyance of flamingos. You know, I'd like to get some information, but also at this point, I'm all like, yep,
Let's get back to the derby.
Let's just go. And
Yeah.
like, I know our viewers want that information too, but let's just get back to the derby. Mostly because I'm a stickler for a timeline.
Okay, Sarah Sasson is standing in the penalty box for Lansing, and who was that jammer for Bettlescar is sitting for Rock.
So maybe
So
they
we'll see what
are getting
happens.
released at the same time. I also didn't. There was.
Sarah Sasson's going, and Bettlescar is going to serve the penalty. So this will be a power jam for Sarah Sasson.
I remember Sarah Sasson got a penalty, and Sarah Sasson is through for lead jammer. Sarah Sasson, she got a penalty, and then so at the end of the jam, the Rock jammer must have gotten a penalty.
Okay.
And Sarah Sasson was still sitting until it was time to go.
And since you leave when the other jammer comes in, that's why Sarah Sasson got
Could
to
not
come
leave.
out.
Yep.
Okay. So
All right.
in this power jam, Sarah Sasson just needs to make it past one more Rock skater.
Oh, but blocker 6-3-1-3 for
Chad.
Rock knocks Sarah Sasson out on the outside. That was a good block.
By Chad. I love the name Chad.
It's just Chad.
It's just Chad.
Love it.
Ooh.
Ooh, hard hit. Okay, and Sarah Sasson is through for 4 points with the Rock jammer coming out of the penalty box, trying to book it around on their initial pass.
That's Bettlescar.
Battle Scar.
Bettle. Right?
Yep. Sorry, the question mark was Battle Scar.
Is it Bettle or Battle? It looks like it's spelled Bettle, but
Battle. Sorry, I didn't see.
but I
was
don't know
going.
how it said.
Now looking at it, it looks like it's Battle.
Someone in the chat usually will tell us.
Yes. Sarah Sasson is through for another 4 points.
And Bettlescar is also through for 4 points.
No, they're through on their initial.
Oh, that was their initial.
Yes.
Okay,
So
score
now
is
they're coming
currently
up.
Lansing 8 and Rock 6.
The box is clear, so we have all our skaters coming back on the track. Sarah Sasson is through for 4 points and calls the jam off. That's 12 points for Lansing on that jam, so that brings them to
12.
To 12. Sorry, I'm watching some Lansing skaters that collided with each other doing something, and so it looks like everybody's okay. And
Isn't announcing hard when you get distracted by watching things while you're talking?
I know, and I feel like I'm in front of my class and like somebody does something at their seat and I'm like, what are you doing? But I'm still trying to give directions or sing a song or do something, and I just have to stop.
Oh, with suggestion from the chat on what we call the NSOs, since they all wear black, we could have them be crows, and they could be a murder of crows. Actually,
love it.
crows are so smart. Did you know that in New York City, they will put the nuts under the tires of cars that are about to go, that are stopped at a stoplight, and they know the sounds from the stoplights to know which cars are going to go?
Oh, that's
Okay.
smart. So for
Random
Rock,
fact.
Yeah, I loved it. Rock 626 is the lead jammer and got out for lead, but Lansing's 1-8 caught up quickly and Rock called off the jam for no points scored. The score is currently Lansing 12, Rock 6.
All right, and I'm hearing from the chat that we are correct. It is Bettel because her last name is Bettel. And in other fantastic information, Chad is just Chad because she's a Chad on the track. And we used to have a coach named Chad, so we know exactly what that means when you say that she's a Chad.
Wait. Okay, so I think
Like-
about our Hawker, but like, is
Tony
there?
Hawker, his real name is Chad.
I know it. I know that, but like, is there something associated with the name Chad?
Yeah, kind of like Josh, which is my husband's real name.
Yes.
But like they just are. Yes. The chat will support us. Anyway.
You're going to have to explain that to me later. So Rock is through for lead jammer and now has scored, outscoring 4 points, and
Yes.
that is 8-6.
And we'll call off the jam. Before Fox and Mad, who was the jammer for Lansing, can come around and score any points.
Woo! This is the best.
I'm glad you're having fun. I'm having fun too. All right, score currently Lansing 12, Rock 10.
I think it helps that we don't actually see anybody that we're talking to. We're just kind of talking to each other and having a conversation. So, yeah. And I guess if you don't like it, you could just watch without the sound. I mean,
Melody? There is no scoreboard. They have to listen to us for this game.
Rock is through for
Anyway.
lead jammer. That is 4-1-2, and Lansing's 4.
That's
Slam Cakes
Bettel Scar and Slam Cake.
is through. Listen, I just tell it how it is.
All right,
Coming
Bettel
up-
Scar about 3 seconds ahead of Slam Cakes is going to call the jam, but that was a late call off there. Slam
was.
Cakes trying to steal points was not able to, which means we might have a lead change.
No, there was no points
No
scored
points
at all.
scored.
So it is 12 points Lansing, 10 points Rock. In my positioning, I might also have called, I would have argued for a skating out of bounds on the jammer.
I love announcing
there
with a
was
ref.
no contact before they went out, at least what I could see. So I could be wrong. Maybe there was a little contact. So don't come at me, people.
I love your ref perspective.
Okay, Sarah Sasson is jamming for Lansing and got hit out and recycled on the outside for Rock. I cannot quite see their numbers, but they have rainbow stripe shorts, so hopefully that'll help me remember that it is 8-9.
Multipass. And Multipass
Multipass.
did not jam in the last game, so Multipass is a new jammer for Rock.
I love people that can just kind of do it all. I prefer not to block, but apparently I've been told that I decently block when I star pass.
Multipass calling off the jam before Sarah Sasson. Oh, Sarah Sasson stole a point, I think.
2 points.
2 points.
2 points.
Which means Lansing's at 14 and
Oh.
Rock is at 13.
So it's a 1 point game. I hope this is another, if this is another good one,
You were planning on only announcing the first half. We'll see what happens.
listen, I might just go get my gear and come back.
I love that idea. Without our technical score being as part of the stream, it is nice to have a second person helping out.
All right, jam is on, and tipping toeing on the outside for Lansing for lead jammer is 1-8, but
Oh, I'm hearing Multipass did jam in the last game. I must just not remember that.
multipass is out for jammer. Sorry, you can't see the look on my face, and I'm kind of confused. The Lansing jammer, I missed them being assessed a penalty, and so they are sitting in the box. And the Rock jammer has now been assessed
That
a
is
penalty,
Multipass.
and I
We're gonna do
missed
a jammer
the signal.
switch.
So yeah, we're gonna do a jammer switcheroo.
Jamming for Lansing. I believe that's Herderino.
Yes, 18. Herderino is back out and is on their initial pass.
And I know
Actually-
you and I both are Murderinos, so I know we both really enjoy
I do like
Herderino's
that. When I
derby
heard
name.
that, I was like, is somebody's derby named Derberino? Because I didn't hear the hurt. Okay, we've got a cut track going for a Lansing blocker. That's 7-4. Ooh, a nice hit out by the Rock blocker, 8-6
Newcomb,
on Herderino.
who we saw jam quite a bit in the last game.
And we have the Rock jammer coming back out of the penalty box on their initial. No, I think they're on a scoring
Ooh.
pass.
Practically going through
Yes.
untouched on that inside line.
With a little hop for 4 points.
Multipass finding some space on the outside, able to get out as well.
Herderino made it way through for 4 points.
Currently at Lansing 18, Rock 17.
Rock is through for another 4.
21 to 18. Now it's Rock's lead.
Hey, you're doing math. Okay.
Ooh, big hit.
Okay. It's another 4 points for Rock.
That was 22 Jarmageddon with that big hit for Lansing, but Multipass was able to get through that and was able to score 4 points on that pass.
Girardeau also scored 4 points. So we do have looks like we have a lead change. That's Rock with 25 and Lansing with 22. And we are in a timeout. I say it like a question because yep, it's just a timeout I see from the jam timer. I was not sure if it was an official timeout.
Rock 25, Lansing. What was Lansing's
22.
score? 22.
And it looks like we have 20 minutes left in the first half.
Is this an official review or a timeout?
It's just a timeout.
Okay. Even though we have coaches in the middle? Are you sure?
I'm not 100% sure, but I am looking at Tweety Bird, the jam timer, and they're giving just a T. They're not giving an O.
Oh.
So, fun facts.
Fun facts that I should know as a former coach, and I don't.
Listen, when you don't do it it's like riding a bike. If you don't use it, you lose it.
Right.
I don't know why I said like riding a bike. But
did you know that roller skates, it's not like if you use it, you lose it? Because when I first started derby, I was like, I used to skate all the time as a teenager. I started derby, and I was like, this is not like riding a bike.
Listen, this is where we differ, because for me, like, putting on the skates was like riding a bike.
SSDGM, Melissa. There's more murderinos in the chat.
More derby-rinos. Yeah.
Those of you who don't know what we're talking about, if you've ever heard about true crime podcasts, some of us really like them.
Yes. And if you're interested in it, it is, oh my gosh, My Favorite Murder. Woo!
My Favorite Murder on Apple Podcasts. And Spotify, probably.
You can find it anywhere with podcasts, but like they're not by Apple. They have their own company.
Oh,
Sorry,
well,
I just listened.
On app? Okay.
Yeah.
Just find them. They're a podcast. You
Yes.
know where to find podcasts.
Yeah. I even have a sticker on my helmet that says skate,
You do.
skate sexy and don't get murdered. My derby wife got me that.
Rock establishing lead jammer.
And that is for 412.
Battlescar.
Battlescar. Love it. And number 4, Slam Cakes.
Slam Cakes.
Is jamming for Lansing. Battlescar is in the packs on her first scoring pass.
A blocker from
Ooh.
Lansing is headed to the penalty box, and she knew as soon as she did it, her face when she looked at her teammate, she was like, oh no, and she knew and immediately was like, I think she may have even almost sent herself to the penalty box.
Yeah, that was very
one.
nice work by Battlescar when she got through for 4 points, doing a little turn on the inside, but called it, and Slam Cakes was also able to get 4 points.
Rock is at 29, Lansing 25. 26, 25.
5.
This is going to be another close game, I can tell.
Lansing is calling a timeout. I think they were doing that because a jammer had not been yet on the track. So they did not want to get a
that's
delay
good call.
of game call.
Mhm.
It's not fun when you have to use that as a timeout, but it's a
If
good.
you realize you don't have it, you're going to be like, ooh, I should probably call a timeout so I can make sure all of the skaters
that way your
are out
captain does
there.
not get a penalty for a delay of game.
And Lansing does have a blocker in the penalty box right now, so they will be starting down one blocker.
Yeah. So our fans in the chat know if there is a penalty like a delay a game or like a non-specific skater, if there's an overall team penalty, it normally gets assessed to the captain, and the captain has to serve that penalty.
Yes.
So that's just one role that
Do
a
you
captain
captain
takes.
very often? Because I used to captain all the time, and I was always so worried when I would have to take penalties for other people.
I have not been bestowed captain.
We need to make that happen. Okay, so I've been expelled, and I've still done some derby things that you haven't done, but I also make sure that you get to do the things that I've done, like expulsion.
You know what? If my team would like to honor me with that captaincy, I would be very honored.
I'll start the campaign.
I do have.
I'll start the campaign.
I do have a healthy rule set knowledge,
That's
which
true.
I think is important when captains and alternates come in for official reviews, so you kind of sound like you know what you're talking about. But it's all a learning process. And that
As this jam begins, Lansing establishing themselves as lead jammer. That is number 18, Girardeau.
very fancy footwork. on the outside to get through for lead.
Multi-pass jamming for Rock. That was pretty. Girardeau calling the jam after scoring. I think did they grab any points?
The jammer ref is conferring with the outside pack refs to help determine if they did get around any hips.
No, unfortunately not. It was a close one. So score remains 29-26.
So that was some good work of officials working together to help piece Derby together.
And we understand we are still experiencing some technical difficulties. As I mentioned before, anything with buffering we apologize for, and we are going to hopefully on the rewatch you will not see these buffering issues.
Doing some helping out as a blocker for the moment. And back into jamming.
Sarah Sasson through for 4 points for Rock, for Lansing, which I believe is a lead change. But Newcomb out right behind and will now be on a scoring pass. Score is currently Lansing 30, Rock 29.
These packs are going very quickly.
Sarah came in that pack real hot. Took a big hit there and immediately called off the jam, trying to keep Rock from scoring any points. So let's see what happened there. One of them got 2 and one of them got 1. Looks like 31 points for Lansing and 31 for Rock. We have a tied
game.
And of course, we have buffering issues when we have exciting games that are close. That's just our luck here at Derby Date Night, but we still have fun.
Is jamming for Lansing and is through for lead jammer.
That's Fox and Mad.
And 427?
412 is Bettlescar.
412, thank you. Fans, I apologize for the lack of remembering the names.
That's fine. I got you on the names. Don't you worry.
Bettlescar is working very hard to get through, while 1-2 from Lansing is working and stuck behind a hard pack of Rock blockers.
All right, as that jam is ending, looks like Lansing is at 34 and Rock is at 31. This is interesting because I think this is the lowest scoring game we've had so far in the first half.
Yes.
We have 15 minutes left in the half, and neither team has broken 50. They've barely broken 30. This is a very low-scoring game from these two teams in the championship bracket.
All right, we are in a timeout called by Rock. How does a scientist freshen her breath?
Mint.
With experiments.
I was so close.
You were very close.
Love it.
How do false teeth like stars? Or, excuse me, how are false teeth like stars?
I have no idea.
They come out at night.
Oh, my God, that's amazing. That's a good one.
What's a computer's favorite snack?
Bites.
Ooh, that's a good one. Computer chips.
Oh, that's good, too.
What did one volcano say to the other?
You're hot.
I love you.
I love you. I went with Paris Hilton. That's hot.
How do we know if the ocean is friendly?
It waves.
It waves.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh.
All right, looks like we are getting back to the action here.
Oh, my sister just said that my daughter really likes cheese balls.
I really like cheese balls, too. And I think you know this already, I talk about cheese on this stream almost every single game.
Yeah.
I do have string cheese in the cooler if you would like any cheese snacks.
Well, I brought up cheese balls.
Of course, you know. Now, is it the orange kind of cheese balls, like the cheesy puffs, or like cheese balls?
No, I'm assuming like the puffs. And that's floor slam cakes for Lansing through for lead jammer.
Followed closely by multipass.
Yeah. No, I'm going to assume it's like the puff snack.
I love that. All right, Slam Cakes calling the jam, trying to see if she can keep multi-pass from scoring any points.
And that's 3 points for Slam Cakes and 0 for multi-pass. Are we talking like multi-pass from, what's that Bruce Willis movie?
Somebody said Corbin Dallas multi-pass in the chat.
Yeah, from, what's the Bruce Willis movie? It's a sci-fi movie. What?
No, not Die Hard. that's.
The Fifth Element, thank you.
I saw that a long time ago. I do not remember this.
Multi-pass.
Why have I not
I don't know.
remembering this movie? Okay. Rock through for lead jammer.
It's 8-6 as the jammer for Rock.
That is Newcomb.
And Herderino is the jammer for Lansing. Woo! Some nice
Tip-toes.
toe stop,
Woo.
but the Rock's pivot hit them out on the inside and recycling them back. That
Who is that?
is 6-3-1-3.
That would be
Chad.
See? Chad.
Chad.
Love Chad. I love that name too. Ooh, Newcomb doing some very
Ooh,
pretty swishing and
yes.
swerving to get through to score 4 points.
Star pass Lansing to 5-7.
Toxic Shock.
And Toxic is sprinting up behind Newcomb.
So Newcomb decides to call it before Toxic Shock can score any points.
And that is 39 points Rock, 37 Lansing. Is that a lead change?
That is a lead change.
We've got a lead change. We got a lead change.
I don't think that's copywritten. Whatever that is.
Listen, the tune was from an episode of a show that I like to watch that uses the word steak night, but I just said lead change.
I think it's acceptable.
And Sarah Sasson is through for lead jammer for Lansing.
Very quickly followed by
4-1-2 for Rock.
Battlescar. 9 times out of 10, it seems to be Battlescar is going to be the Rock jammer because she is, I think, every other jam right now.
Very nice by Sarah Sasson with a little dip on the outside for all 4 points and calling off the jam.
And I'm thinking that's another lead change.
It's a lead change.
41
it's a
to
lead
39.
change. I'm going to go with not copyrighted because even the little jingle that I like, it's probably copyrighted, but like it's so obscure and it's from 2009, maybe 2008 that it aired on. Like it's so obscure at this point.
We are big nerds. That's all I have to say about that. That was a beautiful. She saw it. That's Fox and Mad, and she saw that hole on the inside and just took it for lead jammer.
Very nice. Sprint that up. And so we have 8-9. That's
Multi-pass?
Multi-pass. I just want to say it like multi-pass.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
And you can't see it, but I'm like holding up my pretend multi-pass.
Fox and Mad, I think, got through for 4 points there and continues to look really confident in this jam as she's approaching the pack.
Multi-pass is through on their initial pass.
And Fox and Mad through on another pass.
And calls it before multi-pass can get any points. Both teams' pivots are in the box. Lansing's pivot is standing, so both teams will start with 3 blockers on the track.
Lansing is at 49 to 39 for Rock.
There's 11:25 left on the period clock in the first half. Thank you, in-house announcers, for that help. All right, jam is on, and we have Rock breaking through on the outside of the pack. That is 4-1-2.
Battlescar.
Every single time. And we have 4 Slam Cakes.
Ooh, Slam Cakes. Just a little bit of a tangle up with one of the Rock skaters, and it looks like Slam Cakes is headed to the penalty box.
I believe a low block was assessed.
Slam Cakes didn't look super happy about that one. I was never happy about going to the penalty box, so I understand that. Battlescar getting a little bit stuck in this tripod of Lansing blockers here, but trying to take advantage of this power jam.
And that's 4 points for Battlescar. And calls it freezing, not Battle Cakes. I tried to
Slam
combine
Cakes?
Slam Cakes in the box. So it'll be a power start for Rock.
Lansing 49, Rock 43.
No. It looks like Newcomb is taking the line for Rock. And the jam is on, and yes, that is Newcomb out as lead jammer.
Slam Cakes is standing.
I got a name before having to look at the number.
You did. It was wonderful.
Newcomb is around on their scoring pass. Slam Cakes is out on the box and back in the pack for their initial pass.
And very jukey back and forth, really trying to find that space. Is not able to, and is pulled back by Chad, forced to recycle there. While in the meantime, Newcomb has gotten through for another 4 points for Rock.
So that's 8 points so far on the jam. And
Rock has now taken the lead.
Slam Cakes is out of the pack and on their scoring pass.
Rock has also gone above 50 points, and you know what that means.
It's a corn joke. Newcomb calls it, getting another 4 points. Another 4 points.
All right, well, while we figure out what the score is, I am going to tell a corn joke here. This is not a joke. Next week there will be an important conference in London for farmers to discuss trade policies on corn. That is not a joke. That is just...
That's like a grandpa joke. Like he wants it to be a joke, but he's just trying.
All right,
he's just
this one's
old.
better. Should you eat corn that has fallen off the stalk? May as well.
I'm like trying to think of all the different corn. All right, jam is on. The score is Rock 55, Lansing. It's either 45 or 49. I can't quite tell because of the scoreboard.
I think it's 45.
Cool, and we've got about 8 minutes left
49.
in the half. Jam is on, and jamming for Rock is, I have not seen this jammer today. 111.
That is Jam Beasley.
And
yeah.
That's a good name. And Herderino is jamming for Lansing. Jam Beasley is lead jammer and coming around on her scoring pass, hoping to pick up some points and calling it before Herderino can score any points. So let's see. No points either team. So that is a wash. We've got two blockers in the box, one for each team.
I put in the chat that Rock is 55 and Lansing is 45 or 49. We'll find out later. It's a mystery. This is the fun when you are looking at a scoreboard that is a sheet that is hung on a wall that is at a weird angle. So
the wind catches it. And
yes.
Yeah.
We will find out the score, and we will all find out together. All right, Sarah Sasson jamming for Lansing.
And is through for lead jammer, but
followed closely behind by guess who?
Bettle.
Dang
Scar.
it. I thought you had that one.
I was like, I know that. Nope. Guess wrong in my brain. Oh, very nice work by Sarah Sasson.
Bettle Scar getting a little bit tangled up there on the inside line. It was almost a beautiful sneaking through before Sarah Sasson, but just got caught up there. Both jammers getting 4 points there.
And Sarah Sasson calls it from the floor. Getting no point. Oh, that's...
Yep, there were points.
Well... Sorry, I was looking at the wrong jam ref. No point, Sarah Sasson.
Rock 59 to Lansing 53.
Oh, now we can tell the difference.
It was
Wonderful.
49.
All right.
I think that's Slam Cakes for Lansing, and
that is correct.
For Rock, that looks, I think, like Newcomb.
Yes, I looked at the Newcomb skates. They're the blue skates.
Ooh. They are. This is slow. This is a slow one. Usually we've had up there it is.
You get a little bit of an opening, and there's Newcomb through for lead jammer.
Well-earned lead jammer. That one was a hard one.
It was very physical, and Slam Cakes is through on the inside. You know, I don't know if you can see it from here, but when I was out reffing earlier, Slam Cakes has these lovely rainbow glasses.
No, I didn't notice that.
So see if you can see them.
Ooh, yeah, I see it now.
Very nice.
That's
also
nice.
has, like, I think they're cats now that they're a little bit farther away. Yeah, cats on the side of their pants.
Okay.
Sorry,
that's amazing.
We're getting a little bit of color on the commentary here, but
that's
you know
what color commentary's for.
Hey.
Rock
Every time
63, Lansing 53.
Every time we say color commentary, all I think about is steel magnolias.
You know, we're giving the chat some really good pop culture references here for those who appreciate it.
I hope so. Our jam is on. 111 is jamming for Rock, and
That's
it's
Jam
through.
Beasley.
Jam Beasley is through for lead jammer, and jamming for Lansing is 12.
Fox and Mad.
Okay, fighting very hard.
Very
with those
shouldery
rock,
pushes.
Yes.
Look at those. That's like you. You do a lot of shouldery pushes too.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, I think Jan Beasley's going to the box.
And that'll be a
Power
2-minute.
jam.
It's a power jam for Lansing, and that'll give us a 2-minute jam.
As she was lead when she went to the box.
Lead. So there's a minute 20 left in the jam. Oh, that's going to be a back block assessed to the Lansing pivot, 5-7.
That's Toxic Shock, and Toxic Shock just returned from a penalty.
And
so
Foxen is around for 4. Jam Beasley is standing in the penalty box as Foxen comes around for another scoring pass. And is working, but getting caught up by Rock's pivot. Jam Beasley is back on the track.
Fox and Matt is getting recycled to the back, taking a little bit of time here. Like we said, this is a 2-minute jam, so I would be exhausted at this point.
Yes, Jam Beasley did some nice pushing to make her way through and getting 4 points.
Toxic Shock is out of the penalty box, so the penalty box is now clear.
It's clear. Jam Beasley back around at the front of the pack on a scoring pass. Foxen is working hard. Oh.
But is through for 4 points, both.
Okay. So Foxen gets that helmet cover back on so they can start scoring again. If you're on a scoring pass as a jammer and you take your helmet cover off, you can no longer score any points that you have not passed. So that's why it's very important that the star cover is on your helmet when you're in a scoring pass.
That happened earlier today. There was a jammer that came out of the box and I think went through the pack, and I don't think they had the star on it.
They did not. Yes, it was Boggs. Her and I talked about that because I was jam reffing that, and I saw them take their helmet cover off in the box, and I'm like, you only got 3 points, homie.
Oh, that's a rough one. That's a rough one.
But you know what? Like, when you're in the game, sometimes you just do stuff and you don't even think about it when you're watching.
The score right now, Rock has 71 to Lansing 61.
Okay, we're in
I'm really also enjoying,
timeout.
this is not a part of the game, but our former coach Kelly is on track monkey duty, but it's just watching Kelly watch this game. They are still a coach. A coach is a coach is a coach, and I am watching Kelly watch this game, and it's delightful for me.
I'm delighted that they're here and their spouse is also here.
Yes.
Working on the NSO crew.
Volunteering all the way from Pennsylvania. Well, and Kelly is all the way from California right now.
Yes, because Kelly is working in California right now.
So
they both flew in from
we
two
have
different
volunteers
states.
coming from both sides of the country to the Smalltown Smackdown. Like, that is commitment to helping serve their former team.
Now, yes, good. You did say former team. So our friends that are listening, Kelly used to be our coach, and Jan used to be a skater, but because of jobs, moved to Pennsylvania. And I miss them so much.
Is this timeout a timeout or an official timeout?
This is an official timeout, and not an official review. It's an officials have called a timeout to discuss something.
Are you sure it's not an official review?
If it was an official review,
the
jam
okay, I'm
timer would
learning.
be doing the O. So
Got
right
it.
now the jam timer has her hands on her shoulders, making like big O's with her arms, and so that is an official. The officials have called the timeout.
I might get this by the end of the weekend. I should know this. I played Derby. I've been a coach. No, okay, not always. You know, Derby is complicated, if anybody hasn't figured that out yet, if you're watching the stream, especially if you're like a family member of someone who plays Derby and they said, hey, watch me play in this tournament, and you're watching this and you're like, what is going on? The most important thing is to watch the person with the star, because they are the ones who are going to score the points, and as long as you can get that, you're good. The other stuff is kind of just gravy.
Yes.
That's kind of the best way that I say it. We have under 3 minutes left in this half.
And a reminder, the winner of this game returns tomorrow at 5 p.m. for the championship of the 2023 Smalltown Smackdown.
All right, we are going on. We have about 2.5 minutes left in the half. Newcomb is through for lead jammer
was
for
pretty.
Rock. That was very pretty. Good awareness. Sarah Sasson is still stuck in the pack working those rock blockers.
And through sheer force of will and physicality, Sarah pushed through. That was a well-earned I am out of here, but Newcomb called the jam after scoring, I think, 4 points.
Correct.
Rock
Dorothy is
75.
The jammer ref is holding up 4 points.
Oh, wait, I forgot to do my corn joke for Lansing going over 50, because we do a corn joke for every 50 points scored.
Did you just say the score?
Yes.
Okay.
Why did the corn stalks hold a ceremony in honor of the scarecrow? To congratulate him for being outstanding in the field.
Oh, my goodness. And that is Bettle.
Scar.
I was like, Bettle. It's Bettle. I got the Bettle. It's through quickly for lead jammer for Rock. And Herderino is jamming for Lansing. We've got a cut call being assessed to Herderino, the Lansing jammer. So this is going to be a power jam. I don't have an echo machine, so I just made my own echo
I like
for
it.
power jam. Oh, very good work on the outside by Bettle, but stepped out and so ended up calling it and getting...
That was 22 for Jarmageddon, who forced that call off for Rock.
3 points.
And we will start the next jam with Herderino in the penalty box, so Rock will have a power jam.
And that's
Current
going to
score,
be Jam Beasley jamming.
Great name. Current score, Rock 78 and Lansing 61.
And we've got an official timeout being called. Little discussion, it looks like, between our head ref and jammer ref. Going to give a big shout out to all of our volunteers this weekend. Let's give a big also shout out to Cornfed. It is no easy feat putting on a tournament. A bout can be stressful enough, but a 2-day tournament is very stressful, a lot of logistics. So woot woot to Cornfed.
Speaking of the tournament, we are a little bit off schedule, so if you are tuning in hoping to see the 6 p.m. game between South Bend and Chicago, I'm guessing that's going to start a little bit closer to 7. We seem to be running a little bit close to about an hour behind right now. But the next game at, I'm guessing around 7, will be South Bend and Chicago, and then we will have one last game. No, we have 2 more games after that.
We have 2 more games. I'm like,
oh my gosh.
You're reading
you're
that,
right.
and I'm like staring at it because I am going to be on wheelie shoes, and I'm like, this 8 o'clock game is going to start at 9 o'clock.
No, we only have one more game after that. So we have South Bend, which is going to probably start at 7, and then we have South Bend and Chicago, and then we have Louisville and Cornfed, which is supposed to start at 8, so I'm guessing that's actually going to start at 9.
Yes. So now we're on the same page because I was just thinking 2 ahead. You were just thinking 1 past South Bend.
Yep.
And I'm just thinking, okay, so then I'm probably not going to leave here until 11:30.
We're not going to talk about that yet. No, we're not talking about that part yet. We just have 2 more great games of Derby tonight, and we will deal with how exhausted we are
yes,
later.
It's going to be great Derby, and yes, we're going to be exhausted. Man, I should have got a babysitter for Monday.
And then tomorrow morning, we will start bright and early with a 9 a.m. game between Circle City and Cape Girardeau.
CGRD.
It's a hard one to say. I have learned, and I'm going to make sure that Mel is also learning. We're going to get your confidence in saying Girardeau.
Girardeau.
There you go.
Girardeau, Cape Girardeau. But they are not playing in this game. We are here at the Rock Lansing game, and the jam is on.
Jan Beasley has to just get past 22 from Lansing.
Oh, but her friends have caught back up, but now it's still 22 and is able to get all around on the outside. Jan Beasley is the lead jammer.
Herderino is standing and will be exiting the penalty box shortly. Has now exited.
Jan Beasley is back around and is scoring, is engaging with the Lansing blockers. Those Lansing blockers are holding very strong as Jam Beasley is calling off the jam and will score no points. Very hard fought for Jam Beasley.
Score remains 78-61. Nope, 80-61. There were 2 points that. Where did those 2 points come from?
You know what? There might have actually been 2 points.
Seriously, just said. I said, where'd they come from? And he goes, the jam ref.
Timeout. I looked at the jam ref with the gray for Lansing and said that was for Rock. So apparently Rock scored 2 points. I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong place.
That's fine.
So we are at 84 Rock.
Wait, it's halftime.
Lansing
We get a break.
61. It is halftime. We're going to
go rest
take
our
a break.
brains, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. And we are back. Welcome back to Derby Date Night Tournament Edition. I see that Tara has a question in the chat. We have not been able to get the time clock back up, so I will continue to try and update in the chat as much as I can to keep you all updated. We are just about to start the second half of this game in the championship cream of the crop bracket between Rock and Lansing. We have had a very low scoring game and also a very what's it called when two teams are really close together? A very good matchup between these two teams. So Rock currently at 80 points to Lansing's 61 points. Tara, you're the best. I also found out earlier that you enjoy Dungeons and Dragons as well as roller derby, and now I know we need to chat at some point about all of our fun little random hobbies.
I'm back.
Great. No one knew you were gone.
Well, you did, and I always tattle on myself.
Which I love about you so much.
Newcomb is through as lead jammer for Rock as we get started in the second half, and Sarah Sasson has made it through as well.
About 3 seconds behind, so Newcomb's going to have about half a track to try and score some points before Sarah starts scoring points of her own.
And Newcomb was able to get at least 1 point before calling it off. I would argue 1 point. I like that the jammer ref is conferring with the outside pack ref, and it was 1 point. Woohoo!
I will also let Sirius Lee know that we have gotten a compliment on our intermission music being bopping. We actually had a date night earlier this week where we listened to all of the music, since we can't have copywritten music, and we selected these very specifically to try and be not super annoying and somewhat fun for you all to listen to in between games.
So you guys can't see the side eye I'm giving that you call that a date night.
We were listening to music together.
Sure. Were you enjoying a nice lemonade too?
Probably.
Or a Diet Coke?
And okay, who is that? You know this at this
Bettle.
point. Yes, Bettle Scar, lead jammer for Rock.
And has gotten 4 points, while 5'7"
Toxic Shock
has
took
taken
a star pass.
Yeah. And Bettle went ahead and called the jam. So that was 4 points for Rock in that jam, 0 points Lansing. And I can't see the scoreboard to give you there we go. It's 85 Rock, 61 Lansing.
You just said that we were big nerds for listening to music for a date night. You realize that we do live streaming for roller derby, and we literally call that a date night. Like, that's the name of our... we're really big nerds with date nights. I don't think we know what a traditional date night actually is.
Yeah. Right now for Mike and I, the date night is just to have a babysitter and go somewhere and take a nap.
I remember that time. That is Fox and Mad for Lansing establishing themselves as lead jammer, and Jam Beasley running right out about half a track behind her.
Foxen is back in the engagement zone, looking for points to score, and calls it off before Jam Beasley can enter the pack. That looks like there's 2 points for Foxen. So to clarify, I have toddlers at home. I have a 3-year-old and a 21-month-old. So, what's a date night?
And I remember when that was our date night, too, when our kids were a little bit younger. And now we've got one of our kids on camera.
With one of my former students.
Fast.
It's fine.
With one of your other former students, yes. We've got our great volunteers on camera again, volunteering their time, just being bribed by video games and just helping out. So we really appreciate it.
That was an interesting play of roller derby. Slam Cakes is through for lead jammer as Lansing was looking for a low block penalty. And we have Bettle is the jammer for Rock. Didn't even have to say the number. Bettle is getting called on a low block and going to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Lansing and Slam Cakes.
Slam Cakes with the toe stops and the shoulders.
And a lot of pushing. Good pushing. Jammer pushing. That's 4 points for, I want to say Bettle Cakes, but it's not Bettle Cakes. No, I'm meshing the two names.
Slam Cakes.
Slam Cakes.
And Bettle Scar.
And Maybe I should go with Slam Scar.
Ooh, what happened there? The crowd definitely reacted, but that was not within our angle.
That was not. There was probably a good block or a good hit to get through with a hole for Slam Cakes, getting 4 more points. And on a scoring pass, tiptoes on the outside line for another 4 points. Bettle is back from the penalty box and engaging the Lansing Jammers at the front of the pack.
Bettle Scar goes by Scar.
Instead of Bettle, okay.
Yes.
That's good to know. I will try and rewire my brain for Scar. Scar is going back to the penalty box for a high block. That is a no thank you when that happens. So we're another power jam for Slam Cakes. Ooh.
Is it another power jam if it's within the same jam?
Yes, because then is it additional?
Yeah, that's true.
It's an
Yes.
additional penalty.
Yep. So
Scar
Lansing is definitely cutting into this lead here. Right now we're at 79 to 85 Rock. So this lead is now down to only 6 points. And it's less than that now, I think.
Slam worked very hard, chipping away at Rock's lead.
Did not. No points scored? Or are we consulting?
81. Scar did not score a point, but 1 point. And we have an official review being called by Lansing.
Our lead is now cut down into a 4-point lead.
A 4-point lead.
Gilligan's Island. Took me a second.
I was like, is it still technically copyrighted if I change the words?
This is a problem with having a music teacher as my co-announcer. It's fine.
I don't know if it's like because I'm a music teacher or if it's a family trait because my sister does this too.
We have 24 minutes remaining in this half.
See how that comes into play later in the bout. And be sure to stick around for
All right,
this next
I got a joke for you.
Okay.
What animal is always at a baseball game?
Baseball. I have no idea.
A bat.
Of course. Oh my gosh, I should have gotten that one.
What falls in winter but never gets hurt?
Leaves?
That would be in the fall.
Oh, falls in winter. Snow?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, you did think like leaves. That was a good thought process.
I
Wrong
was in
season.
the wrong season.
What did the Dalmatian say after lunch?
That hit the spot. I got that one.
What did the kid? Why did the kid cross the playground?
To play on the swings.
To get to the other slide.
Oh, I was close on that one too. We have not had as many corn jokes, and so I apologize for that, but this has just been such a low-scoring, grinding game that they have not, every time they hit 50 points, there's another corn joke, but we've only had 2 earned corn jokes during this game.
I know. I mean, you set the
do make the
parameter.
rules.
You did set the parameter for the corn jokes. I mean, so we could randomly.
But I kind of like your random jokes, too. This is fun.
Thanks.
And I don't get you for the next 2 games. We only get you for this one.
This is a random off of my list, but also a corn joke. What did the little corn say to the mama corn? Where is popcorn?
Oh, I was going to say something with pop. Where's popcorn? I like that one.
What did the limestone say to the geologist?
The limestone?
The limestone. I almost said gynecologist. That is not the same thing. What did the limestone say to the geologist?
Do you have a corona? I don't know. To go with the lime. No?
So I have to really scroll because it just reloaded to the top. Hold on.
That was a horrible guess.
That's not the punchline. I'm sorry. And now it won't open the page. It was something for granite. It was something granite. It was something granite. Oh my gosh. Taken for granted. There we go. Well, sorry.
As the official review continues, let's review our tournament. Oh, and I have been forgetting to say, do not forget to like and subscribe. We really enjoy bringing this to you, but we also really love to have you follow along with us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So please follow along, like and subscribe so you can see where Derby Date Night is coming to a skating park or building near you next. There are 24 minutes and 58 seconds left in this game.
I think that we are going to get information.
Somebody's headed our way?
the official review.
Why do you think that?
The alt ref, because I saw our head ref pointing out to our alt ref our direction.
So someone might be coming to tell us some
Yes.
information. That would be fantastic. Yes, it's happening. No, it's happening.
Tell me.
Lansing challenging the black blocker grenade out of bounds to avoid that block. They will not
So the official review was Lansing was asking for the black blocker who stayed out of bounds to skated out of bounds to avoid a hit. To receive a penalty, and they did not win that official review, so they will not have a second official review.
So Scar was not lead jammer there, but Sarah Assassin was, and Sarah Assassin was forced to be recycled to the back of the pack and noticed that Scar was coming in to start scoring some points. So Sarah decided to call the jam at that point. I think Scar did steal some points there, though, because
Looks
the
like one.
score is Rock 86 to Lansing 85. 23 minutes, 54 seconds left in the game.
Wait, did you say 86 to 85?
I sure did.
That's a very close game. And Newcomb is through for Rock as lead jammer, while the Lansing jammer is still in the pack. That's Herderino.
Herderino getting pushed to the inside, forced to recycle.
Thank
while
you.
Newcomb comes through to score 4 points on the first scoring pass.
The pack is picking up some speed. And Herderino has made it on the outside and is through. Meanwhile, Newcomb is on another scoring pass, has passed all of the Lansing blockers, called it off, and has received 4 more points. So it is 94 Rock, 85 Lansing.
With 22:58 remaining in the half. I'm trying to help out our skaters in the other building who need to know how much time is remaining.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm just waiting for the text for my head ref to mean like, hey, come to the official room. I like being here with you.
I enjoy you being here with me.
And the jam is on. And we have Jam Beasley for Rock jamming. Jam Beasley for Rock jamming. Yeah. And it looks like number 12 for Lansing, but let's not go 100% on that one.
Fox and Mad. Fox
Jam-
and Mad trying to get through the Rock blockers.
Jam Beasley is through for lead jammer, and Foxen tried, almost did a star pass, but was like, oh, nope, I have a hole on the inside and got through.
Jam Beasley re-entering on a scoring pass, trying to get through on the inside, is pushed down and decides to call the jam, hoping that Fox and Mad is not able to score any points. There was an odd moment at the end of that.
There was a delay of the call-off when it looks like the jam ref was trying to assess a penalty, I think, and they thought, no, that wasn't. So there was just a brain pause by the official.
Honestly, it makes complete sense. I think sometimes we expect officials to make calls so quickly, and sometimes it just takes time to like, wait, okay, let me figure out what was going on. Okay, here's my call. So totally cool to take a second, and it's great
Yes.
and fine.
Remember, everybody is human. Officials are human. We volunteer to do this.
Rock 97 to Lansing's 89.
Slam Cakes for Lansing has leapt through on the inside for lead jammer, while Scar for Rock is out of the pack and coming around about 40 feet and closing in on Slam Cakes. Ooh, there was a weird interaction with
one
that.
skater fell, and then her skates made another skater fall, and then the whole thing caused a no pack. And through all of that, Scar got through for another 4 points, and
Slam Cakes is going to the box.
Yep.
I am not sure if they leapt, but they had gotten through the pack and made contact with the down skater, which could have been avoided. So Slam Cakes
Toxic
is in the
shock
box.
forcing Scar to recycle there as Scar is trying to take advantage of this penalty jam. Penalty, yeah. Power jam, penalty jam. You all know what I mean.
The black pivot is going up to play some offense. That's 6-3-1-3. Now all the blockers are going up.
Chad. That was Chad.
Chad.
Oh, Chad.
And And Scar is through for 4 points. Coming back around as Slam Cakes is out of the box, and Chad is bringing them back.
Rock has now broken the 100 mark. They are at 105. You know what that means.
That's just my little ditty I made up.
That's your I'm excited for a corn joke little ditty.
Yes, and Slam Cakes is through on their initial pass. Oh, no, that's a scoring pass for Slam Cakes, 4 points for Lansing. And Scar is through for 4 points.
We have 17 seconds left in this jam, and nobody is lead.
Because lead was lost.
That is correct. Ooh, nice defense there by Rock to slow down Slam Cakes.
Chad had really good listening. They heard the no pack and was going into block and then stopped, which is when you hear a no pack you want to do.
So lots of scoring for both teams on that one. Rock 113, Lansing 97 with 19-12 remaining in the game. Lansing 97. And since a corn joke was earned, I had better give it to you.
Yes.
How do you make sweet corn? You whisper sweet nothings in its ear.
That is Sarah Sasson through for lead jammer for Lansing. Yeah, that's right. I just ignored that. With Newcomb getting out of the pack for the rock jammer, and is about, it's, you know, now it doesn't matter now. Sarah Sasson is calling it off. Hopefully picked up a few points. We'll see. Waiting for that. Picked up 2 points. And Rock with Newcomb did not pick up any points. So Lansing is chipping away at Rock's lead.
Lansing is at 99, which means we are about to have another corn joke if Lansing can just score one more point.
I have a feeling that that might happen with 18 minutes left in the half.
This has been a low-scoring game, though.
Very impressive, yes. And with both teams already playing today, I think they are keeping some good cool. The jam has started. Both packs are nice and slow. I love a good low. As a jammer, I do not like a good low and slow.
Jan Beasley
is through for lead jammer for Rock.
And I think that's Herderino for Lansing.
I would agree on that.
Just really getting stuck behind a really strong pack of blockers there.
Chad hit out to the outside. Hit Herderino to the outside. Jan Beasley is through for 4 points. And there is a star pass there
Toxic Shock.
To Toxic Shock. Thank you.
Jan sees Toxic Shock coming behind. Is looking like she's going to try to score some points and call it maybe.
Jan Beasley called the jam. There looks like there's some weird contact. Good thing skaters are talking. I don't think it was after the whistle, but I do like seeing the camaraderie and making sure that we are okay.
When Toxic Shock kind of fell there and was apologizing to the other skater, she was really looking up, and it was a nice moment of I'm so sorry.
There is an awkward pause on. The jam has been called with the Lansing coach trying to call a timeout. In the confusion, okay.
Newcomb established lead jammer, and Rock will control this jam. We've got 16 minutes and 20 seconds left. Oh, sliding through untouched. There's a pivot panty on the ground.
Yes. So my brain got a shiny thing, got awkward. At the last moment, they tried to get a pivot. Lansing tried to get a pivot panty, and the jam whistle was start, and there was no pivot. And so
there is no pivot for.
There is no pivot.
So Fox and Mad, the jammer for Lansing, will be the jammer this whole jam no matter what, because there is no pivot out there.
But Newcomb is lead jammer and on a scoring pass. And the Rock blockers are trying to go up and break up some of the Lansing pack. Newcomb scores 2 points and calls off the jam.
Just a little over 15 minutes left in this game. Rock 127 to Lansing. What's that number?
103.
What does that mean?
It's a corn joke time, and there's an official an official timeout.
I don't know if I like this joke, but I'm going to read it anyway. What kind of a party is held in a cornfield?
I don't know.
A cornball?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever not, like, they're like a fall treat where it's like you take popped corn
I know what
and
a
then, like,
cornball is because you just told me your child likes corn balls. Remember? No,
No,
that was
it's
cheese,
cheese
balls.
balls.
But cornball.
a cornball, and I think it could be like you put it with caramel, but you take popcorn and you like mix it with something sticky and you make it in a ball.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, since I didn't understand that
It was
joke,
n-
we're gonna do another one.
It was more popular. I think it got out of popularity after the 90s.
Wow, yeah.
Snacks evolved.
I already said that one. Let's see. What happened? Okay, this one's bad. What happens if you swallow? No, it's bad funny. Like,
Oh,
it's
okay.
so bad it's funny. What happens if you swallow a whole corn cob?
I don't know.
You get constipated.
Poop jokes.
You know, until I was a mom of 2 boys, I never found poop jokes funny. And then now I'm surrounded by a family of boys, and sometimes poop jokes can be just a little funny.
Listen,
Nope,
they're
we're not
just
going
funny.
there. We're
They're
not
just
going
funny.
there on the
They're
stream.
just funny. That's all I'm saying is that they're funny. I wasn't gonna read more poop jokes.
Okay, extra corn joke because I don't want to stay on this topic. In the corn maze, I felt like I was being stalked. It was eerie. But All right, how much time is left for our skaters in the other building?
15 minutes and 33 seconds.
And Rock is at 129 and Lansing is at 103. This game is not, like, nobody is running away with this game.
What is a little bear with no teeth called?
I have no idea.
A gummy bear.
Of course. We're both going to have to come up with more jokes for tomorrow because we're going to go through them all today.
What do you call a noodle that is fake?
An impasta.
Oh, thank you,
Nice
Mama
job,
Petit. An
props.
impasta. What's an alligator in a vest called? Do I have to re-say that?
Dapper?
An investigator.
Oh, I like that one. All right, since we have not talked about it for a few minutes, first of all, don't forget to like and subscribe on all of our different places that you can do so. You can also see our digital program if you go to any of Cornfed's social medias, and you can vote for your fan favorite. So one fan favorite from every team will be chosen at the end of the tournament. So go ahead and show some love to your favorite skater by going and looking at that digital program. We also will be playing another game shortly. I know our schedule says that South Bend and Chicago we're going to start playing at 6 o'clock. That's clearly not happening. I'm guessing it's going to be closer to 7. We're going to see South Bend and Chicago. And then after that, we will have our last game of the night tonight, which will be Louisville versus CFDD. And then tomorrow morning, we'll have Circle City and Cape play at 9 a.m. And then the winner of this game will play at... Oh, that winner of this game goes to the championship. Yeah, winner of this game goes to the championship tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock.
It's CFRD now.
Oh, it's CFRD now. I was with CFDD for a long time. But
Yes.
with the rebranding, we are
yes.
now CFRD. Many teams rebranded in the past few years because Derby is an inclusive community, and we want to make sure everyone feels included.
I got a cheese joke for you.
Mm-hmm.
What
you
is
know I love cheese.
what is cheese? What is cheese that doesn't belong to you?
Nacho cheese.
Nacho cheese. I have like a 2-joke part, but I can't. I tried to think of it all of a sudden. I was like, nope. That's no Gouda.
That's no Gouda. Okay, that's a good 2-parter. I gotta get my hat is off to you.
Okay, where'd the one? Oh, there it is. What did the toddler toss the Why did the toddler toss the butter out the window?
Butter. Butterfly.
So she could see a butterfly.
Yeah. Love it.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, I already
We're
did that
getting our
one.
picture taken. We should smile.
Hey. Love it. Why is Cinderella so bad at playing football?
I literally just read the answer
You
off
did.
your phone. so
She
I'm not
runs
gonna
away
try.
from the ball.
Aw.
Maybe we'll put it this way. What is a really sad strawberry called?
I don't know.
A blueberry.
Oh,
That is sad.
sad strawberry. That always makes me think of VeggieTales. I'm so blue.
Hey, copyright.
I know. I did this. I did the singing this
What's
time.
a pirate's favorite class at school?
Our architecture.
That's
Seriously,
that's for a high school pirate. Art.
art. Oh, these jokes, we got them all day.
Why does Peter Pan fly around so much?
Because he never lands.
There you go.
I love a good predictable joke.
Why did the math book go to the guidance counselor?
Nope, don't have any idea.
He had so many problems.
So many problems. That is very true.
All right, one more.
Okay,
What
one
kind
more.
of shoe does a banana peel love wearing?
Slippers.
Slippers.
I like that I can guess some of these. All right, this is a long official review. I wonder if anybody will tell us what's going on with this one.
That would be really nice, because inside my head right now, there's that game show that airs that used to be hosted by Alex Trebek, and that theme song is running through my brain right now.
You're not gonna sing
so
that
if
one.
you have it in your brain at home, maybe you could hum along out loud to keep yourself entertained. But that's kind of what's going on in my brain right now. But this is important. We want to, discussions are important.
Again, to remind you, the score is Rock 129 to Lansing 103, and we have 15 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. And that whistle means we are going to be returning to Derby, and I don't see anybody headed our way, so we are never going to find out what that was.
That's all right. We're going to roll. Lansing taking the line is Sarah Sasson.
We're going to roll.
We're gonna
Get it?
I didn't even mean it.
Nice.
And then for Rock, jamming is Jam Beasley.
Jan Beasley.
And that's going to be a cut assessed on Jam Beasley with Sarah Sasson through for lead jammer. This is a power jam Lansing.
Toxic Shock knew she had gotten that cut. That was. Oh,
Jam Beasley is
yeah,
the
but Toxic Shock got
Oh.
Toxic Shock is the one who pulled
got
back.
it. Got
Yep.
it. So this is the chance in this power jam for Lansing to help chip away at that lead.
Sarah Sasson looking for some offensive help from her blockers.
And Sarah Sasson is through for 4 points.
Jan Beasley is standing.
Lansing's blockers are going up to help break apart, so Sarah Sasson can get through on the inside, virtually untouched for 4 points.
14 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Jim Beasley is back in the pack trying to push the last Lansing blocker out and is through on their first initial pass. Coming back around for scoring. Sarah Sasson back in the pack looking to score and through for 4 more points.
Beautiful run up the inside line there
That
by
was
Sarah
very
Sasson.
nice. Jim Beasley is on a scoring pass. I don't know if Lansing is aware of that or if they're just wanting to run the jam, since Sarah Sasson is having a good run this jam. And speaking of that, Sarah Sasson is out for another 4 points. So
That
we've
lead
got
is
to
down
be
to 10 points.
Down to 10 points. I was like, we got to be getting close to a 20-point jam here by Sarah Sasson.
Right now it's 129 to 119 with 13 minutes left on the game clock.
And there's Sarah Sasson through for another 4 points, and I think that has hit a 20-point jam.
Great job by
Fantastic.
Lansing cutting into that lead, and now we are down to a 6-point lead, 129 to 123.
So 132 to 123 now for Rock.
Oh wait, 132 to 123. So Rock did get a few points there.
Right.
So it's a 9-point lead.
12 jamming for Lansing, and Newcomb is around on the outside with some very fancy spinning as lead jammer for Rock. Foxen is working on that Lansing block wall there on the inside, while Newcomb
with
is
a
able
little apex
to
jump.
Yeah, for 4 points. Foxen is out on their initial pass coming around. Newcomb's looking to score a few more points.
Newcomb asking for some help from her offense. A little offense from her defense.
Yes.
However
I knew
you
what
would
you
want it,
meant,
yeah.
but the clarification for at home. And it looks like there were 3 points for Rock and possibly 3 points for Lansing, but I did not see all the fingers before putting down, before the jam rest put it down. The score is 139 Rock to Lansing's 126.
With 12 minutes remaining.
So 13-point jam. Excuse me, not a 13-point jam, a 13-point differential. Jam is on. Got Sarah Sasson jamming for Lansing, and
Sarah
Scar.
Sasson is lead jammer for Lansing.
Scar is jamming for Rock. That Lansing
Oh,
wall.
big hit
Ooh.
from Toxic Shock.
Scar is through on her initial pass.
Sarah Sasson getting a little bit caught up, but is able to get through for 4 points and calls it before Scar can come in and score any points, bringing that score to 139 to 130. With 11 minutes left in the game. Lansing is just keeping it close. They're like, we're not letting anybody run away with this. And if we know anything from the last game, this is anybody's game.
That is
because that
very
lead was
true.
changing all the way to the very last jam.
Oh, we got 10 minutes, just under 11 minutes left in the game. Slam Cakes had some fancy leaping footwork on the inside line and is through for lead jammer, while Newcomb is trying to break through those Lansing blockers.
I think is that Chad and Toxic Shock?
We're thinking
Jarmageddon.
We're thinking opposite packs.
Yep.
Chad is out there, but that is for
It's Jarmageddon.
Okay. And Slam Cakes gets 4 points, calls it up before Newcomb can come around and score any points. So Lansing
Doesn't that mean cutting into that lead even more?
chipping into that lead just a little bit more.
139 to 134.
Chip. This is a 5-point
You better get
game.
some salsa for those chips.
Oh. Spicy or mild?
Oh, spicy. 100% spicy.
Yeah, I need
This
mild.
is some spicy chips.
Oh, I need the mild. It upsets the belly. I'm old. An official review is being called by Rock, it looks like.
How much time is left?
I cannot see. 9 minutes and 56 seconds. I couldn't see, but then an official moved and I could see. I'm going to take this official review. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go check in to make sure I am
Sounds
not
like a plan
needed.
since you do have another job to do today and you need to make sure that things are going fine with the ref
Yes.
crew.
So I will be right back.
Our track monkey, we're receiving some emotional support from a Cornfed skater, just helping with track repair here, making sure that nobody needs any track repair and that everything is safe for the skaters. This is a 5-point game, and we only have 9 minutes and 56 seconds left. So this has just been a fantastic tournament here in Muncie, Indiana. So if you're anywhere nearby and you want to come in, tomorrow we will be playing even more derby starting at 9 a.m. We'll have 5 different games tomorrow. So you are still definitely welcome to join. Thanks for joining us here. We've got some great camera people, so want to shout them out again for their fantastic work helping us out with our cameras and helping us have a good stream for you all today. We don't have access to the scoreboard like we usually do, but we're trying to keep you as updated as we can, even though we aren't able to show you the scoreboard on the stream. Hopefully we'll be able to rectify that tomorrow, but if not, we'll just continue to do what we're doing, and hopefully you can enjoy this weekend of derby with our corny Father's Day jokes. Tomorrow I do need to bring a lot of dad jokes. I think today was a corn joke day. Tomorrow might be a lot of good dad jokes. I don't know, are there dad jokes about dads? Probably. So the game after this one is going to be South Bend versus Chicago, and they are in the the championship bracket, cream of the crop. And they will. So whoever wins this game with Rock versus Lansing will be playing the winner of the next game, South Bend versus Chicago, in the championship game tomorrow at 5 o'clock. The loser of this game will be, let's see, playing again tomorrow at 11 a.m. So whoever does not win this game will be playing in our second game tomorrow at 11 a.m. And today, after South Bend and Chicago, we will have one more game of Louisville versus Cornfed roller derby. And then we will take a break for sleeping.
Just gonna let you guys know that the black team challenged at the white team track cut. They will not retain their
All right, great, thank you. So I was just informed that Chicago challenged a track cut. They thought that Lansing had a track cut happen in that last jam. The officials discussed it, and they decided that there was no track cut, and so Chicago will not retain their review, so that they have used their review, and that is now done, and no penalty will be assessed to Lansing. A great use of an official review by Chicago, even though they didn't get it. That's a great reason to use an official review, is to try and get a jammer in the penalty box. And even though it wasn't retained, there's only 9 minutes left in the game, and if you've got a review to use, why not use it, even though it wasn't retained? So
Did I make it back before we started?
you made it back before we started. I just was informed of what that official review was, and let the teams know. Where is Rock from? They are roller
Derby of Central
roller
Kentucky.
derby of Central Kentucky.
And Rock is through with Scar as lead jammer. And, Foxon is the jammer for Lansing. Trying to use her blockers to help get through.
Fox and Mad getting pushed to the outside and being forced to recycle.
Scar is on a scoring pass and gets hit out on the outside by 95. Okay. Foxon is through on their initial pass and is coming around to score, where Scar listens to her bench, calls the jam, and scores 3 points. 3 points. So we have a score of 142 Rock to Lansing's 134.
And so this will bring Jam Beasley back in the
Sorry, I didn't mean to say Chicago. I know that Rock is Central Kentucky. I don't know why my voice said Chicago.
I didn't even hear you say it.
I didn't notice me saying it, so thank you, chat, for noticing that, because Chicago is here, but they are not Rock.
And we're on
It's been
another
11
jam.
hours of streaming so far. Whew.
Herderino is jamming for Lansing and pushing against a very solid and trying a slow Rock wall, while Jam Beasley is pushing the Lansing blockers out up the front, working very hard up the middle, on the sides, and on the outside is lead for lead jammer, while Herderino is being recycled to the back by Chad. Sorry,
Chad.
I just smacked you.
Thank you for hitting me in the arm.
And there
That was
has
a
been
very
a
Chad
star
move.
pass to Toxic. Jam Beasley is on a scoring pass, trying to rack up those points by passing those hips before Toxic makes it back and decides to call it for 3 points.
There's a little bit under 8 minutes left in this game, and Rock has now extended their lead, 145 to 134. It's still darn close. Are you repping this?
All right, the jam is on. We have Sarah Sasson sneaking up and jetting up that inside line for lead jammer, while we have Newcomb working through those Lansing blockers and is able to get through. Sarah Sasson is coming back and is scoring, working easily through those Rock blockers as Newcomb comes through. That was very intense. All four
Ooh,
for Sarah
Newcomb-
Sasson, and Newcomb
Newcomb
got to
stole.
get 1 point.
I love stealing just a little point. It's always fun that way.
Just a little point.
146, 138 with how much remaining? 6:49 remaining.
Sure, I have an official in my way, which is not a complaint, just saying. I cannot see the scoreboard. Thank you. 6:38 has been confirmed. Jam is on. We have Slam Cakes for Lansing jamming versus, and Slam Cakes jukes to the inside and tiptoes up the line for lead jammer, while Scar gets recycled to the back and runs into her own blockers. Slam Cakes is back in the pack for a scoring pass and is able to get through on the inside for all 4 points. Scar is knocked out and takes off the helmet cover, looking for their pivot, which is Chad. Scar is pushing through. Those are some really hard hits. Those have been some strong Lansing walls. I would not want to jam up against them. Some nice feet work by Scar on the outside for around a blocker.
This is currently a 4-point lead right now. 146, 142 Lansing.
Slam
Rock
Cakes
146, Lansing 142.
has been killing it. Little jukey tiptoe on the action, but did step out. Got a penalty assessed to a Lansing blocker, so making that a smaller wall for Scar.
Both these teams want this win so badly right now. They are both fighting so hard.
I mean, did you see the little trophies that are over there?
Oh, those trophies are amazing.
Yeah. Slam Cakes is through for another 4 points. There has been a star pass to Chad.
146, 146.
It's 146.
It's a tie game.
And Slam Cakes is in a scoring pass and has calling it.
5 minutes left, and is that a lead change
That's a
or
one,
is it a tie?
That's a 1 point. And so that is a lead change. 147 Lansing
146.
to 146 Rock. I know. We are just talking over each other.
Because we're excited. It's okay. And there's 5 minutes left in this game. 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
So just under 5. Oh, it's a good one. All right. We got Newcomb jamming for Rock and is sneaking on the out.
Newcomb.
Not really a sneak, a twirl on the outside for lead jammer. And we have 12 Foxen on Lansing jamming. Foxen was looking for their blockers to go up the inside, but was able to sneak out on the outside. Newcomb is back in the pack on a scoring pass, twirling around the jammers, and Foxen is coming up into scoring position. It looks like they're going to run this jam a little bit longer. That's 4 points for Rock as Newcomb comes back into a scoring. And it looks like it's a power jam. I'm not exactly sure what Foxen was called on, but here's a chance for Newcomb and Rock to add up some more points and get that lead going up.
Rock is at 154 right now, so we have another lead change with Lansing at 147.
Why is I like that my anxiety is not through the roof where I feel like it should be. And from the ground with a weird hit, Newcomb calls the jam. 2 points are added on there. I love seeing skaters checking in with each other.
A little bit over 3 minutes left in this game with Rock scoring 156, Lansing 147.
I feel like I have butterflies in my stomach, and it's not because I'm excited about seeing somebody, and it's those kind of butterflies. It's the excitement.
We will be starting this next jam with Foxen in the penalty box, but she is standing, so she won't be there for long.
Jim Beasley is the jammer for Rock. I feel like that 30 seconds in between the jam went really, really fast.
Foxen is out of the box, so this is anybody's lead at this point because no one has established lead.
That Lansing wall is really holding Jam Beasley. Jam Beasley is really working hard to break them apart and push them out so Jam Beasley can hopefully get lead, while in the back, Foxen is doing a great job. Was a little jumpy jukey, but now is back to pushing. And Jam Beasley is through for lead jammer. We have we have quite a few blockers going to the penalty box for failure to reform.
I think from both teams, we've got at least one.
Mm-hmm. And that was a nice side block, but it looks like there was a forearm in there. So Toxic is going to the box as the jammer because there was a helmet cover pass. So this will be a power jam with Jam Beasley being the lead jammer.
Currently score is 156 Rock, 147 Lansing, and we have 1 minute and 50 seconds left in this game.
Jim Beasley was hit out by number 3 on Lansing. Oh, you covered all the names.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Lansing, that is...
Strega.
Oh, good, because I looked at the wrong line. I was like, that's not number 3. So... Jim Beasley called it off, freezing Toxic in the box as the jammer. The score is 159 Rock to Lansing's 147 with a minute 35 left on the clock.
We've got Toxic Shock in the penalty box as the jammer, so we will start this next jam with Rock having a power jam, but Rock also does have a blocker in the box, so they will only have 3 blockers and a power jam. They will not have those full 30 seconds because Toxic has already sat there for a few seconds.
There is a timeout currently happening, so this is a good time for Rock to be thinking strategy. How are we going to block off the line? Who's jamming? What does that jammer want? Every jammer wants their blockers to do different things, so there's a lot of communication. And even sometimes you communicate and that doesn't always happen. You just got to roll with it. So this is a good time, everybody to take a breather. Let's try and talk some strategy.
I love to try and guess what teams are going to try and do here. I mean, obviously both teams are going to try to get lead jammer. So if I was Lansing, we're going to hold until Toxic can get out and hopefully establish lead. Rock is going to try to establish lead quickly, and I'm guessing maybe call it.
The way that they're lined up, I would hope that Rock is going to try and pinch Lansing to the outside, but they tried, but one of the Lansing blockers was just a little bit quicker and hit Newcomb out. And so Newcomb is fighting through the blockers. There's 2 up at the front, 2 Lansing, and is around on the inside for lead jammer. And meanwhile, Toxic for Lansing is standing in the box. Both packs are at full force with 4 blockers apiece, and Toxic has been released to the box and is coming around on their initial, where Newcomb is coming around for a scoring
We
pass.
have just over a minute left in this game.
Okay. A good catch by Chad on Rock, catching Newcomb and hitting them out, having to force to be recycled. Newcomb is through for 4 points and coming back around on the back of the pack. There is a cut being assessed to the Lansing jammer.
Lansing, that would be Toxic Shock heading to the box, which means Rock has another power jam here. Currently scores 163 Rock, 147 Lansing with 30 seconds left in this game. How many? There's 50 seconds left in this jam, so this could be the end of the game here.
This could be it. Thinking about what the coach might do is just to run the clock where they are point-wise, have the Rock jammer, have Newcomb play safe, and just run out the period clock and then call it.
Yep.
That's what I would do as a jammer.
10 seconds left in the game. I don't think they're going to call it because they're ahead right now, so I think this may be the way that this game ends in 3 seconds.
Toxic is out of the box. Chad is meeting them at the back. And then it's exactly what Rock's coach had them do, running out the period clock, and had Newcomb call it for another 4 points. The unofficial score is Rock 171 to Lansing's 147.
Fantastic game. They kept it close. There were so many lead changes in those last 5 minutes. Amazing job by both teams.
If these last 2 games are what the what's the top bracket called again? The cream of the crop. If that is what the games are going to bring going into the rest, I'm going to need an extra anxiety pill.
I know. It's amazing. Well, thank you so much for being here for these past 2 games and announcing with me. It has been a delight, and I'm going to miss you, but I will enjoy watching you ref in these next 2 games.
I'll be back tomorrow morning. I will come and help with the 9 a.m. game.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
And then I will be there. And there is the rolling whistle. It is official. Everyone out on the stream, it has been lovely. I will see you tomorrow.
But for the rest of you, I am still here. And so in about 30 minutes or so, we will be starting our next game of South Bend and Chicago. We are still in that cream of the crop bracket. And so one of these 2 teams will be playing Rock in the championship tomorrow. So stick around. We'll see you in 30 minutes to see who is going, whether it's going to be South Bend or Chicago, who plays Rock tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Derby Date Night. You are joining us for Game 6 of Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions, where we've got South Bend versus Chicago. And we are just getting started with this game. South Bend and Chicago both won their games earlier today, and this is the cream of the crop bracket, and we have got Miss Mayhem jamming for Chicago, and Lotta Pushy is lead jammer for South Bend and is currently on a scoring pass. Miss Mayhem getting out of the pack for her initial. Lotta Pushy calls the jam after scoring 4 points for South Bend Roller Derby. If you haven't been with us for the beginning of the day today, we have been live since, I think, 8 a.m. We have 8 teams participating in this tournament. All 8 teams have had their first games, and we are now in our championship bracket. We just finished a game with Rock and Lansing, with Rock moving on to the championship, which will happen tomorrow. And then this game will determine who Rock is playing in that championship game tomorrow at 5 p.m. We also are experiencing a few technical difficulties, so we do not have access to the scoreboard to be able to show that to you, but I will be trying to update you as much as I can as the game progresses, so you can keep on top of the score and know what's going on. That is Pulverizing Pixie for South Bend, who is going to be your lead jammer. Penalty to South Bend there on that one. So we've got the jammer in the box and now a blocker joining her in the box. Chicago jammer is Bunny Sanders. Bunny getting out and becoming lead jammer there, as Pixie is now out of the box and rejoining on, I believe that was a scoring pass. Nope, that was an initial, so no scoring pass there. Bunny Sanders calls the jam, but not before scoring some points. Chicago with 8 and South Bend with 4. Again, Derby Date Night brought to you by me, Aria Kidding Me, and my husband, Sirius Lee. We're here all day providing you with some Derby. We've also got some amazing volunteers on camera. We've got our son, OMG. We've also got his best friend, Grant, on one of our cameras, and we've got one of our Cornfed skaters partners on our third camera. So thanks so much to our camera people. Without them, this stream would definitely not be anywhere close as good as it is. South Bend establishing lead jammer there. That's Candace Mansfield, who is going to be your lead jammer for South Bend. I think that's Sin and Sugar jamming for Chicago, being forced to recycle to the back. Candace also going to the recycled to the back. Sin and Sugar is getting sent to the penalty box, so this will be a power jam opportunity for Candace Mansfield. Currently, this is a tie game, 8-8. So this is a great opportunity for Candace to try and score some points and see what she can do while Sin and Sugar is in the penalty box. That is another 4 points, bringing that lead to 12-8. As we get started, this has just been such a quick first 5 minutes of this game, and we're already getting those points well established here. Candace sliding through on the outside for another 4 points. Sin and Sugar standing in the penalty box will be re-entering now to start trying to score some points of her own. Getting a little bit stuck there. Both jammers getting stuck against these really strong walls. Woo. Sin and Sugar finding some space there to get through. And that jam is called. South Bend 16, Chicago, or is that 18? It's either 16 or 18 because I can't tell looking at the scoreboard. So 16 or 18 to Chicago Styles 8. All right, a lot of pushy sneaking through on the inside line to establish lead jammer. And for Chicago, we have got Bat Hit Crazy skating for Chicago. Has that jammer panty off, might be looking for a pivot to pass it to. A lot of pushy entering the pack on her initial. Those Chicago walls, man, tough to get through. A lot of pushy squeezing through on the inside line. Bat Hit Crazy is out of their initial and was coming in to try and score points, but Pushy was able to call the jam before then. 22, South Bend, 8, Chicago. All right, I think that's Candace Mansfield lining up for South Bend. And quickly establishing lead jammer status there. Or is that Pixie? That's Pulverizing Pixie. Establishing lead jammer there. And Chicago jammer is Recco Warrior. Pulverizing Pixie looking for some space here, trying to find it on the inside, has to take a step back, but is able to sweep over to the outside to get through that pack. Recco Warrior also Recco Warrior is headed to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Pulverizing Pixie. Tear him up, providing some great offense to help Pulverizing Pixie get through for another 4 points. Recco Warrior out of the penalty box. No, Recco Warrior is standing. One of the Chicago blockers came out of the penalty box. Pulverizing Pixie coming in on another pass here. Recco Warrior out of the penalty box now. Pulverizing Pixie calling the jam before Recco Warrior can do any damage. But Pulverizing Pixie sure did a little bit of damage, and Chicago Style Roller Derby has 9 points to South Bend's 36. All right, quickly establishing lead jammer is Miss Mayhem for Chicago. Not far behind, though, is Candace Mansfield, who will be your jammer for South Bend. Miss Mayhem entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Candace Mansfield sneaking through on the inside line to steal 4 points. Miss Mayhem looking for some space on the inside line as well, is able to find it and calls the jam. So both jammers scoring 4 points. No change in lead, no change in point spread on that jam. A lot of pushy lining up for South Bend, and Bunny Sanders lining up for Chicago. A lot of pushy through on the inside line to establish herself as lead jammer. Bunny trying to get some offensive help here to get out. Takes a push to the inside. Is trying to get through. Has to get past one more blocker as a lot of pushy is entering the pack from the back. Trying to start scoring some points. Bunny is able to get out and will now be coming in on a scoring pass if a lot of Pushy does not call the jam before Bunny reaches the pack. Looks like Pushy's going to let this run. So both Pushy and Bunny are in the pack at this point. Pushy getting some offensive help from the pivot for South Bend. Captain Beefstock, great assist there to help Pushy get through to score 4 more points. South Bend 48, Chicago Style 16. Chicago Style 16, correction. With 19 minutes left in the first half. All right, Chicago Style, bat hit crazy, establishing themselves as lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie taking off that jammer star, possibly looking for the pivot, tear him up for a pass, decides not to and decides to just sneak through the inside line instead. Bat hit crazy getting recycled to the back by tear him up. Bat hit crazy deciding to call that jam before Pixie can come through and score any points, but not before stealing some points of their own. Chicago Style Roller Derby 19, South Bend 48. Was that Candy and not Pixie? Thank you. Sorry, that was Candy. All right, South Bend. This is Candace Mansfield for South Bend. And Chicago looks like we've got Sin and Sugar, who is working their way to get that initial, while Candace sails through for 4 points on her scoring pass. We've got a South Bend blocker headed to the box here. Candace Mansfield entering on another scoring pass, is able to get through there. Sin and Sugar is, it looks like there was, okay, where did Sin and Sugar go? I am wondering if Sin and Sugar is in the box because I can't find, there's Sin and Sugar. All right. Candace coming through for another 4 points here. Sin and Sugar entering the pack, needs to pass one blocker because a lot of South Bend's blockers have ended up in the penalty box there. Okay, Candace continuing to run it, having a very successful jam here for South Bend, while South Bend has been playing merry-go-round in the penalty box here. Lots of people spending time there. Oh, now we've got a Chicago player entering the penalty box as well. You know, sometimes a nice 30-second break in the penalty box can be nice just to settle down. But unfortunately, you only get 7 in a game, so you got to be careful not to visit it too much. I say as Candace comes through for another 4 points. Sin and Sugar having a little bit of a tumble and just needs to get past 26 from South Bend. Oh, and now one more blocker from South Bend. Gets pushed to the outside as Candace comes in on another scoring pass. Is able to get through for another 4 points, bringing the total to 72 for South Bend. So Chicago is at a 27-point score right now. Candace sees the opportunity to do one of her apex jumps and does so to finish that jam. Huge scoring opportunity there for South Bend, 76 to 31.
And South Bend leads 76 to 31. 15:40 left in the half.
Okay, a lot of Pushy jamming for South Bend. And who is that for Chicago Style? Is that Miss Mayhem? That is Miss Mayhem for Chicago Style. A lot of pushy is your lead jammer for South Bend. Miss Mayhem trying to get out, but getting recycled to the back by, who is that? That is Captain Beefstock, who was able to keep Miss Mayhem from getting out. A lot of pushy is entering the pack on a scoring pass, sees that Miss Mayhem has gotten out and decides to call the jam before Miss Mayhem can score any points. I think that looks like an 80 for South Bend. 14 minutes and 34 seconds left in this first half. I can't tell if that's an 80 or an 89. I think it's an 80. Oh, if it's 80, then there's a corn joke because we have gone over 50. So at the next timeout, we will be giving a corn joke because we've scored over 50 points here. So I think that's pulverizing Pixie for South Bend. And jamming for Chicago is Recco Warrior. Recco Warrior getting pushed to the outside. They are being forced to recycle by Tear 'em Up. Pulverizing Pixie through for 4 points for South Bend. While Recco Warrior is resetting and looking for some help from her defense. Pulverizing Pixie approaching the pack, sweeping to the outside, takes a little bit of a hit there from, I think that was Poppy Rotzi. Pulverizing Pixie through for another 4 points. Recco Warrior still struggling to get through, hoping for some help here from the other players who are really needing to focus on blocking Pulverizing Pixie. So both jammers really focused on some hard walls here, who are really holding those jammers in those walls. But Recco Warrior was able to find that space there to be able to get out. Pulverizing Pixie notices that and calls the jam. 92 for South Bend to Chicago 31. And since we have earned a corn joke here, let's see. The cornfield was relieved when it heard it was going to rain. Phew, he said, that's music to my ears. As we start the next jam, that is Candace Mansfield as your lead jammer for South Bend. Chicago receiving some offensive help from Donna Z. Dead. That jammer is Bunny Sanders. Bunny's still getting a little bit tangled up there in the pack while Candace Mansfield comes through for 4 more points. Candace sweeping to the inside, has to, and she is called on, well, I don't have my ref next to me, so called on a penalty. I'm not sure which one. Maybe the chat knows. But this will now be a power jam for Bunny Sanders and Chicago Style Roller Derby. Bunny looking for some offensive help there. Trying to take opportunity with this power jam. And that will be 4 points for Chicago Style. Ooh, Lynn, what did the green bean say to the other green bean? What did the green bean say to the other green bean? I'm not sure. I think that corn is stalking me. A corn stalk. But Candace out of the pack, out of the box, and scoring some points. Bringing South Bend's total to 100, which means another corn joke with another 50 points. Chicago Style at 35. Bunny Sanders working real hard and earning every single one of those points that they are getting. We've got 10 minutes left in this half. Candace Mansfield with a teeny tiny little apex jump, but is unfortunately needing to recycle there to earn those points. Bunny Sanders working their way through the pack as well. And that jam will end with South Bend at 104 and Chicago at 39. And since we have another 50 points on the board, that means it's time for another corn joke. I gave a huge sum of money to a corn farmer. I was a bit nervous because it was a major stock investment. It's a good finance corn joke. I'm sure from our last game, Chad would appreciate a finance joke. Just sounds like something someone named Chad would appreciate. I know. I should, since my husband's name is Josh, we should change the Chad slander to Josh slander. He disagrees. All right, since we're in a timeout, maybe we can do one more corn joke. If you want to buy some pirate corn, it is going to cost you a buccaneer. Again, the winner of this game will go on to the championship game tomorrow at 5 p.m. to play Rock Central Kentucky Roller Derby in our championship for Smalltown Smackdown Cornament of Champions. 10 minutes left in this game. South Bend 104, Chicago 39. A lot of pushy jamming for South Bend and will be lead jammer. Jamming for Chicago is Bat Hit Crazy. A lot of pushy entering the pack on her first scoring pass. Little baby apex jump to score those 4 points there. Bat Hit Crazy able to get through on their initial. Needing to put that star back on before they can score any points. Let's see if Pushy is going to call the jam or let Bat Hit Crazy try and score some points. Looks like Pushy is not going to call the jam, so both jammers are engaged in the packs. Pushy gets through for those 4 points. Bat needing to get through one more blocker. Pushy calls that jam, but not before scoring some points there. Chicago 43, South Bend 112. Nine minutes left in the first half. It's another fast-moving game. South Bend was part of a fast-moving game earlier, so I'm thinking that the common factor here might be South Bend. Pixie jamming for South Bend, establishing themselves as lead jammer. Coming out about half a track behind them is Miss Mayhem, who will be your jammer for Chicago. Pixie entering the pack, getting pushed to the outside, sweeping to the inside, looking to try and make some way right up the middle. Pixie gets out and decides to call the jam. Let's see if Mayhem was able to steal any points there. Looks like Mayhem was able to grab 2 points. Bringing South Bend's total to 116. Chicago style, 43. I think it should be 45. There it is, 45. 116-45 with 8 minutes left in the first half. This is a fast half so far, which is good because we're running behind. So maybe it will continue. I just jinxed it. It's over. It's over. We have one more game after this. Cornfed, the hosts of this game, will be playing Louisville. Oh, beautiful from Candace Mansfield on 1 foot to be able to stay in those inside in the lines and be able to get that lead jammer status. For Chicago, we've got Sin and Sugar working their way through the pack as Candace comes into the pack again. Sin and Sugar has that pivot panty off or jammer panty off and might be looking for a pivot to pass it to. Candace getting a little bit not as smooth of a time through the pack this time, is looking for a little bit of help from her defense. Is able to get it and gets through for 4 points. Sin and Sugar still a little bit stuck in that pack. Candace trying to find some space and finds it for 4 more points. Sin and Sugar looks like is headed to the penalty box. Does not have the star on, but I think is in there as the jammer. Candace coming in on a scoring pass here. Strong blocking wall from Chicago. It is hard to make any movement there. Gets pushed to the inside, and Candace decides to call it at that point and leave Sin and Sugar in the penalty box. So the next jam will start as a power jam for South Bend. South Bend 127 to Chicago 45 with 6 minutes remaining. Pushy lining up for South Bend. Sin and Sugar is standing. So Pushy will be establishing herself as lead jammer before Sin and Sugar can get out of the box. Pushy coming around on a scoring pass here. Sin and Sugar re-entering the track will be on her initial, so will not be scoring in this pass. Has to get past all of the blockers first. Pushy through for 4 points. Big hit from South Bend's, who is that? Undertaker, slowing Sin and Sugar down after a lot of Pushy comes through for 4 points, and a lot of Pushy is already through again to try and get through that pack a second time, and does so for another 4 points. Sin and Sugar taking a big hit to the outside, being forced to recycle as Pushy comes around on a third scoring pass. South Bend had 2 blockers in the box, but now has 1 blocker in the box, so everybody's kind of visiting the penalty box. Sin and Sugar gets out of the pack, but Pushy calls the jam before Sin and Sugar can score any points. South Bend 136 to Chicago's 45 with only 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this half. This is frickin' fast. Don't forget, you're watching Derby Date Night. Please like and subscribe. We've really been enjoying bringing this tournament to you and having all of you here in the chat enjoying our corny puns and fun commentary. Hope you've been having as good of a time today as we have. Nice hit from Beefstock to force Chicago Bunny Sanders to recycle towards the back, while Pulverizing Pixie is, I don't know where she came from, but Pulverizing Pixie is here as the jammer from South Bend and is able to get through, but is not lead. Is anybody lead jammer? Yes, she is lead jammer. Pulverizing Pixie from South Bend. Bunny, another hit from Beefstock. Whew. I'm tired just looking at that. Great job. Bunny coming in, taking a little bit of assessment to try and figure out what the next move will be. Pulverizing Pixie entering the pack on another scoring pass. Really quick juke to the outside to get around a Chicago blocker. To the delight of the crowd. Pulverizing Pixie again on another scoring pass. We're about to go over the 150 mark here, I think, for South Bend with 2 minutes and 58 seconds left in this half. Oh, no. Pulverizing Pixie is going to be sent. Nope. They changed their mind. They thought, go to the penalty box? No, never mind. You can stay. So Pulverizing Pixie not going to the penalty box. Chicago is, let's see, no star has been passed. Pulverizing Pixie coming through for another 4 points here. Bunny is looking for some help, I think, from the pivot. A pass has been completed, so I believe and that jam will end with South Bend Roller Derby at 160 points to Chicago Roller Derby's 45 with 2 minutes left in this first half. And that means we are time for another corn joke. since we have gotten another 50 points on the board. Some corn fell out of a lady's grocery bag when she was walking down the street. I shouted after her, but my words fell on deaf ears. Ears, corn. I mean, they can't all be amazing jokes. We've got an official timeout happening, so I'll give you an extra corn joke for this official timeout. The corn was worried he had a cough. His voice was getting a little bit husky. Oh, that one got an actual laugh out of seriously. I think that's the first time he's laughed out loud at one of these corny jokes. Oh, he says he's tired. Or maybe they're actually funny. Loopy. Getting a little loopy. So while we are paused for this official timeout, I will remind you that there is a digital program that you can find if you go to any of Cornfed Roller Derby's social medias, and you can vote for your fan favorite. At the end of the tournament tomorrow, one skater from each team will be chosen as a fan favorite. So if you want to show your love for one of the skaters, go ahead and go find that digital program and the instructions on how to vote for your fan favorite. We will be having one more game after this one tonight. So we will have our last game of the night tonight between Louisville and Cornfed Roller Derby. That game is slated to start at 8 o'clock. Again, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so it will start as soon as it can after this game. If we continue to go as fast as we have been, we might be making up some time. Who knows? And then tomorrow morning, we will start this all over again at 9 o'clock with a game between Circle City and Cape Girardeau, who I learned to say earlier today, so I'm very proud of myself for that. All right, we are back to the Derby. Chicago quickly coming out with lead. Jammer, bat hit crazy. Candace Mansfield passing bat hit crazy and forcing a call-off there. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left, we have time for one, maybe two more jams before we go to the halftime. We've been having 10-minute halftime, so don't go too far, but go ahead and grab a snack, some water. Cheese, a favorite of Derby Date Night over here. We are big fans of cheese and corn.
The official review. So Peel was looking for a forearm on a black blocker, and they did not get it. So not retained.
All right, thank you. So that official review was a South Bend review looking for a forearm from a Chicago blocker. They did not get it, and so they will not retain that official review. A lot of pushy lead jammer for South Bend. And Miss Mayhem is jamming for Chicago, coming about a quarter track behind Pushy. Pushy deciding to run this jam. We've got 30 seconds left in the half here. Miss Mayhem forced to the back by a South Bend blocker. Pushy looking for some space, getting a little bit tangled up here with 18 seconds left in this first half. Pushy gets through for 4 points. Miss Mayhem still trying to find that space, getting a push to the outside, and is going to be forced to recycle. That looks like that was Beefstock again. Beefstock is just, making this a tiring game for the Chicago Jammers. Pushy getting into the pack again, trying to score some points here. The period clock has run out, so this will be the last jam of the half. Pushy calling it, but not before scoring some points. We are going into the half with a score of 172 South Bend to 48 Chicago, and we will be back in 10 minutes after a small break. Welcome back to Derby Date Night. Again, technical difficulties leaving us to have a little bit more of a break than we thought, but that meant that Derby Date Night family night was a pasta night. So thank you to our wonderful hospitality group who are providing volunteers and officials and NSOs with some food. And so we are appreciative to be able to get some dinner tonight. Delicious pasta and those brownies, amazing. I've been giving out brownie points tonight, and you definitely get brownie points for those brownies. Thank you guys in hospitality. We really appreciate you. As we start this second half, Pulverizing Pixie is going to establish lead jammer for South Bend. Oh, big, huge hit from, who was that from South Bend? That was beautiful. That was Undertaker. Big hit on Bat Hit Crazy as Pulverizing Pixie comes through on a scoring pass. Bat Hit Crazy able to get out of the pack, and Pulverizing Pixie entering the pack on another scoring pass. Calling the jam before Bat Hit Crazy can score any points. South Bend 180 to Chicago 48. Candace Mansfield lining up for South Bend Roller Derby. And Miss Maven is going to be jamming for Chicago Roller Derby. Candace is going to be your lead jammer. Coming in on a scoring pass. Miss Maven getting out. No, Miss Maven is your lead jammer. Candace is about half a lap behind her. Miss Maven getting through, grabbing some points, and calling that jam. So Chicago Style scoring 8 points in that jam, bringing them to 56 to South Bend's 184. Sin and Sugar jamming for Chicago, and a lot of Pushy jamming for South Bend. Both jammers getting a little bit stuck in the packs here. Penalty called on a South Bend pivot, looks like. Both jammers still looking to find some space, and that lead jammer status is going to go to Sin and Sugar. But a lot of Pushy is getting out as well and is in front of Sin and Sugar. So Sin and Sugar is going to need to decide whether or not she's going to let Pushy score any points, and she decides, no, I don't think so, and no points will be scored in that jam. As Chicago has reached over 50 points, being at 56, that means that we get to have another corn joke. Some corn, a carrot, and a cucumber all fell into the ocean, so now they are all seafood. That's a nice one. Multi-vegetable joke, not just corn. We're equal opportunity vegetable jokes here. Pulverizing Pixie coming through to establish lead jammer status for South Bend, followed closely behind by Recco Warrior for Chicago Style.